God. They enter into Italy to...
And we are live and streaming. How's everybody doing today? Today I do not have my teeth. It has been a fight all day. The grid has been on and off. We woke up with no power, then had power for a half minute, then had no power. Then it looked like our house was possessed by a demon for a moment. And then the power grid went out. Maintenance guy came by, looked at it. We got it patched together and fixed for the time. We'll hopefully see the grid hold out. I put a patch on my jacket. I might do a little video of it, but I didn't really videotape. I actually sewed it on. And it's not done. I plan on putting more trim on it, but I got to sew into the pocket for this one. And if it'd be easier if I didn't want this to be a functioning pocket, because then I could just puncture all the way through the coat to do it. But, you know, I want it to be a functioning pocket. So in order to sew it, I actually have to open up the pocket, go into the pocket with my fingers, and sew through the patch into the pocket itself, which there's not a lot of space in there. Just saying, kids, if you want to work on these types of projects, your tiny hands would be better, but if you go with that, make sure to wear a good pair of leather gloves or something thick enough so you don't poke yourself with the needles. I, for one, think that people need to get more into physical hobbies, because while these digital hobbies are fun, as the grid showed me this morning, cut out the power and suddenly I'm down to just being able to work with fabrics, because my chisels are dull, and in the dark I can't do very much in the form of textile and drawing work. Either way, just babbling on. I hope y'all are having a good time today, and I hope your day has certainly been less stressful than mine. Without further ado, let's pull ourselves on down a bit. Oh, let's catch the box correct. Let's pull ourselves on down a bit to reveal that I'm still not great at this. The Assassin's Creed logo. Also, in case y'all was curious, I am using the HDMI camera, so it's actually attached to the top. And here in my lap, we have the little Martina. She's here to play along with us. Also, I really hope the camera can capture her unique. She has a very unique coat. It's orange, gray, and white, but mostly orange and gray. Either way, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and drop out of here a little bit, because it's, you know, easier for the system to process, it looks like that way. And as to the last time, I am going to try to run a chat where I can, but we're just going to check in on chat regularly. The program that'll be playing in the background for background noise will be Napoleon III. Here he goes, cooing again. Pearlmania 500. It's already got 664 views in 1 hour. Go check out Pearlmania 500. He's friggin' awesome.
History repeats itself. First
But,
as tragedy, then
y'all
as
be good.
farce. A very
I'm also
famous
gonna turn it
man
down.
said that. We'll tell you who said that deeper in the episode, but I'm going to tell you who he said it about. He said it about the subject of today's episode, Napoleon III. You know who that is? No, because you're thinking about Napoleon I. I'm talking about Napoleon III, his nephew, who just loved
Alright.
Oh, that's right.
Treasures of River X. That's what we were going to try to do. We're going to try to do a raid this time, but do it right now that we're awake, bright-eyed, and bushy-tailed.
Here I go, doing again. Welcome to Too Many Tabs, a podcast where a husband and wife duo sit next to each other at a table, and you're probably watching this full of Thanksgiving dinner. I hope you have sweatpants on. I hope you have all of your leftovers.
Yeah, this is a gobbler. This is gobbler mode. People
Mode.
don't know what gobbler mode.
Well, there's a gobbler that people can make at home, and then there's the Wawa gobbler that I live on because, again, that's like gas station food.
Yeah.
But none of those matter, because if you're watching this, you're either listening to it on your way to work, or it's Sunday at noon when these episodes always drop, and you're either watching this on YouTube, listening to us on the Patreon, or you're listening to us wherever you get podcasts.
We also need to get the hunter shack, because then we can get we can start hunting.
Show where one of us does research, and they board them all over the other.
Yes.
But as we said, this episode's coming out after Thanksgiving, which means we recorded it before Thanksgiving, which meant you
I had no time.
none at whatsoever. That's no time.
hundreds and hundreds of deviled eggs can be made.
I know.
Also
100%.
incredibly insane to think that's how it would work at all. Because no, if he's take planning, y'all.
I actually listened to the radio and they're like, sweet potato prices are through the roof. I said, not my house. We got dirt, sweet potatoes, right for the PA dirt. But what I want to say is, I did the research on the episode, and it's a history episode, and it's a throwback.
Okay.
Because a thing happened earlier this year, and I started looking around, and I went, it feels like coup season.
Oh, coup season.
Yeah, and so I looked into history. I said, who loved coups more than anyone else?
All right.
The president.
Now, where
No, not the
is...
current.
There
He
we go.
does love a coup.
Loves it.
But the thing is there's this thing in history where
I
history
need
lets you
100
there's
more
actually a very famous
bits.
philosopher said history repeats
So we're
itself.
going to try to get
First
that
it's a
done.
tragedy, then it's a farce.
Yeah.
And that philosopher was Karl Marx.
Oh no.
And he was talking about this exact man that I did my research on.
Oh really?
Napoleon III.
Okay.
Now, I know what you're immediately thinking.
I don't know there was 3 of them.
Yeah, there were 3 Napoleons.
There's the guy with the hand in the shirt.
Yep.
And I really want to learn how to make clothes like what she's wearing right now.
Napoleon II.
JR.
Okay. And then there was Napoleon III, which is his nephew.
Okay. Was
The
it
nephew of Napoleon I.
the third one is
True.
usually pretty good because like Scream is perfect. Scream is a great film.
Yeah.
Scream 2 JR to
Yeah.
Scream 3. Okay, I'm back in.
Okay, gotcha. This guy millions. Anyway, he also did a lot of coups.
Okay. Super
Okay.
confused.
Well, it's one of those things. We're going to be talking about the 1800s.
Mhm.
We're going to be talking about the French Empire.
Yep.
There are a lot. It's going to be fun. There's going to be a bunch of different stuff, but just keep in the back of your mind that
Yeah,
the
why
whole
not?
goal of becoming an emperor in Europe is so then you can send ships all around the world to conquer and enslave people for your major empires. Because this is what we're really talking about. A lot of times when people will look back in history, they look back at the 1800s, they go, oh, it's so silly, they have so many buttons. Oh my God, his hands in his shirt. You're like, yeah, but what about Haiti? You know what I mean? Like, what about French Indochina, which is Vietnam? What about Algeria? There's all these different things. We're gonna get into that, but I just want to I want to sprinkle that on the top. Okay?
That's the marshmallows on the sweet potato casserole.
It isn't that makes it sweet. That makes
Okay.
it even sweeter.
No.
This is the I'm trying to think of what brew is this. This is the cranberry in the can.
Whoa!
What?
Whoa!
This
Canned
gross.
cranberry is incredible.
It's the grossest thing in the world.
Superior to real cranberries at a certain point.
Okay, yeah. Enjoy your ultra processed food. I'm over here enjoying RFK's bountiful harvest.
I really
My
got that
mountain is
Predator
a canyon,
buzz.
and I'm ready for his river. A real quote you should not look up by RFK Jr. You do not want to know the context. But let me tell you the context of Napoleon III. He was born Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte in 1808.
Chuck.
Yeah, they immediately dropped the word Charles.
Okay.
Because it gets really. Here's the part that's very confusing. You're going to hear the words Charles Joseph.
Okay, I kind of wish they had kept that from the
Bonaparte.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey. The ability to just sell all non-usefuls.
Okay.
That's a nice, just all RPGs. I don't know who did it originally, but all RPGs should have the ability to just sell all unnecessary. I mean, I'm not saying everybody uses it all the time. In fact, I rarely use it, but times like this, definitely.
Who's that guy? That's Vincent S. Vinny S.
No, you're wrong. You always say the last thing.
Okay.
But that being said,
Okay.
Sean Gallagher.
Yeah.
so far this is still a good game. I really look forward to trying out Shadows if and when it finally drops for a price I can afford.
It depends on the order of operations.
I don't know why the game's getting all the hate it gets other than, dumb incels that don't know video games anyway.
He was born April 20th, 1808.
Okay.
It's also Hitler's birthday. And it was also the
I'm
Columbine
getting it for
anniversary.
the one for my face.
April 20th, man. It's crazy. Anyway, April 20th, 1808 is, what do you got?
I was looking up to.
Alright.
I thought it was a Taurus, but I wanted to be clear.
Oh, this guy's
That's
definitely
it
Taurus.
for now.
Because what he's about to do is more failed coups than you'll ever imagine until they work.
I don't feel like that's Taurus code. Taurus is like, I'll stay home with my blanket.
No, he stubbornly just keeps doing coups. And everyone keeps telling him over and over and over again, oh my
Let's do
God.
some contracts for some opals.
Yeah.
Also known as Prince Louis Napoleon.
Prince.
Yeah, because again, this is the thing you need to understand.
Okay.
When he was born in 1808, his uncle was Napoleon the First,
Mostly.
the hand guy. Waterloo with my ABBA.
Yeah,
No,
my bad.
Waterloo. That is Napoleon the First. That's Napoleon. Everyone thinks of Napoleon.
Elba.
Yeah, Isle of Elba,
Yeah.
St. Helena, all these different things. That one, not Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh.
Okay, not him. Napoleon with the hair and the big hat and the hand and the thing. I am Napoleon. Short
King.
He actually wasn't. That was you're literally following. You're falling
Let's go
for
with
British
that.
propaganda.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it really was. They were like, he's a short little guy. He was average height. Yeah, he later was fat and had all sorts of other different problems, but that's a kind of common thing to do. And no, this isn't about Napoleon the First.
We're going to the third.
What you need to know is Napoleon the First was
I really want that freaking sword, though.
Louis Napoleon was born.
Oh,
Really
okay.
want
So
that
he
sword.
was. His dad was Louis Bonaparte.
Okay.
Okay, so Louis Napoleon's dad was the brother of Napoleon Bonaparte.
Sure, bro.
Okay, his dad was also installed as the King of Holland.
Ooh, some more to choose.
Yes, exactly. Very nice place. And his mom was named Hortense. I cannot pronounce her last name. I'm not even going to try.
Don't worry about it.
But
Yeah.
he was installed as the King of Holland because Napoleon the First did this thing.
So,
He conquered Europe.
we got us a new quest for the
Either
Opal.
installed him as king,
Go ahead
or
and
if they
take
were
that.
a daughter or a girl, he married them all.
Yeah, you crushed her.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%. So, Charles Louis
Where
became
is
Louis
the quest
Napoleon
for
over
the
time. Just dropped that because it was kind of confusing. His uncle, again, Napoleon the First, had a son.
Okay.
That son's
Oh,
full
fun.
name is
We're
Napoleon
going out to the
Francois
unknown for
Joseph
this
Charles
crew.
Bonaparte.
Guys,
Let's go, my red.
We gotta get in Google and be like, new names.
But here's what's going to be
Yeah.
when Napoleon the First is deposed and he's removed from power.
Yeah.
Okay, he's removed from power.
Fast travel to
There's a
Middleton and then
minute
cross
there
the river
where his
there.
son is technically the
I
emperor.
don't know where the shortest. Well, this is definitely not the shortest route, but
Got it.
we can swing by Middleton and see what they might have.
Held basically for his entire life.
Oh, damn.
In captivity in Austria, in Vienna, and he was named nicknamed the Duke of Reichstag.
Is this like the type of captivity where like they get a whole wing of a palace and like you just can't go over here?
Oh, but yeah, you get a whole wing of a palace, but you can't go anywhere because the fear was always with Napoleons and Bonapartes in general. If any of them get loose, we will all die.
This is so they're Pokemon. They kind of breathe fire or something.
Yeah, it's beyond Pokemon. It's not so much you want to collect them. I'm trying to think of.
Well, I was thinking about capture them and then if they get loose.
No, that's not how Pokemon work.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not how. Once you capture them, they're yours.
Oh.
You don't worry about a Pokemon rebelling. It's kind of like a King Kong type of thing. Like you're afraid they'll break the chains and then climb the Empire State Building.
Got it.
Like that. Maybe that's like as close.
Yeah, we got burned down some cartridges all of this.
I love how I got like really angry about that. Sorry, I feel like it's like a Pokemon. If it gets loose, Pokemon don't get
But
loose.
how did I not actually know how Pokemon work?
They go into a ball.
I literally. It was just the game where they played on their phone during the pandemic.
Oh my god, it's so much more than that. It's so much. We have a toddler.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be into this.
I don't know.
No. I'm telling you right now.
Oh yeah.
You need to get right on this now because.
Sorry, y'all. Like I said, it's been very cold
Nobody
here.
did it to me when I was little and I was really into pogs.
Yeah, look how this turned out. All right, now you fall down into like weird lore holes.
Yeah.
Built an entire empire about it. Let's
Yeah,
talk about the French Empire.
Okay, French Empire.
So
I'm
anyway,
about to
Napoleon
wreck, aren't
II,
I?
he gets held into captivity.
Yeah.
And they hold him there in Austria.
So he doesn't get
No,
loose.
don't let him do anything. Napoleon the First,
Uh-huh.
he gets replaced by the Bourbon dynasty.
Sure.
And that is not liquor.
Oh.
It's not. Okay, no Marie Antoinette.
Yeah.
No Louis the 16th.
Looks like we about to get into a scuffle.
The Sun King.
Yeah, that Louis the 14th. That is the
Oh,
Bourbon dynasty. The Bourbon.
okay, let's get a scuffling, friends.
That is just a family.
Yeah.
So they're all Bourbons.
And then Jimmy came and stole the name.
Yes, and so basically they reintroduce and they bring in Louis XVIII.
Okay.
And he gets installed. And there's a moment where Napoleon comes back for 100 days and he gets back out.
Nope.
Blah, 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 it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
So right, what you need to know
Okay, what do I need to know?
is at this point, once Napoleon the First loses power, all right, certain Napoleon,
Got it.
all of the other Bonapartes and Napoleons,
Yeah.
they all get kicked out of France, and they all flee because again, the French nobles and all these other different people, they are looking around and they go, if there's a loose Bonaparte,
Yeah.
if there's a loose Bonaparte, we're all doomed.
Yeah.
I'm curious, if I shoot
Yes.
the bag, will you?
No.
Nope, you will not explode.
It's like when there's a bear loose in New Jersey.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
just a constant bear loose in New Jersey situation, but Napoleon's. And so they were like, so they get banished, and he spends most of his childhood in Switzerland.
Okay.
Now this is crazy, okay? Because he grows up in Switzerland, he does learn French. He is French, but he speaks French with a German accent.
Okay.
Because in Switzerland they have all these different languages. If you look at the way like it's divided, part of Switzerland really is French, another part of it is more German, another part of it is more Italian. So they have these mixings of languages there. So and their accent
That's all
is very
of them. Now the
different.
question is, how do I
And
get
that's
this down?
interesting because Napoleon the First, he spoke French with an Italian accent.
What?
Because Napoleon Bonaparte, like that, Napoleon is an Italian name.
Yeah.
Because they're from the island of Corsica, which is more Italian than it is French. And the Corsicans were always trying to like beat the French Empire, and they were always trying to like get out.
Guess there's no.
But then he was like, "Oh,
No
this is kind of
button,
crazy.
no
I just
pulley,
haven't
no
conquer
nothing
France."
to.
And then because Napoleon's
Okie dokie
Corsica,
then,
they
I
were like,
guess.
well, now we don't want to leave because like our dude ran the place, so like we're the most French of them all. It's a whole team, okay?
I was just picturing that for like Napoleon III has his own version of Hokey Mouth. Where like he's speaking English, but it sounds fucked up.
Yeah, I don't like
And then like for OG Napoleon, he's like Boston accent.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yo, your shit sounds great.
Yo.
It's Tina Fey versus Amy Poehler on SNL.
your shit's crazy.
Your shit's great.
I don't like the way you say humanity.
Guys.
There's two of them. Shut up. Anyway, this whole thing basically what happens is as he's growing up in this castle, because again they're rich.
Okay,
So
so
all
growing
it-
up in a
This is
castle.
the part that's crazy. This is the part that's crazy, right? The Bonapartes conquer France and Europe. They're all in on it.
Yeah.
But when they get kicked out of power, they still treat them normal. Like they still treat them like nobles because they, even though legally they're usurpers, they are still treated really well because they've married into so many families that everyone's like, well, I guess if we deny them conquering France, then we're denying our own history of how we conquered all these countries. Because we got a lot of usurpers in our line. So it's this weird thing where it was like, yeah, it's cool, just don't go to France. Like it was literally everybody's rule was like, just don't go back to France.
Yeah.
So he sat in this castle and he learned a lot about his uncle Napoleon the First, and he spent all the time being like, oh, I wish my uncle was still in power. It was the good days back then, and he really like had this longing for France.
Okay.
He thought his family should still be in charge of it. He just had this pining for Paris.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I
He's a
understand.
little boy. He's a little boy.
He's a little boy living in a Swiss castle.
Yes.
Growing up with obscene wealth and
Yeah.
comfort, and he's just like, oh, I wish I was living in the glory days.
Yeah.
But like, how your life is not that.
But then on top of that, though, he's visiting families. He has family. He lives in Switzerland, but he has family in southern Germany.
Okay.
And again, Germany is broken up into little parts back then, and so it's all over the place. So he visit. When we think of Germany today, was actually these little tiny kingdoms.
Yeah.
So he's visiting family over there. He's visiting family in northern Italy. Northern Italy, by the way, doesn't exist at this point in time. It's a collection of random little states. So he's visiting them, and then they tell him more about like, oh, the life used to be so good before the Bourbons came back, before your uncle lost the war. It was so fucking good, and he learned like so much from visiting people in areas that he was there to see a lot of the push for local.
I seen the air trails. I'm like, okay, who's shooting at us? Thought they were arrows.
And the German people and Italian people like.
Yay, we unlocked a new fast travel point.
There should be a German.
Possibly a new raid point? Don't know yet.
National movements, which is an idea that Napoleon the First really pushed out there.
Yeah.
This idea of nationality. So he gets super into this, and he starts really learning more and more about, especially the Italians in northern Italy, and how they are pushing back on the Austrian Empire, controlling a bunch of the north,
Okay.
and also that the Pope is also basically a king in central Italy.
Yeah.
Central and northern Italy is controlled by the Pope directly.
Yeah.
He gets armies.
So I
Yeah.
get
He has a
at
couple
least,
states. So he's super into this
at
idea.
least 3 to
Then
4
he
of them.
enters, he becomes a Swiss soldier.
But I do
enters
not
the Swiss
see
military academy in 1830.
the cart. Oh,
He becomes a Swiss Army guy. Yes. At the age of 22.
I don't see the. Oh, those are the carts. Okay.
So, it's the coolest thing,
So,
like, uniforms,
burn down the
he's
cart.
like, yeah, you're marching. He get it. It made him feel like his uncle.
Yeah.
He really wanted to be like his uncle. Again, he barely ever met him.
Yeah.
He Gets super into this, and then he learns about this secret Italian Revolutionary Society.
Okay, secret Italian Revolutionary Society.
Yeah, and
Cool.
who are pushing back against the Austrians.
All right.
They're pushing back against the Pope, and he's like, "This sounds cool as hell."
Yeah.
And that's how Louis Napoleon
He knows where I'm at.
His name is Napoleon Louis.
Guys, we need a new name. Carl.
I'm gonna give you a new name.
Okay.
Because they joined this secret Italian Revolutionary Society, and that society's name is the Carbonari.
Carbonaris?
The Carbonari.
Oh, get the sauce.
And I'm going to tell you all about the sauce they had and explain this group to you right after this. We're entering into the first coup.
Okay, I thought we were entering in the carbonara because I was getting some pork.
No, we are.
Okay.
We are entering into it because this is really a coup against Austria and papal rule.
Okay.
This is his first taste of revolution.
First taste of salted pork.
Yeah, so it's Louis Napoleon and his brother, Napoleon Louis.
Guys, okay.
They joined the Carbonari. And Carbonari, I don't know. This is what the name means, is charcoal burner.
Okay.
That's what the name actually means for Carbonari.
Is that, I guess maybe that's because when you fry up the little pieces of salted pork fat, they get all crispy and carbon?
No, what they're trying to do is they're trying to claim that they're the working class. This is like an early, like, proto-revolutionary movement. So the idea was the charcoal burners were a lower member of society that they could also blend into. So think like the Viet Cong.
Okay.
Like, these are the Italian.
Ooh, that was brutal.
They're also like.
And again, they were
They,
brutal people.
When they met, they called that place a barrack, and they called each other good cousins.
Okay.
And anyone who didn't belong to the Carbonari, they called them Pagani or pagans.
Yeah.
So it's like you either were in the Carbonari or you were a pagan, and all the Carbonari were cousins.
Yeah.
The aim of the Carbonari was to create a constitutional monarchy or a republic. They didn't care. They're like, we just want a unified Italy, and we want to like put this thing together. But the other thing that they were truly against was the idea of absolutism.
Okay.
Which was or a king that they have the realm of life and death overcome.
Oh, in that era.
They wanted stuff like process. They wanted stuff like the rule of law and all these different things. Going back just a little bit earlier, Pope Pius VII actually did a writ of a bull called the Ecclesiam Jesu Christo, and that condemned all of the members of the Carbonari, stated that they were a Freemason secret society, and excommunicated all of them.
That's honestly pretty cool. That only gives you more street cred.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Let me go ahead and tell you. Like,
We got so many of these to do.
These guys seem like evil. I'm like, well, I mean, when you look at their symbol.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, look at them. That's their Masonic symbol. Because again, there's a lot of. This is during a period of secret societies.
Guys, you're not beating the allegations of that secret symbol.
But here's the thing about secret societies. It's
Yeah.
to bring it to the modern user, the modern listener. Secret societies were basically just in-person Discord servers.
Yeah.
These were just in-person forums, like online subreddits and stuff like that. Like, there is some, they had like secret rituals to get you to join, the same way like a Discord server might be like, send us where your social media is so we can prove that you're a real person,
Yeah.
that you aren't a bot. Like, there's like things like that.
Our
More than
contracts have a really cool symbol.
yeah, I do like their flag colors though.
I disagree.
I like that tri-man. Because so it's a navy blue, a red, and a black.
Yeah.
I know this is kind of cool.
I think someone would go black on the black.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. But anyway, the 1830. Let's get back to
1830. Okay.
All right. 1830. The brothers,
Bros.
Louis Napoleon and Napoleon Louis,
Oh my god.
they enter into Italy to join the Carbonari. The reason why is because this is around the time when there is a bunch of revolutions that pop off all across Europe.
Okay.
The thing you need to know is that uprisings and revolutions in general are contagious.
Yeah, okay.
All right? And so what happens first is there's a thing called the July Revolution in France. It's also known as the Second French Revolution. This overthrew the Bourbon monarchy.
Okay.
So the kingdom they had installed after Napoleon, he died. He was replaced by this other guy, Charles. Charles was incredibly unpopular.
Okay.
And there was a revolution that overthrew Charles. Now, he was not immediately replaced with a republic, but he was replaced with a constitutional monarch, a man named Louis Philippe. I know, I'm throwing a lot of names.
And they're all Louis.
I know. Louis Philippe.
And now that's
No, there's no. But what you need to know is Louis Philippe
and
is known as the
hopefully in
citizen
doing
king.
so we'll get what we need at least in one of these
Very
raids
pro-
to go
have a
and get
democracy.
So they're going to get rid of him.
the village
This is a
upgraded further.
Yeah. I read in the comments that we are a constitutional republic.
We are.
I
People
know.
love it. Yeah.
People like to say that like it's like they're we're not a democracy. You're
Yeah,
like,
no, anytime somebody does that, but we're a constitutional republic, is somebody who actually wants to install monarchy. In the long run, they want a dictatorship. In this way, in this weird way, it's still a monarchy. He wants a constitution. They want to build on it. It's not the second French Republic, though, yet.
Okay.
It's not there. We're not there yet.
Okay.
We're going to get there. But what you need to know is that because this happened, this moment, just the way like Sauron went in New York, like right now, Sauron went in New
Yeah,
York
sorry,
has
y'all.
inspired a lot of other people. Like, oh, if I step up and I can, maybe go try to primary King.
I am not feeling well today, but we are still doing what we can.
Somebody like
I say as if this is hard. It is
so
not.
like that, it's like shows that there's
It's actually fairly fun. I'm not feeling like crap.
people all over the rest of Europe.
Okay, I can't do anything with her yet. I already know that.
Even having issues down in Italy.
I can hire new people, but I don't want to yet.
There's a
I
lot of
want to raid with my own crew, but I need to upgrade the docks for that.
What you basically need to know is Louis Napoleon, Napoleon Louis, and other people across Europe go to join the fight for Italian independence.
After,
One of which is Lord Byron and
I might
Marquis
go
de
here.
Lafayette.
I don't know who those are.
You don't know who they are?
They sound familiar.
You should know who the Marquis de Lafayette is. Where we live.
I don't know.
The Marquis de Lafayette was a French soldier
Dying. Sorry,
the
y'all.
American Revolution
Okay.
and was a key ally of George Washington. And if he didn't come here, we probably would not have been British. And then Lord Byron, he did a haunted story contest with Mary Shelley,
Ooh.
which is the reason why Frankenstein exists.
I love that.
Yeah, so there's a tie in there.
Frankenstein's big right now, man.
Frankenstein is very big
Frankenstein's
right
big
now.
right now.
So what you need to know
Alright.
is basically the Carbonari got their shit pushed in. They got fucking wrecked. The Austrians wrecked the Carbonari.
Yeah.
And so the brothers are then wanted by local police. So they flee.
Okay.
They don't know what to do.
Oh no.
So they're running. They can't get to the Swiss border, so they actually aim for France,
Okay.
where they're not supposed to go.
They're not supposed to be.
They're not
Ooh.
supposed to go there. However,
Shiny weapon. I'll
Napoleon,
have to wait on this.
not Louis Napoleon,
Okay. So Napoleon Louis, that's the
the
third.
brother.
That's the third.
No,
No, it's the other one. The brother.
Louis Napoleon
Oh
is
my
the third. Okay?
Yeah.
The brother gets measles and dies.
Oh, listen, I'm sad for that. Also, so glad he's out because I've been so.
I know, and that's why I wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
He dies of
Alright, we are gonna have to do a lot
I mean,
more
because
they-
he
raiding.
stared at cat when the cat
It's customized shit with it.
said he did.
Yeah.
Caught it all over his face, died of measles. We're 10, the mob,
Okay.
meets Louis Napoleon, who is now the only one with Louis and Napoleon left in his name.
Got it.
Right there. They meet at the French border, and they cross into France.
Sure.
By April of 1831, they make it to Paris, and they are staying in a hotel under an assumed name, and that assumed name, Hamilton.
Hamilton.
They choose the name Hamilton.
Okay, that's a choice.
That is a choice. Hortense, the mom, she reaches out to the King of France, the new one. Louis
Write the
Philippe.
letter.
She writes a letter, and he agrees to a secret deal.
Ooh.
Louis Napoleon doesn't go because he's sick.
Okay.
Sick.
Yeah.
He stays at home. Hortense goes, and they have a discussion. Basically, they reach a deal. The new King of France wants to be seen as like a good guy.
Yeah.
Look at my big head.
There's some of us behind us. You guys do
Let's
that.
scan Skull Crusher down here. And we'll see how he fares in the raid.
Short.
Yep.
Alright,
Okay.
Quiet.
let's do it.
All right. Don't make any big deals.
Uh-huh.
Don't go running around like a nut job. You stay here. But at the same time,
We don't take everything we can.
He offers. It's like I would love to become a
Real vicious Viking.
Okay.
Want
Yeah.
to be a French soldier?
He's like, I'm a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
Klingons battle raid.
I'm
Open me up.
Oh, let me get these cans.
Let's
Yeah.
take down those big dogs.
And the King of France goes, "That's a great idea. Just change your name."
Okay. Because you don't want the name Napoleon Napoleon the Prince.
He said, we don't want a Napoleon Bonaparte.
Now my question is, how do I get my raiders ranks up, or is that just through successful raids where we don't all die?
Napoleon Bonaparte is a direct threat. Everyone out here gets fucking weird about it.
So change your name.
Change your name. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte is 23 years old. He's like, fuck you, I'm not changing my name. So they have to leave. And they just have to leave now. They're like,
So he
he's
starts
like,
so much shit over that they gotta go.
You gotta go. You gotta go. You can't.
Wow.
Alright, we tried being cool, but like,
It's funny.
we're actually the most reasonable thing possible.
But he's 23.
Hello, you baby girl. It's not made obvious by what my hands are doing. I'm kind of playing something right now.
Was a very little kid to be in France.
Yeah.
And he's there in Paris at this hotel, and Louis Napoleon is listening to
Village locations contain nothing of value, but will eventually be rebuilt. That's handy to
Things were
know.
better back when Napoleon was emperor. I wish we had a Bonaparte in charge. You know who would make France great again? A Bonaparte.
Oh,
We
no.
might be able to take this river if that's the way it be.
That only a Bonaparte can make France great again. Only a Bonaparte, a Napoleon Bonaparte, should be in charge of everything. He starts to think of himself as the only man who can fix the country.
Oh, no, I do not like where this is going.
No, why not?
I've done a lot of work to
Location
remember
where
who
to
these
raid.
people are, and now I'm upset
Well,
already.
can I tell you where they go?
Where?
Really make you mad?
Okay.
England.
Come on.
Yeah, they go to Britain. They go there first, and they hang out for a little bit, and then eventually they make their way back to actual Switzerland.
Yeah.
But he does go there and start to make some connections in England, and he'll have like connections there for a very long time. But they make it back to Switzerland. But in this transition, as they're moving around, they find out that Napoleon II dies of tuberculosis.
See, that was JR.
Yeah.
Died TV.
Napoleon I,
Yeah.
son.
JR.
Trying to get us off the shore the game put us on.
JR
There
probably
we go.
a castle.
Jakora, I would love for you to stand anywhere but on my game station. Come on.
Yeah.
So that
Give me a second, y'all. I got a cat to move. Jakora, you are too old to play these games with. Come on
Okay,
now.
I know just the
No,
guy.
down. Get somewhere else other than there. Thank you.
Joe.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all.
So
Alright, let's try that again. She was just where she was sitting at. If she moved at all, the laptop was gonna fall.
Yes, his name was Joseph Bonaparte. Napoleon installed him as the king.
Oh, we're doing great. No arrows.
Crazy revolution against
No
them.
problem.
The British actually invaded Spain and Portugal to fight back against it. It's a whole thing. But that guy, after he lost his kingship,
Yeah.
he moved to Bordentown,
Looks like
New
we're gonna
Jersey.
get some rations for the crew here.
Yeah, that's right. The former king of Spain, who was the brother of Napoleon, Bordentown, New Jersey. And so when he found out Napoleon II was dead, they were like, "Hey," they sent a message to New Jersey, like, "Hey, just so you know, you have the rightful claim to the Emperor of France." And he only was like, "I don't want this."
He's like, I'm living like a king in Jersey.
I live in New Jersey, the Garden State. Fuck off.
Tomatoes and blueberries as far as the eye can see.
Now, can I tell you a very funny, interesting thing that I found? Again, going down a tab on this. Joseph Bonaparte moves to New Jersey.
So far, this is going great.
His grandson eventually becomes the Attorney General under Teddy Roosevelt. Because his name is Charles Bonaparte. He becomes the Attorney General of the United States. And he's the Attorney General that oversees the creation of the Bureau of Investigation. And that's what becomes the FBI. So, like, somehow. So you're like, oh, what does that do with anything? Well, that's how the FBI got created, and that's the reason why Cash Patel hopped on a plane to go fly to pick up his girlfriend.
And Cash Patel learned this information, that's why he looks like that.
The Bonapartes? So, yeah. So anyway, so Joseph goes down.
Joe's out.
Joe's out. So which means it then immediately goes to the next brother who's around, which is Louis Bonaparte. That's Louis Napoleon's dad. The former king of Holland. And that guy's like, yo, fuck off. I don't want that. He literally, you gotta remember, the brothers all survived what happened with Napoleon I, and they're all living pretty good lives.
Yeah.
They're like, we have more money than we did when we were peasants, but minor nobles in Corsica. Like, I remember how things were.
I reckon we about done with this place now.
There's stuff. Yeah, exactly. There's all this different stuff. And so they're like looking around, and he's like, I don't want it. Which means immediately Louis Napoleon's like, it's mine. so now he is calling himself Prince Louis Napoleon.
Alrighty, I
Oh,
reckon
okay.
that's all
And he's
of it.
looking around, and he's got, now he has it. He has the chart he needs, he has the claim he needs, and now he knows exactly what he needs to do to retake the throne of France.
It'd be neat if we could set the fields ablaze.
He's going to coup, and then he's going to coup again, then he's going to coup again.
Ooh.
And we're about to do a bunch of French coups. You need to stop putting your house guests on a smelly, old, full-out couch. Upgrade your spare room with Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn Bedding has something for every type of sleeper. Just take their quick online quiz.
There is a
and
dog.
in less than 2 minutes, you'll find the perfect mattress. We have found the perfect mattress.
There's nothing on that dog.
Number 2, I love our Brooklyn mattress.
Yes, the Brooklyn Bedding mattress has been incredible for us. We have one with a pillow top. It also has cooling on it.
Yep.
And I want to tell you guys, we have a fleece sheet that Mrs. P just bought, and I typically hate them because I would get too hot. But with the fleece sheet and the cooling mattress, my back is cool, my chest is toasty, everything is balanced just right. I have never had better sleep in my entire life until, honestly, this year when we got this mattress. I'm being so for real right now.
There's nothing. Oh, there is a barrel left, I guess.
In their Arizona factory. Brooklyn Bedding even offers 129
Let's go get that last barrel, I
If you don't
suppose.
love your mattress, they'll help you return or
Let's
swap
get off
it.
the boat.
Hassle-free. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use our promo code
We missed the barrel.
at checkout to get 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. That's brooklynbedding.com and promo code 2many for 30% off site-wide. Support the show and let them know we sent you after you check out. brooklynbedding.com, promo code
Too many.
1836 is the year that Louis Napoleon decides to invade France
Okay.
with 11 men.
Okay. I'm not great at statistics, but I feel like outnumbered out the gate.
Yes, 100%. But his idea was to copy his uncle, who was emperor of France, who had been deposed,
Yep.
who then to the
Okay,
island
well,
of
I can't get
Yes.
through
and then
there.
returned to France. And as he marched towards Paris, the armies just immediately started joining.
There's
Yeah.
man.
Okay.
But the difference was those armies knew who Napoleon I was.
Yeah.
They had no idea who Louis Napoleon was.
So he was trying to do like a Civil War reenactment, and he thought it was going to go.
Kind of, he just had this mystical thinking that if he showed up with a couple of different guys, immediately these dudes would just fall behind him and join him, and they would march directly to Paris.
Because he never met any other humans in his life.
He also is a person that he grew up wealthy, and he grew up with having people just like tell him the entire time, like, you are the heir, and there's a mystical side to this whole thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's also surrounded by a lot of yes men.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that surround him throughout his entire life who are constantly just being like, oh no, you're great, because they're hangers on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
That's
they're part of the
Now
process.
we
You're
can.
doing great.
Yeah, exactly. And then we just fail upwards.
Yeah.
And that's when they want to fail upwards with it, they're coattail riders.
But they only have 11.
They only have 11 guys.
Dang.
At 6 o'clock on a Monday, the 13th of October, 1836, Swiss Army Captain Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, disguised in a French colonel's uniform and attended by a fake general and 10 officers, marched into the Strasbourg garrison and the barracks of the 46th Infantry Regiment, where he then appealed to the men to join him. So he showed up. Well, I'll tell you.
He showed up dressed up.
He showed up dressed up as a fake colonel.
Without, like, he has things on this lapel that dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
He's
Stolen valor.
stolen valor. He walked in. He's like, I am Colonel Bonaparte, join me. But somebody actually German. He's like, I am the Colonel Bonaparte. And he's doing that. And then literally the young men, they look at him and they just completely, because again, he's also young men. The other thing you got to remember, we're in 1836. So we are over 20 years past when his uncle was.
Yeah, these people never knew about his uncle. Like, that lived experience.
None of it. The same way when people right now are currently screaming, they're like, oh, Democrats, Bill Clinton's in the files. And I'm like, I'm 41.
Who cares?
I never voted for Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He was never.
He is? Arrest him.
He was president when I was a child.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing with these guys. They were like, even if any of them don't remember him, they were like so young.
Yeah, they were like, Napoleon did what with Bubba?
Yes. And all of these guys are just like, fuck
Raiden target. Slow it down, Carter. Slow it down.
I don't take orders from you, and we don't give a fuck about a Bonaparte. And
This one's probably gonna be a fight.
He actually like straight up, his brain breaks down.
Yeah.
Now his dudes,
His 11 guys.
his 11 guys, they seize the head of the local barracks. They go in and they lock him in, and they're in his office. They have him under like gunpoint, and they're like, "We're gonna hold you hostage."
We're getting our 12th apostle one way or another.
Yeah. And then through a series of just laughable bullshit, that guy just walks out the back door. He just leaves. He's just like,
Love that.
And so he gets out, and then his staff officers for the local garrison leader, they protect him. They show up, and there's like all these different things. But other people, not only are just his staff officers help him, but also his mother-in-law and his wife. And they show up, and they beat the shit out of Louis Napoleon. By 8
far,
o'clock.
doing
Remember,
good.
it started at 6 p.m.
Okay.
By 8 p.m., everyone was arrested.
Might
It
wanna
was a
hurry.
2-hour coup, but Louis Napoleon, he fled. He ran
That's
away.
a strong word at this point.
It's still what it is. He's still attempting a coup. He's still trying to overthrow the government. Louis Napoleon fled back to Switzerland.
Yeah.
Now, when word of this gets back to
Yeah, we got some
Wait,
supplies.
this didn't even take place at the castle or the...
Strasbourg. This is like a
Y'all gotta quit burning down buildings we haven't looted yet, man. That sounded like they just tore down. IRL, my cats just decided to loot the spare room
That's
that
what I
is
mean. Like,
theirs.
they had to report to the capital that a quote-unquote coup happened.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
So he gets the word about this, and he immediately gets so mad he sends an army to Switzerland because he like cables Switzerland. And he's like, "Give me that
I'm liking the two that we hired so far. They're doing
And then
good.
Switzerland's like, well,
Tanky fellas.
he's a member of our army, and he's a friend. He's a Swiss citizen.
Well, that's
and
done
we're-
then.
So no. And so at that point, he sends an army into France. I mean, into Switzerland.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because again, like
Yeah, nah, that's done.
doesn't happen.
This is what the same
It's
time,
like
like, we're not gonna
smash.
stop him.
Yeah, and so Louis Napoleon writes the following letter to his mom, Hortense.
See, children, this is why I tell y'all about smashing the goddamn doors.
You have no doubt been anxious, having received no news from me. And now your anxiety will be all the greater when you learn what I have attempted, but failed, to bring off at Strasbourg. I am in prison here, but you mustn't cry, for I am the victim of a worthy cause, a truly French cause. They are sending me to America, but under no circumstances are you to think of joining me there in my new exile. Life is of little import when the only thing that counts for me is the honor of France. So basically, the Swiss were like, hey, we're not giving you to the French. You need to get the fuck out.
Yeah, you need to go.
You did a crime, bud.
So he's going over to Jersey to hang out with the cuz.
He's actually being sent to New York City. Yep, that's what they do. They send him to New York. So what they do is they by way of London and Brazil.
Yeah.
So he takes a boat that takes him. He goes to Germany, catches a boat to London.
Okay.
Then he goes from London to Brazil for like a hot minute.
Yeah.
And he goes from Brazil to New York.
Okay.
And again, so it's a lot.
This one might be doable since the roof isn't on fire
And
yet.
the thing is he actually does like America because he's treated really well. Americans, even though, especially that time, like we're like, fuck the king, we got rid of monarchies. And somebody showed up, we're like, yo, your shit looks really cool. I like the epaulets on your shoulder. And we also were always trying to copy and find legitimacy in the rest of the
Yeah,
world.
Americans still do that. We're like,
Kind of expecting there to be a break. Oh,
billionaires having a debut telephone. We're like, oh, that's pretty now. Look at
Yeah.
the
Or the
gotta remember to clear room. This one was on me, not even my people.
Oh, let's all just suck his toes.
Mr. B said it's cool.
Hey, welcome to Mr. Beast Land. It's basically just a carnival.
Yeah.
Like, it's Mr. Beast
Don't
Land.
get on the Khashoggi ride.
Everybody
Oh,
doing
man.
good.
Can I tell you something? I love that Mr. Beast is just a series of saw traps that have been YouTubified for SEO. I think that just speaks great about where the future of the world is headed.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the past. Louis Napoleon, when he gets to the USA, he said about America this. Here, there is freedom to acquire, but not freedom to enjoy. There is the right to act, but not to.
Okay, I think we've conquered this place.
Yeah, legit.
Yo, Mars. You can buy all the tchotchkes you want to buy below, but you can't do shit else.
Yeah, no, basically, that's literally what he was talking about. Like, he's like, you can make money.
Have
Yeah,
good
but
feasting,
you
my
make
friends.
all of that money will have no time to enjoy any of it. There's no leisure.
Oh
time.
yeah, y'all. For the record, that was another reason why pork was frowned upon in certain communities. Because anyone that saw a sacking or a raiding, just that, pigs feasted on the human remains, and it kind of goes back into Yarwa heat. Pigs ate the people. You eat the people. You eat the pigs that ate the people. How many steps to cannibalism, huh?
Yeah. The shit they're missing is nuts. Yeah. It's wild. Like, they don't give a fuck about each other. But they're always screaming freedom and shooting guns into the air.
Yeah, because you have the freedom to have a gun, but you don't have to think about it. You're not required to think about it. No one will hold you to the fire to think about it. It's insane.
Yeah, it's a wild thing. And there's a bunch, especially French travelers, they're really good at clocking America in a way that's like...
Which is why Americans are always like, we hate the French. You're like, that's just because they're clocking your shit.
Yeah, because they do. Because they're like, oh, dude. But also, half the time it's because the French have actually already lived through it with their long history. So they're like, oh, hey, bitch, like, we did that 4 times. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't. The French are currently on their 4th republic. Like, I want to be clear about that. Like, they keep having their republic over
there. There are buildings in France that are currently like a bar where people drink. Yeah. That are older than America. Yes. And are still actively the same bar they were before America existed. Yes. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, 100%. They're like, okay, child.
Yeah. Well, it's the same way like that we as Philadelphians look at like the rest of the country because we have bars in Philly that are older than other areas, and Bostonians feel the same way. There's something about being one of the original colonies when you go west and you meet, especially the one up in the West Coast, and these like tech guys. Yeah. Who's like, I have this great, brilliant new idea, and then they just describe.
What the hell is with this mythical? There we go.
Oh my god! And then describe another idea, and you're like, you just reinvented slavery.
Leather and ration.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I was hoping to get to crap. Gentlemen, ladies, if we have not yet raided the building, we should not set it the fuck on fire. How the hell am I supposed to raid a building on fire?
Very, very, very sick. So he rushes home. And this is wild because like, you're thinking about this, like you receive word and then it takes you like weeks to get there. Yeah. Because you gotta get on a boat and then travel across, and it's just like the timing. It's not like now.
Working on it.
Exactly.
You had to go be sick for a while.
Get him open.
Exactly. And so his mom, he is able to make it back in time, and his mom dies in mid-1837. Okay. And she is buried the next year, but he can't go to her burial.
Why did they wait a year to bury her?
Well, it's not a full year. It's months. But they waited because she had to be buried back in France.
Oh, okay.
So she used to be buried in France, and he couldn't go because it's illegal for him to be in France.
Not allowed in France.
Yeah.
He got banned.
Where's the boat?
There's the boat. Yeah. So he spent the next few years.
It's crazy if you get held accountable for it too.
So here's the thing. He does, but he doesn't. Okay. And the one thing I want to say as we get deeper into this is if you are ever in power, if any of the listeners here, if you're ever in power and somebody goes and coups you, you should.
Oh, wait, no, don't call for violence on the podcast.
I'm not calling for violence. I'm talking about a hypothetical. If you're playing a video game and where you are running the Sim City, and one of your Sim City characters tries to coup you, that guy. Okay. Because I need you. Okay. I'm not calling for violence. I'm just giving helpful advice. Okay. Because
we're taking too much time, is what you're telling us.
Successful coup, and you don't beat that guy, he will coup again. Yeah. They just keep cooing, and every time they coup, they gain more guys because they're the guy who coups, and everyone's like, well, he's gonna do. And guys who coup are guys who like coups. Yeah. Because you know what he does after his mom dies? He goes back to war, gains the power of more elites. He builds up his name, his connections, and he gets that paper, and he does another coup.
Cool.
We are lovingly supported by our Patreons over at Romania500.net, and obviously for this being our Thanksgiving episode, we want to give a big thanks to them.
Post-Thanksgiving.
I know, but this is around the Thanksgiving. People are going to be watching this full of that turkey meat. They're going to be, thinking about their family members.
Maybe they use some of the
Thanksgiving. Careful, baby girl.
Our Patreon exclusive episodes where I teach you
Thanksgiving is American propaganda, and you should ignore it. It is celebrating the literal genocide of the native people that would have died without. And the incident that we're celebrating in Thanksgiving is actually something that happened years before Thanksgiving. And for the record, my Vikings, it's because it's a fucking river we're raiding. How about you gentlemen jump out and pick up the fucking boat?
That, the white and the yellow make this color. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Because what I'm here to tell you is, while I do love and respect
now, everyone together, buddy up, don't burn the building down until we've raided it. Have fun and take care of each other. The reinforcements are here.
20,000 pounds.
Okay.
20,000 pounds, and back then, is worth $2.2 million today.
Got it.
And they go, hey, have yourself a fun little coup. So in mid-1840...
Join our Patreon now so we can afford to do a coup.
No, whoa. That's how you get our Patreon canceled. That was, hold on.
Joke.
That was a joke.
It's a comedy podcast.
It's a comedy history podcast.
Oh, we're big on the history.
We're big on the comedy. That guy. Okay,
hey,
so...
What?
Got a kitten attacking my thumb at the moment.
Louis Napoleon. Okay. Alright? Louis Napoleon Bonaparte.
Mm-hmm. Child, pick a spot, because your climbing is getting me killed.
And he uses that money.
Come on. I love you. Pick a spot. Yes, you're very cute. Take a spot. My hands ain't the spot.
This today is the equivalent of buying a botnet to go on Twitter.
Yeah.
But these proclamations declare that he is
I can't see enemies.
The throne of France to make France great again. All these different things. He hires a ship, and then he fills the ship with 60 men who would be his column of soldiers.
Still not enough.
And these 60 men are in French uniforms, and he collects military men to surround himself with, who are going to help him more than the last time. And the thing is, you know about Louis Napoleon is much like another lunatic who is currently in charge. He surrounds himself with just lunatic losers.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yes.
But one I want to highlight, and Sad Beige helped me with this one.
Yeah.
And we're going to link
Why did you blow that? Oh, shit.
She helps with our research. She really highlighted
into the fire. Oh, shit. More fire. That time it is.
Major General Tristan de
I can't revive you since you're on fire, idiot.
Military commander. He's definitely the strangest of the group. Just about everything about this man.
Come on. We gotta move now, because now we're on fire.
Beginning with the term in the title, he would call himself Marquis. He was not a Marquis. He was actually a Count, but that was a newer title. He allegedly was wounded, and he claimed that he had served with Napoleon, the original Napoleon, from a bunch of different battles, including at Waterloo. That was all a lie.
Okay.
He had only served on a single battlefield, but actually refused to fight. So he was at a battle, but refused to fight when he was ordered. He had also had a bunch of gambling debts, and he topped all of this off by stealing the regimental pay of his own officers.
Okay.
Yeah. So despite all of this, it's somehow this guy, Major General Tristan de Montvalon, got himself on into the original Napoleon's what's the word I'm looking for? Entourage.
Oh, okay.
Need rations. Bear is one of our good ones.
Okay.
So Napoleon, when Napoleon the
Time to reinforcements on this
when
one.
he was captured by the British, put this tiny little island in the middle of the Atlantic, where he sat there until he died.
Yes.
And he had a few different people. This guy was one of them. He was Napoleon I's final confidant. Like, he was one of the few people that were allowed to talk to him. He was promised a major legacy in Napoleon's will.
Okay.
But on at least 2 occasions, he poisoned Napoleon's wine.
Okay.
Because he got mad.
Yeah.
He weakened Napoleon with poison so much that he's probably the reason Napoleon died. And this is the man that Prince Louis Napoleon was like, you're in charge of my forces. The guy was fucking uncle. Because again, he's running around, he's a con artist.
Yeah.
And
he would be great.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine where Trump would fit in.
Oh, he would be.
I mean, first of all, this guy needs to be a Fox News host.
Oh,
first and foremost.
He would have been a Fox News. No, but that's the thing. He would have been a Fox News host as an ex-Napoleon guy.
Yeah.
Who was then brought forward.
And then he would have become the Department of War.
You know what he gives me? He would be John Bolton.
Okay.
John Bolton with the walrus mustache, where he worked with the Bushes. And then they brought him in the first Trump administration and got kicked out. And
Sure.
Throw them in jail.
You dropped your
so they're all in
stick.
this boat together.
Yeah. Oh, great.
So they're all in this
Worst
boat.
cruise ship ever.
Well, no, the good news is they had cognac.
Okay.
So they're all hammered. Everyone gets hammered to get brave.
Yeah.
So they get brave, and
Again, there's not enough.
there's not enough.
Take over a country.
No, and also, we'll get into it. Well, I'll give a little review on that in a minute. So they reach France. They get out.
A cask of Amontillado somewhere?
They're trying to do it very early in the morning.
Okay.
That's fucking. Well, it is the dark age.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a cape of a saint. That'll add salt to the wound while we're murdering the.
That a customs officer hears them.
So they're like when you're
I think
older
this
teenager,
village
you're
is
trying to
done.
sneak back in the
Maybe.
house after out drinking.
100%.
You're like doing that like tiptoeing.
But every step is the creepiest
Yeah.
floorboard.
Yeah.
And then you should have turned the light on because that wouldn't have woken anybody up. And then you bump into a lamp and that falls over and all this
Or
different
you
stuff.
get to climb in a window. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
For that
Basically, they are
wrecked on cognac.
yes, they're hammered.
Yeah.
And so this French customs officer, he approaches them and he sees that they're wearing French
We've
uniforms,
lost
and he's
two
like,
so
"Who are you?
far.
What are you doing?"
Identify yourself.
Exactly. And the
So
men
we've almost
one of the men
got
said,
our
"Well,
ship
we belong to the
cargo.
40th Regiment and are en
And we
route
did
from
find
Dunkirk
some of the saints
to
on
Cherbourg,
the
which is
flood.
a town nearby." And they explained that the paddle wheels on their steamer had broken. So they were like big paddle boats back then. He's like, "Our boat broke down, so we're just getting off here. We're just going to march." And they weren't wearing proper French uniforms, and they did speak proper French. But the problem is their uniforms had insignia for the 40th Infantry Regiment, and the local regiment there in France was the 42nd. So they have the
And the
wrong.
building already on fire.
So as the guy is looking at them, he's like, "Okay, so I have so many questions. Let's just clear this up." And it soon becomes very apparent to this customs officer that anyone who's there is like not a senior officer because they don't speak like soldiers.
Yeah.
Because the thing is most of them aren't.
Yeah.
They're also kind of old. Most of these men are between their 40s, and even some of them are older than 50. And most soldiers are typically in their like late teens, early 20s.
Yeah.
Because you serve for a few years and then you leave.
This is just sad guy cosplay.
I want you to think of the way how the men look on January 6th.
That's what I was thinking. The Navy
Just
SEALs.
old men, Navy SEALs level. And the thing is 30 of the 56 soldiers were not ever soldiers. They were actually members of Louis Napoleon's household staff. We're talking about servants, valets, footmen, a butler, 3 cooks, 2 gardeners, a tailor, a banker, and many more. Like,
not him going downstairs and down Abbey and being like, "Guess what, guys?
I have a great idea."
Chikora down. Now. Yeah, without tearing everything up, if you please.
The Irish ballet is like, "What socialism?"
Sorry for how loud that was, everybody. Once again, the cat tried to tear down the laptop case.
He's like, "What?"
Well, not case so much as stand.
So he's tired. He's staring at this. He's like, "What the fuck?" And then
It's
finally,
okay, little one. You're not the one that's trying to tear everything up. You're just in my jacket like an adorable
he steps
accessory.
forward and he yells,
Staying
"Do you
warm, my
know
little
you are
snuggle
as
girl
short as
is.
it is Prince Napoleon himself?" And then all of the other people start yelling, "Balloon is ours! France will soon proclaim the Prince Emperor of France!" And he's like, "What the fuck?" And then they're all like staring at him until the General de Montvalon, the scammer, he shows up, even more hammered than everyone else.
George Santos is drunk.
Yeah, he is hammered
Nice.
French George Santos. He shows up and he's like, "Hey, how about this? We'll give you a pension." And the guy's like, "What?" He's like, 1,200 francs. That's a lot of money for the rest of your life. You just look away. And the guy legit just goes, "You know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not getting paid enough." And he just leaves.
Man, this is a target.
He's like, this is fucked up.
I do not get paid enough as a security guard at this Walmart.
Legit.
Well,
Deal with this.
Yes.
We did find a cape,
100%.
and we can come back to this river later and hit it again.
This is on candid
For
camera.
now, I think it's
Even
probably
if
wise
cameras
to
yet.
just make our way
got
home.
the paperwork on this incident.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
So now, the column of 60 drunk men, many of them servants and gardeners, begin to march to the city of Boulogne. Okay? And this was their whole idea. Again, it was very similar to the first time. They're going to seize the local barracks. And again, they're going to convince the men to join them.
We got 4 lost 2. Got a bunch of good stuff, too.
So they march into the city. They march into the local barracks. They go, we're here, you're going to join us. And the local men are like, yo, fuck you, dude.
Yes.
What the fuck are you
Including
talking
more
about?
leather than I think we'll use for a while.
You woke me up?
Yes.
You woke me up? I was just 6-year-old old, fat, out of shape dude drunk on cognac woke me up at 5 a.m. And not only am I not joining you, you're about to lose your whole life.
No, come on. I'm a soldier like you. I'm a soldier like you. I'm a soldier.
We're gonna give you a pension.
Yeah, so Napoleon's officer guys who are dressed as officers, they freak the fuck out. A local captain, he wakes up and he arrives. What the fuck is going on? And Napoleon's men are trying to grab the captain.
Okay.
We'll do like last time. We'll try to hold him hostage. And Napoleon yells at him and yells, Captain, I am Prince Louis Napoleon. Come join us and you will be rewarded with whatever you desire.
Oh, that's too big. Too big of a promise.
But the captain replied, I don't know you. You are a traitor.
Yeah,
He's just like, I don't know who the fuck you are, dude.
Yeah.
And he'll hold on, I'm Prince Napoleon. I'm supposed to be the emperor. He's like, I don't know who the fuck you are. It's 5 a.m. And so he then turns to his company of like the soldiers who are now walking out of the barracks. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Yes.
And he literally yells, Soldiers, this is a trick. Viva le Roy. Fall in behind me. Viva le Roy means long live the king.
Yeah.
This guy screaming he wants to be emperor. We need to protect the king. The soldiers are like, king pays my check. Okay.
Yeah.
And so Bonaparte's men just like they flip out. Everyone's running around like crazy.
Yeah. I just picture them like just trying to pull their pants. Like,
It literally.
son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Friday.
So inside of all of this, a note gets out to an even higher up commander.
Who has time to write down a letter?
Well, like they send a messenger. Like a guy gets to the higher up commander. Yeah. And he begins to rally his men. And this is when everybody starts to panic. Napoleon's trying to take a man hostage. He has his gun out. He's freaked out, and he panics, and his gun goes off, and he hits a man in the jaw.
Ooh!
So right in the mouth.
Musket jaw?
Yeah, and everyone's like, whoa! And Napoleon's like, what the fuck? I'm so sorry! Like, everybody's like, what the fuck? And so now everybody's running around. The entire town.
I was kind of hoping that
was that a
settlement.
gunshot? It's not like Philly, where you're like, yeah, it's a car. You know what I mean? Or like, somebody drove over one of those metal plates. It's like, legit, it's a sleepy French town.
It's south. It's like 5:30 a.m.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
And the farmers
gunshot went off, and so everyone's like, "What the fuck was that?" So everyone in town is like, "What is happening?" So he immediately gets his guys like, "Oh, we're on the march, and they march away, and they like go to like try to hang a flag somewhere.
I like that you say march instead of ran away.
But he was like, "Oh, get away!" Yeah, they shuffle off, and it's crazy. So now hundreds of French troops are showing up to capture these 60 men.
Yeah.
Bonaparte pulls his pistol back out. He's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to end it. And they're like, no. And they like stop him from killing himself.
Okay.
He really wants to do it.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. They're able to restrain him. They then flee all the way back. Now, mind you, the boat's gone.
Where's the boat?
It left. They only hired it for a one-way journey.
Oh, no.
So the boat wasn't waiting in case they could leave. But they get there, they can hear the French soldiers coming, so him and his fellow officers try to swim back to England. They just go into the water, but they're wearing heavy wool uniforms, they have heavy boots on, and they have cartridge belts on that are all very heavy. So as they start swimming into the water, they're sinking, and the French soldiers are shooting at them. Prince Louis Napoleon was actually hit squarely by a bullet, which lodged into his soaked, gold-braided uniform. He had so many braids and things on to like dress like an emperor that it actually saved his life.
Damn.
He was then fished out of the sea by 2 boats manned by the National Guardsmen. They literally pull him out of the water. And they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He is then taken for trial.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, he has a 6-day trial, and he's condemned to life imprisonment in a fortress.
Okay.
And you know what happens next?
Well, I don't want to say anything, but like you did tell me there were more than just 2 killers.
100 more.
Yeah, but he's got to escape the fortress first. And we're going to tell you exactly how he does this right after this.
All right, we're just going to go rate a nice, normal, understandable
so that sponsor
rating
no
spot.
Sponsor support us on Patreon. But if you were listening to that and you're like, oh, you know what, I really need to find a good gift for a family member or a friend, Mrs. P just released a holiday guide.
Yeah, it's super fun.
It's exclusively on our YouTube. It's the two of us discussing ideas that she has for people in our life. And then I say whether or not I like the ideas. Yeah. And it's a fun video.
And nobody got really combative about certain gifts ideas that I had.
Nobody
ranted about different things that maybe I thought was just generally a nice idea. No.
Nobody did that at all. But, Mrs. P, we're not here to talk about gifts.
No.
We're here to talk about the capture of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte.
Yeah, he's in a tower.
Yeah, he's literally in a fortress, and that fortress is staffed with
expert craftsmen. Good run. Can modify your longship so long as she has the right cosmetic schemes. Return with new schemes to unlock and apply new customization.
This is not jail. You are not in prison if you're able to buy a horse.
This is rich white people jail, especially in France. He's living in a fortress basically by himself. He's allowed to buy a horse to exercise with inside the courtyard. He also is given a 40 square meter garden plot inside the fortress that he is allowed to tend. And he said, and I quote, "I spend a lot of time gardening. I plant flower seeds and shrubs. The pleasure I gain from tilling a few cubic meters of earth leads me to think that we have within us many inner resources and other unknown consolations upon which to draw."
Yeah, he's absolutely right. That is how gardening makes you feel. So he got a free castle, a free horse, and a raised bed garden.
He bought the horse himself.
He had the opportunity to buy a horse.
Yes.
I'm not going to be able to buy a horse.
Well, the thing is, he also owes like millions of francs in debt to lawyers and the legal fees of all of the men that followed him into the coup. Nice. And he's like writing these nice letters to people. It's like, everything's fine. It's like, you are swimming in debt. You owe so many different things. You're literally in jail.
I love that. He's like, you know what though?
Yeah.
I just grew a little bit of basil.
Yeah, 100%. But here's the thing. He's also saying all of this in a very insane Germanic accent to the French guards.
Dear Marie, I miss you so greatly. Also, I've gotten really into fresh cut
flowers. Let's try to go for Oxfordale. It looks like Oxfordale's raidable. We just need supplies. Hopefully my raiders will be a little bit more, I don't know, controlled. Because those last raiders, I love them, but they kind of like, just a little burn happy, if you ask me. Just a little bit burn happy.
Okay, very.
Just personally for me, you know. I kind of think we should wait to burn down the building until we've gotten all the stuff out of the building we want to get. That way we're not raiding in the fire. But they're good at fighting, I'll give them that. They're hella good raiders.
He's the count of Sesame Street?
Yeah, 100%. That's good. That's 100% what he's like. And the thing is like, even though all of this happened, people said it was incredibly hard to dislike the man. Everyone said. So much so, 25th, 1846, his doctor and a few other friends outside the prison helped him escape.
Wait, his doctor and the people that work there helped him?
Not people that work there, outside the prison. The doctor and some other people had a little conspiracy, and they figured out an elaborate plot to get him out of the prison.
That's what happened with that hot lady in the Penguin show, right? Remember the Penguin show we watched? The Batman Penguin. And then the lady with the black hair, she got put in the mental institution by her dad because he was covering up a crime. But then the doctor that wanted to flirt with her, he helped get her out.
Okay, this is violently different than that.
Okay.
Than that, I mean, it's not violent at all, actually. Do you want to know how they got him out?
How?
They put some different clothes on him and handed him a stack of wood. And then he walked out the front door.
Wait, what?
They literally were like, yeah, we'll dress him as a day laborer because fortresses have people that come in and out of it all the time because you need wood. Because back then, they didn't have central heating, all these different things. So they just put him in some dirty clothes. And then they handed him a stack of wood so he could block his face.
That is hilarious.
And then he just walked out the front door. And then he returned to London, where he dreamed of another coup.
Wait, I feel like you just give up on coups.
No.
You just give up.
This man loves a coup, babe.
Okay, couldn't we just get into the gardening or the
gardening is its own form of a coup if you really think about it. You are overturning the will of nature to bend it to your own.
Yes.
So this is what he does. Okay. He returns to England.
Got it.
And he sits there for a little bit of time.
And nobody questions him in England how he got out.
No, he tells everybody. It's a daring escape.
Oh, that just makes him cooler?
Exactly. Everybody thinks he's cooler. Like, again, it's one of those things you need to understand. Every time he fucks up, just like this is SEO engagement.
Yeah.
This is how to get headlines. This gets your name
out. This guy's a fucking streamer. That's what this is. He's a streamer.
He is Andrew Tate.
Yeah, this is Andrew Tate.
This is Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, all these different guys. Like this is just that thing where fucking up just makes him stronger.
Yeah.
Because like remember the first coup, is absolutely the first thing he did was join the Party. Just him and his club. That's 2. Yeah. The next time when he tried to coup, he had 11.
Yeah.
The third time when he tried to coup, he had 60. He's great. Each coup is growing.
Yeah.
He's like, this is just even though they're almost all virtually the same plot. I'm gonna walk in and then people are gonna go, "You're the best. We love you." Yeah. So he goes back to England and he's coming up with new coup plans. He meets some people. He finds some more people to financially back him. Yeah. And all these different things. And the thing is, he doesn't have to wait too long because in 1848, a series of revolutions sprang across all of Europe. Okay. So when we talk about 1830, another series of them happened in 1848. There's a bunch of nationalist uprisings that happen all across Europe, and happen including in France. Just so you know, Les Mis takes place in between the July Revolution of 1830 and this one. Yeah. And that was when Victor Hugo was like caught on a street and saw this stuff. So like the Les Mis time, if you're watching like one of those movies, like that's the feel of France at that time. Yeah. It's constant like this idea of revolutions. There's constant barricades that are going up, all these different things. So in 1848, Louis Philippe is removed from power in a revolution, and the true Second French Republic is declared. Okay. And the day in February of 1848, the day Louis Philippe flees France in exile to go to England. Okay. Louis Napoleon leaves England to go to France. Oh, he says, "I see an opening." He does see an opening. He calls that parking spot from across the lot. Yeah. He says, "I'm parking right there." Yeah, and anybody tries to pull in that, I'm going to take him out. Exactly. So he goes, he sets sail, he arrives in France, and then he goes and immediately reaches out to the provisional government. And he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm here." And the provisional government goes, "Get the fuck out. What are you doing here?" Absolutely not. No. The last time we had a republic, a Bonaparte showed up and fucked everything up. We do not want you here. Get the fuck out. Yeah. But here's the thing. Because they're now holding elections, and they're free and fair elections, a few people step forward and they put up a Bonaparte. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Okay. So he has his own political party. It's very tiny. And they nominate him as a candidate, and they win. They're just a vocal minority. Yeah, so they have this thing called a National Assembly, and they win 4 seats in the National Assembly, and they like want you to be our guy.
Children!
Like, no,
sorry to be loud, y'all. I might have to break away if they don't break. Yep, I gotta get away. Give me just a second, y'all. Back. Give me a little one.
Before you run for president.
Yeah, 100%. Kind of like that, yeah. And so what he does is in that switch over in September, he accepts the win, joins the National Assembly, and immediately starts prepping to run for president of France. Instantly. Because he's like, "Oh my god, I did it. I walked into France, and look, people are already calling for me to be in charge. It's happening. My literal plan is happening. This is crazy." He's also like 40 years old. Yeah. Remember, because he's born in 1808. He is arrogant. Imagine if I walked into Paris right now and was like, "I am the Emperor of France." And it was like, yeah, they're probably like, honestly. Yeah. Honestly, at this point, it's a little bit better than Macron. He's trying to use Candace Owens. Yeah. Allegedly. We don't know. Who gives a shit? Anyway, Louis Napoleon, he sets up immediately. Prince Louis Napoleon sets up a campaign headquarters. Okay. He sets it up at a hotel. The Hotel Martin.
Alone.
At a palace.
In his room.
And he is accompanied by his companion, Harriet Howard. Now, she is a
sorry about that impromptu break.
Finances most of his campaign running all
and I just, there we go. Alice, please move because I'm sitting back in my spot.
Marion Adelson. Yeah, 100%. This is the Marion Adelson.
Always fun, never a dull moment. Alright, back to killing Englishmen?
Yes. Yeah, what was his presidential candidate? I forget right now.
But she bankrolled that whole fucking thing.
Yeah, she's just a rich person who's like, I like it.
Yeah.
He speaks to me in French.
If I was a rich person, the way that I wouldn't be giving money to politicians.
Oh my God. So here's what you need to know is that he is not great at actually being a politician.
What do you mean? After all this?
So he rarely actually goes to the National Assembly.
They love it when politicians don't show up.
He doesn't actually do his job. He rarely votes, like in the National Assembly. He's not a great speaker. And when he does speak, he speaks slowly and in a monotone with a slight German accent.
Alright.
And his opponents ridicule him all the time.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, look at this fucking joke. They keep calling him a turkey who believes he's an eagle. Wow. Because the eagle is the symbol of the French Empire. And that was Napoleon's symbol. And that's a symbol of Rome and all this different stuff. Like,
little one, please don't run across the keyboard and hit buttons all across the goddamn keyboard.
Yeah.
Not funny, frustrating.
Hey, I have the same experience.
Yeah, except I'm streaming and doing something with live gaming.
And I was selecting songs that were duplicates.
No. This is large-scale propaganda.
Over the entire thing, I had to delete over 10,000 songs.
He starts printing shit at a crazy rate. And he starts pointing out and just evoking name recognition.
Don't even think about it. I saw where you were aiming. In the shirt pocket you go.
I don't want to be the president.
I say in the coat pocket or go to play somewhere else. If you're not running on the console just because it's the only one thing in this room other than me right now.
Bonaparte, and they've just been through a
At a temperature check, y'all, it's officially 40 degrees outside. Unpleasantly, uncomfortably, unexcusably cold in my opinion. And yes, I know not that cold, but too cold in my humble opinion.
Memories of national glory, and saying over and over again, it was going to bring back grand ideas. They also had wars on other different things. He succeeded in recommending himself to every group of the population because he kept promising
dramatically. We'll see what happens.
a thing specific for their special
There we
So
go.
when you think back to 2024, like Trump was really, really good at reaching across and being like, I'm going to get the Baja people sprinkle a little bit over here.
Yeah.
I'm going to give these people, I'll sprinkle a little bit over here for the Seattle people. I'll sprinkle a little bit over here for the anti-immigration people. I'll sprinkle a little bit over here for people who care about business. And so he was able to promise order and prosperity to the middle class, and farmers would be offered assistance to the poor and all these different groups. So on the 4th of November, we launched Second Republic's Constitution that proclaimed freedom, equality, and fraternity was based on the principles of family, work, property, and public order. Yeah. So he basically stood there and said, I'm going to be for law and order, and I'm going to have an affordability agenda. That's literally what he ran on. Yes, 100%. 100%.
Got it.
So, the elections are held.
He's going to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
He'll win.
Yeah.
He wins 5.4 million votes from across all classes of the population.
Feisty, what good is opening the window? Please stop that. You have a scratching post. Scratch it.
But he doesn't win any middle class. The candidate for the middle class, they win a huge chunk of the middle class, but nobody else.
It's just name recognition.
It's 100% name recognition, and he's able to reach independence.
Yeah.
And that's it. And there wasn't a political party.
There was a bunch of French libertarians.
Yeah. The results announced on the 12th of December took everyone by surprise. No one was expecting it. Quote, this is no mere election. This is no mere election. It is a veritable national acclamation. That was said by a publisher in the press.
Yeah.
It was huge. And now he's president of France. And you know what he decides to do as president of France?
Let me take a minute. Just like when he won the American presidency, you're just like, how did he do it? Right, okay. He's not going to be happy to just be president because his uncle wasn't just president.
Yeah.
So I feel like the next move is to somehow just be president forever.
Yes, 100%. You know how you do that?
How?
Another coup. Well, this is deep. We're getting deeper into the holiday season.
Yeah.
And I just want to remind everybody that we are always here to help you fill those times. When you're driving your family, when you're just trying to get through it, or if you're working those long holiday hours, we always
really want to use the left. Why does it? God damn it.
Yes. Let's talk about
what
I would probably say is his final coup.
The electric boogaloo.
Yeah, this is his final coup. There are then a lot of more things that came out of this, but I'll tell you the reason he's president.
He's already won.
But the thing is like, again, the country just overthrew it.
Yeah.
They just overthrew a hereditary monarchy. They are like, we're an established republic again. We want to make sure there are no kings.
Yeah.
No kings. I've got to protest for that. So in their constitution, the original constitution of 1848, they wrote in there that the president can only serve for 1 4-year term.
Got it.
Just one. Can't run for re-election.
Okay.
So Louis Napoleon, after getting elected, he's like, listen, I'm super popular. I think people would really want me to be here a little bit longer than just 4 years. I can do a lot of really cool stuff. Put forward a law to actually change the constitution. To not put him in charge forever, but to give him a 10-year term.
10 years.
Yeah, he's like, let's just change it from 4 years to
Feisty.
10 years. I'm still 1 term, but it's 10 years.
It's enough. It was enough long ago. Enough long before I could stop you. Quit trying to tear things up.
What Xi Jinping has done in China and a few other different people have done throughout history. This is whenever they start pulling term limits, that's when the guy's like, I'm not leaving. Trump's 128. Anyway, he puts this thing up for a vote in the National Assembly, and it narrowly loses.
Okay, just barely loses.
It barely loses. So he gets to do it again.
Yeah.
He immediately tries to figure out, he's like, I tried to legally change the Constitution. I tried to throw out that line that says I can't run for president again. And they pushed it back. So he gets together a small group of military. And now there's one guy I want to really highlight in this. Because again, he surrounds himself with psycho. Think like Michael Flynn, or think like Pastor Bell, or it's these Looney Tunes who've been laughed at in most of history to this point. And then Louis Napoleon stumbled into office, and they're like, I guess he can have wherever he wants.
Yeah.
And the guy he has here is General Saint Arnaud.
Okay.
Now this is literally a mercenary. He was a mercenary in the Greek insurrection for independence. Now this is when Greeks broke away from the Ottoman Empire. The Turkish Ottoman Empire.
Is all the stuff.
Fought against them. After doing that and working as a soldier of fortune there, he then became a Greek grocer.
Okay.
Because he went from like army guy to selling vegetables.
Yeah.
Then he decided to become a vaudeville type comic singer.
Perfect.
So he went to basically.
So he stopped.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber of days. He becomes a YouTuber basically.
Stop.
And in between spending times of his performances, so he would get up and do like his comic songs, and then he would walk off stage and he would lose at every type of game possible.
Okay.
So like poker and different things. And so he lost so much money while working as basically like a comedic lounge singer at casinos.
Oh, he was, what's his name? That's the
Norm Macdonald?
No, the Uptown Funk guy?
Oh, Bruno Mars. Yeah, Bruno Mars. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. He is Bruno Mars. Like he is so bad at gambling, he goes back into the army to join the occupation forces of Algeria, which is a French territory at this point. The French had conquered Algeria, which is in North Africa. They were doing horrifying things there this entire time. So he goes there and then he learns how to suppress populations with the Algerian army, with the French army of Algeria. So he's there. They come up with this plan.
Damn it.
Try to figure out ways to figure out how he can extend
That was frustrating.
Because basically his term will end in 1883. Sure. And this is
That is one of my only pet peeves about this game is the number of times you get fucking. What was it? Pirates of the Caribbean started the skit. You get all loaded up. You're ready for the fight. You're doing the final standoff. Then out of nowhere, just somebody hits you from behind.
Yeah.
God, I hate that shit.
He's also known as at this point the Prince President.
Okay.
President Prince. Because again, they never acknowledge his royal claims, his imperial claims that they exist, but it's like joke.
Sure.
So, what they do for the coup, this time he has a lot of troops.
He's got a bunch.
He's got a bunch. He's president.
Yeah.
And he gets a bunch of groups of troops, especially ones from Algeria, that are loyal to him, to occupy the National Printing Office, and along with other facilities and important buildings across Paris. So,
alright, we're gonna try this again, and this time we just get the shit we need and get now.
Yeah, very nice. And this is back when nighttime folks went to bed.
Yeah.
hangs up posters all over Paris and declared that the National Assembly has been dissolved and that Paris is under siege.
Okay.
They're just like, hey,
yeah,
it's all.
And like then we have TikToks where we can see that in Portland and Chicago that is not happening.
Yeah.
They just put the military in there.
But he shut down TikTok because he went and held all the national printing offices.
Yeah, exactly.
So nobody's allowed to print newspapers to say anything otherwise. The troops then march around and start putting members of the National Assembly under house arrest. The ones that he knows will usually fight back.
Yeah.
They arrest 12 of them. So then a couple hundred deputies, they step forward and are like, hey, you shouldn't be arresting those guys. He's like, fuck that, arrest those people. Yeah. So he arrests a bunch of them. By the time all of this is done, he will have arrested 26,000 people, sending thousands of them into exile into the colonies or just chasing them out of the country. Some of those exiles returned in the courts, but in general, he just basically identifies the opposition and gets rid of them. Part of the opposition is Victor Hugo, the writer of Les Mis and others. He was initially a huge supporter of Louis Napoleon. But much like Liz Cheney, he saw around this moment when this insurrection coup happened, he goes, well, this guy, I didn't want this. I didn't think the coup guy was doing it.
Yeah.
I figured if we gave him power, he would be happy. And then he stands up and goes, this is too far. He tries to stage an opposition, and he was quickly repulsed.
Yeah.
Barricades go up all over Paris, similar to Les Mis style, because that's what the French would typically do. But they were quickly routed because, again, nobody had any clue that he was doing this.
Yeah.
Nobody thought the coup guy would do it again.
That's incredible.
Because it's also called an auto coup.
Yeah.
So this is your coupping yourself. Wow.
An auto coup, so it's like an auto subscription. It's
like
just automatically never do.
No, it's like a autoerotic asphyxiation. You're doing it to yourself. Like that's the thing. It's like what's different with this coup versus a lot of other ones. Other coups are truly usurping. You're kicking someone else out of power.
No, you're just kicking out all your opposition.
You're kicking all your opposition out, and then you're just declaring that I am the only one.
Okay.
By December 10th, this happened very rapidly. By December 10th, Louis Napoleon was in complete control of France. Victor Hugo fled for Belgium, where he would live for the next 20 years.
Sure.
Louis Napoleon immediately put strict press censorship into place.
Mm-hmm.
The freedom of speech guy immediately locked down freedom of speech. You could have seen that coming. And then he held a massive vote. He had a referendum.
Yeah.
He asked the people, do you like the coup? Yay? Nay? You got to vote. That made a big deal. You had to vote. Mayors in towns that were allied with Louis Napoleon stated that if anyone who didn't vote, they would put their names out. We want to make sure everyone's involved. We're a democracy. Was their big point. 7.4 million people voted yes, and they approved the coup. 641K voted no.
I couldn't dodge.
Those are all on the list now.
They're all on a list. Louis Napoleon declared that this was a clear mandate. That everyone clearly
Fucking
loves.
hammer, dude.
Love a coup, folks. Incredibly fun. I love a coup. Coup, it's great. And his critics noted that there was a lot of irregularities with this vote.
With the voting machine?
Here, have a hammer. Yeah, dick.
And a lot of people said, this looks a little rigged. These numbers look a little off. But Louis Napoleon just kept moving forward.
Yeah, of course.
And so he spent the next year writing a new constitution.
Oh, good.
Immediately. He said that he was going to bring in experts.
Sure.
He didn't. He just had his inner circle.
Yeah.
Prince President's inner circle wrote a new constitution.
Miller there.
Yeah, it was. It was the equivalent of having Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon and Matt Gaetz sit down and come up with a new document. This new document's great. It protects everybody's liberties. It said Jeffrey Epstein, never heard of them.
It's called the Big Beautiful Bill.
It's called, that shit's called like the
God damn it.
Because again, they don't have good, that's the nickname of it. It's
Don't blame my cold fingers on this one.
New document.
I ain't really got an excuse, but I'm getting frustrated with dying for no reason other than I guess I'm in an overpowered area. But hell, they're all overpowered, so fuck them. We're gonna take this place before I get off, or the game's gonna crash.
Under Article 2, the president can now serve an unlimited number of tenure terms.
Oh, unlimited number of tenure terms.
Yeah. So immediately he's like, I'm not. That's crazy. He just said, no, I can rerun every 10 years. So we're just going to give it 10 years. We'll try this again in 1862. Is what he tells everybody. But also inside this constitution, he was immediately given absolute authority to declare a war war, sign treaties, form alliances, and initiate his own laws.
Perfect.
You know.
Congress or state
Before I do all,
so he does that early.
before I do all this shit, this is an actual.
November 1852.
This isn't even the race car.
Similar to the American system. They have a Senate and a National
Or is
Assembly, and then a president with like the way this was structured. The French Senate could initiate a referendum, and they did.
That's the raid area they want us to raid, I guess. Alright, let's go to this one, follow the road to the left, and hopefully find a place we can raid, because this St. Debbie is kicking our ass.
And they held a vote.
Yeah.
7.8 million people voted yes.
Okay.
253,000 voted no. 2 million didn't vote at all.
It's always 2 million didn't vote at all.
Yeah, and
how many did Jill Stein get?
Louis Napoleon became Napoleon III, Emperor of the French. And the Second French Republic was dead. Long live the Second French Empire.
Wow.
And that is more or less his final move.
Okay,
and
okay,
his best one. Once you're emperor, you don't need to do it again.
Now you just have to protect yourself from other coups.
That's 100% the thing you have to do. And you know how you do that?
How?
You build out the Constitution and you start naming your guys outside the empire.
Yeah.
Make sure they stay busy. You see, what he did immediately when he became emperor is he changed the Constitution again.
Okay.
But the things you need to understand is his coup was so strong that the only thing they had to do to change the Constitution is they changed the word president to emperor.
Sure.
And then they made it hereditary.
Right.
So they got rid of the election part. They just were like, the president, cross that out, emperor, and cross out elections, and just write the kids.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all he did.
Yeah.
Everything else was the same. He still had the same powers. Basically that. He then spent the rest of his reign starting to build up things. And we'll come back up and tell you some of the highlights of his reign.
Okay.
And then how it all.
Yeah, the blue.
He's the boss.
He's the emperor.
He's got to start attacking enemies abroad and within.
Yes.
To protect from the coups.
So one thing he does to protect the coups, remember how I can bring up Paris?
Yes.
He rebuilds Paris.
Oh, okay.
So Paris had very narrow streets.
Yeah.
Now they have very wide streets.
Oh, you build the blockages. And if you roads are wider, it's harder to build.
It's harder to build the barricades.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, whenever we see today, like when you think of like those big, beautiful white buildings that are running around Paris, those are all Napoleon III.
Yeah.
Those are all built during his time. The wide avenues was for his, because he was looking around and he's like, oh, I'm not getting taken out like
Wow.
He was like, I've seen this enough times. So they widened the road, they changed everything. He started building monuments to himself and his family. He rebuilt the capital in his own image. Who would do that? Who wants an arch? Anyway,
this ways off. Let's check on chat while we have some time.
He's the emperor of peace.
Yeah, I'm the peace candidate. This empire.
Alrighty.
He started doubling the size of France's foreign imperial holdings. So the Empire of France grew. He colonized more of Africa. He went deeper into Algeria. Southeast Asia he spread into.
Oh, wow.
Really the French Indochina, which is Vietnam and Cambodia, which will come up in the 60s or 70s, in the next century. He also invaded Mexico.
What?
Yeah, he invaded Mexico.
That feels really far out.
It would if you weren't insane. If you're insane, it makes total sense.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a complicated thing, but he allied with Austrian to install that person as new emperor of Mexico, and he wanted control to have an imperial puppet state there. So he sent his armies over there during the 1862. So America's in the middle of the Civil War.
I don't know why I thought yours jumped out the way I did, but I did.
Yo, what the fuck? And one of America's big things, when this comes out, who knows if we invade Venezuela at this point, but America always just viewed everything south of us as our backyard and our only playground.
Yeah.
And if anybody else tries to step into South America or Mexico or the Caribbean, we typically flip out as a country. And not us personally, just love to just send our troops down there. And so a lot of things happen down there, but the biggest thing that happens is this is where Cinco de Mayo comes from.
Range of it, so to
So
speak.
yeah, Cinco de Mayo is a celebration of Napoleon III's army, the French army, being defeated at the Battle of Puebla.
Ooh, we're in Essex.
Yeah.
Essex is
And
a
now the white women
famous
are like,
place.
let me get margaritas.
Margaritas and tequila. Yeah, that's where that comes from. So it's another form of independence from a foreign thing. Because a lot of people don't really ever study Cinco de Mayo, and so they're always confused why because they think of them overthrowing the Spanish if Cinco de Mayo is similar to July 4th.
Yeah.
Right, because we overthrew the British.
Before we do this,
but like again, Mexico,
I
France,
should have already checked this before I did this.
Everybody was going down.
Alright, so let's move on because I don't want to get lost in Mexico again.
No, exactly. That's what happened. Like it was armed.
Nope, this is where we're
The
going.
Austrian guy, he installed it. That guy was actually executed by the Mexicans. And also there's a lot in there, and there's that whole book.
Yeah, on our story report I did on the Hacienda.
Yeah, the book was just called Hacienda, right? Yeah, it was a haunted Hacienda book. Ultimately, Napoleon III's actions, the thing that will tie all this off, is the Franco-Prussian.
Sure, that sounds familiar.
It is a fight between France and Prussia. Now, Prussia is a German state. Remember I told you earlier that Italy wasn't unified and the Germans weren't unified?
Yes.
Prussia was the biggest military power. And this guy there named
Okay, we've fallen back, so I quit getting hit every time I move. He said as he walked back into a spear.
You might have heard of a history class. Otto von Bismarck was the prime minister of Prussia. And he tricked Napoleon III into starting a war. Because he needed the French to start the war so the Prussians could invade.
Got it.
And Otto von Bismarck, used a thing called Bismarckian theory.
Yeah.
And what that is you get all of all the people you want to get allied together, you give them a common enemy.
Yeah.
Give them a common enemy. And that common enemy will put all these disparate parts usually are fighting together, and then you can unify them. And so he created this German unified federation. They went to war with the French, so there's a grand German army against the grand French army. The Germans, under Prussian leadership, whooped the shit out of the French. They actually beat them so badly that Napoleon III himself took to the battlefield. This man is 68 years old.
Yeah.
He took to the battlefield to try to lead his troops personally at the Battle of Sedan.
Okay.
The French emperor was so out of his depth and so depressed about it at this point that a doctor that was in his entourage wrote this quote: "If this man has not come here to himself, I don't know what he has come to do. I have not seen him give an order all morning."
Whoa.
He was just kind of
that was dumb on my part.
Depressed and confused. Napoleon personally ordered the troops to surrender and was then taken as a prisoner of war by the Prussians. When his wife, when his wife back in Paris heard the news that the emperor and his army had been taken prisoner, she reacted by shouting at the emperor's personal aide, "No, an emperor does not capitulate. He is dead. They are trying to hide it from me. Why didn't he kill himself? Doesn't he know he has dishonored himself?" Everyone literally is like, "No, yourself." Like everybody. It's crazy. It's crazy how many people tell him to do it.
Yeah, especially because in the earlier part of the story, they were like, "Don't do it, man. Don't do it."
He kept trying to do it.
You got a lot to live for, man.
A new government was established back in France by a popular uprising.
Sure.
This government was initially called the Government of National Defense. It's later known as the Third Republic.
Okay.
This is the Third French Republic. This is the one that will exist for a while.
Yeah. Then after the Third Republic comes the Banana Republic.
There's a different place. We covered the Banana Republic.
Right.
We covered it in our Renee's episode.
Yeah.
About those down in South America and in Central America. But the Third Republic is declared, and Paris is immediately placed under siege. Napoleon III spent the rest of the war as a prisoner of war in captivity.
Okay.
He spent the entire time begging the Germans to let him coup the Third Republic.
They're like, "Bro, give it up."
He was like, "Listen, let me go back. I'll be the emperor. It'll be
A nice break building, it doesn't burn.
Throw this new thing, and I'll do whatever you want, please. Like, and then,
I'll do whatever you want. I'll be your puppet prince.
And the Germans are like, no.
Look, it even comes complete with little toy soldiers.
Yeah.
We're not sending you back. The new National Assembly officially removed Napoleon III as the head of state, and then Napoleon then is exiled.
This one's a little broken.
To Great Britain.
It looks like you found your own.
Got it.
The Prussians win the war.
Yeah.
And the thing that's most important about this, the Prussians win the war, they declare that Germany is now unified.
I need help items. Kick his ass.
And the man who will be in charge of that will be the Kaiser, and that declaration is declared and
the end is
signed
nigh.
in the Hall
Give me a
of
second.
Mirrors at the Palace
Okay.
of Versailles.
The end is nigh. I, Elfman, chosen by God to free this land from the heathens. I write to warn you of the judgment that is at hand. This letter is a commandment from God himself to join my cause. The true, just cause of the Lord. There are many false prophets abroad today, but they are pretenders and nothing more. The godly are with me, and the ungodly are not. You do not wish to be the latter. He wrote that hastily. I'm guessing he wrote it right before he ran off.
And this is the building blocks that begin World War I.
Yes, that's why these names are.
Yes, all of these names are setting up like Bismarck is there.
Bismarcky.
No, not Bismarcky.
I can't think of that. I love Bismarcky though.
I know.
His mom lived right near us when we were in South Philly.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always that's
Hell yeah, I think we got enough raw materials to do something now.
South Philly, like, oh yeah.
Who fell?
Yeah.
I feel like
And Meek Mill's cousins were like.
There's so many.
But like specifically ones that I knew, and I was like, hey, how are you?
Yeah. But anyway, that is the story of Napoleon III.
Someone want to jump in with this?
Wow, I don't see any correlations between anything that's going on right now at all. No personality traits. Nothing. I am just horse blinders on.
No.
Because I was in prison and I got to buy a horse.
Way to go.
But horse money is expensive money. I'm not letting this go.
I know. But no, that was it. It's a wild story. Also, Napoleon III is one of the people.
My arrows are also with me. Now let's revive our comrade.
First, like Waterloo, or that movie they made about him. There's a tale of Apple TV. They had the guy Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, Joaquin.
Yeah. So there's like a lot of different stuff. Like people like dressing up as Napoleon I.
Yeah.
And soldiers, and there's a romanticism around that. The War of 1812 and Grand Army and all this different stuff. Napoleon III is from that weird period of history that everybody ignores and that we keep fucking remembering.
I think I will say that's might specifically be an America problem, because I feel like if we grew up and lived in Europe, in France, Germany, Britain, we would have had and with Spain, like, and Portugal, it's just all so back and forth. So like they know their history better than we do, because our American history is self-centered narcissism, where we're like, we're the coolest, we everything. Like we learned about World War I, but we didn't learn about this stuff because they were like, guys, we have to talk about.
I learned about this stuff.
You did?
I learned about all this. How did I do to look it up? Like I learned about this stuff in public school. Like you went to Catholic school. I cannot stress to you. They kept teaching about fucking angels instead of this stuff. Well, go ahead and check us out at ProMania500.net. Thank you to everybody who supports us everywhere. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to you for liking, commenting, subscribing, and all those different things.
Don't down me yet, Viking.
So, as someone who makes videos about consumerism and saving money, I think there's a common misconception out there that I hate buying things or that I hate spending money. But neither of those things are true. What I actually hate is wasting money. And that's an important distinction, because I actually think that one of the most satisfying feelings ever
Get the fuck out of the doorway now. Draw them outside where we can fight them.
And it makes your life better. That's money well spent. And in that way, I actually love spending money. So in this video, I'm going to be sharing the 10 best things I've bought this year. The 10 things that I think gave me the best bang for my buck, and that I got the most value from, and that I'm so happy I bought. Some of these things are really small and inexpensive, but just extremely practical, and others are bigger and more expensive and a little elaborate. but all the items I'm going to show you are things that I bought outright with my own money, unless I specify otherwise. With that said, let's get started. Okay, so when I said we were going to start off small, I wasn't exaggerating. This is the IKEA Fracta bag, and it's like $1 or $2. And I know what you're thinking. What's so great about a big blue plastic bag from IKEA? Well, I can't speak for wherever you live, but over here, single-use plastic shopping bags are on demand. They're gone. They basically don't exist anymore. Instead, most of us have ended up buying these weird canvasy reusable bags that they sell at grocery stores, only to then forget them in the car basically every time and just end up buying more of them. And then before you know it, you have like 30 of these.
I'd say a noble death, but with all that armor, I'm basically beating open a turtle.
You know that they get tattered and gross really quickly.
That's the other side to armor in the Middle Ages, y'all. If you're gonna win, the armor might make the difference. If you were always gonna lose, the armor's gonna make it so much worse.
And I can fit all of my groceries in here all at once, which even if it ends up being really heavy, I personally find it way less of a hassle to just carry in one really heavy bag in the car and have to go back and forth making a bunch of trips for multiple small bags. And because it's my only bag, I never forget to bring it into the store. This bag is the most value you'll ever get for $1. Prove me wrong. Okay, moving on. Item number 2 is something that I have technically been using for years, but I love it and I would buy it all the time. In fact, I actually just bought some more last week, and that's Dr. Bronner's liquid Castile soap. Castile soap is...
Well, tonight the White House has issued a stern warning to the rest of the fake news mainstream media. Press Secretary Caroline Levitt has said...
My lord, King Mercy, the realm of East Anglia is fraught with peril, but the war will not spill across the border into Mercy. Not yet. The Danish factions claw at each other's throats, while the East Anglicans are caught between the anvil and the hammer. Athiston was a good king, but now he too is dead. My sword wishes to help our kin, but your orders are to wait. So wait I shall. Sovereign, Godwin the patient. Oh, that was the turtle guy we just beat open, isn't it? Well, I guess he got the war that he wanted. Little more than he needed, I reckon.
No, I'd love to answer that question.
Let's bust open some gates, shall we? Ooh, gold chest.
Now, Thursday doesn't really suggest that at all. It just says it. Emails to Ghislaine Maxwell.
We'll be able to grow the settlement so big and strong. We might be able to add not one but 2 shops after this. That'd be awesome.
You could argue maybe only use those hours to make a live conversation with the victim. But seeing as Trump had also just months ago failed an appeal
that's all of it.
For the deliberate cover-up of his sexual abuse of
Same letter.
When a jury found the U.S. president-elect liable
We
for
just gotta
sexually
go check that body over there.
the former magazine columnist.
That's a good thing about doing it the way we do it, where we kill all of them. Because any Saxons hiding amongst them will usually clean out in the process.
I looked it up, and I guess he was just mad that Epstein was poaching employees from his golf course.
We have to tackle the issue of the BBC.
I made a beautiful statement, but they made it into a not beautiful statement. Who would do this? I've never heard of this one before. This is beyond fake. This is corrupt, what they did. That's been a big story over in your country.
A very big story.
Big story over here. It's the biggest story over here because it's fake news. But I've never had anything so fake as the BBC.
You're obviously a really good dad.
This is a brilliant video about the
Is that a viewpoint? If not, we're going to try to burn it down.
You can find people talking about how
It does not appear to be a viewpoint.
This is a video about the interview Trump decided to have immediately after those documents were released.
I often think watching you that actually being a good president is a bit like being a good father. I spent a little while in America now and been really struck by the sense of positivity here, the can-do attitude is really in contrast to the UK. I think it takes real backbone as a country's leader to stand up in a room like he did in New York with the UN. For me, it was one of the greatest moments. I could watch that speech. I loved it.
Was having dinners there. We had
Beautiful.
Nice.
Alright, let's move on.
I'm a big fan of the National Guard here. Right. They're so friendly. You see them putting shopping in the car of old women. And we've got such a crime problem in London. And I wonder whether Sadiq Khan should do something similar. He's proven that leaders don't just have to sit around writing strongly worded letters. You can actually get stuff done in a short space of time. How have you done it? done it? Is it about your team, your vision, your drive?
This is Beverly Turner.
Because there is so much conversation at the moment.
One is selling clothes, one is
About
selling
equal
Formula
pay and equal rights for women, and we cannot have it both ways. But post-Weinstein, post-Trump's comments, there is a tide change.
In 2005, she published the book The Pits, The Real World of Formula One, a reflection on her time as a female sports reporter. In fact, her book is a scathing criticism of the culture around it. She describes as sexist and discriminatory based on her own experiences of marginalized in her profession. As a prominent advocate for women and women's reproductive rights.
That's just not true. There are not the same number of men being sexually harassed by women as there are women being sexually harassed by men. To say that women should go through pregnancies and not go through abortion because this is what God says is the right thing to do is utterly terrifying. If you aren't terrified, it's like well should be.
Turner called out the NHS as an inherently chauvinistic organization that discriminated against women's needs. Years later, she would similarly speak out against discriminatory, sexist, and racist practices. Speaking the radio station LBC in 2019, she complained that the company disproportionately hired white men and failed to create an environment that would nurture female employees. Her only lament
I was going to try to hold it,
this
y'all, but I got to take one more quick break away. Sorry, y'all. Be right back.
Trapped in this world of horrible, rich, small men. There was no escape. Naively, perhaps. I always think if I was in a predominantly male environment where there are other women, I can count on them as my allies. And I'm always shocked and disappointed when that doesn't happen. Anyway, this is her now.
16-year-old girl is complaining of being groomed by this man. 2 women have said they were raped, and there are more and more cases coming out. And you say you're a hero. Don't you think before you say someone's a hero, you haven't even seen the dispatch program when you put out he is a hero. You haven't even seen the dispatches program. All you've done is attack women. Shame on you.
But bear in mind, I've watched a lot of GP News over the last year, and this sort of Malfoy-looking gentleman is certainly not a woke king. Yeah, he has himself gotten in trouble for his own journalism regarding victims of sexual harassment.
But do you not really remember if a very senior politician, cabinet rank, had touched her knee in a way which she thought suggested, I want to have sex with you?
But yeah, no, he's definitely a notch up in my opinion.
All these people, all these newspapers that gave one side of the pandemic, he was
alone. It's now about COVID again. Beverly Turner's utterly copyable. She can't get to an hour without going on about COVID. This is not about COVID. It's about serious allegations about a public figure who's been accused by 4 women of trying to rape, one of grooming a 6-year-old, and you're banging on about COVID.
He talks about the
You're obsessed. You're obsessed.
He would not forget the popularity.
As a woman knowing that how difficult it is.
All of the mainstream media hasn't been singing from the
This is not pre-2020 Beverly Turner, the person I've just described that inhabited this body for almost 50 years. Beverly Turner despised Donald Trump and supported who she saw as an extension of the rich, white, chauvinistic dominance that had plagued much of her own career. Tribal, unevolved, uneducated, angry, small-minded, damaged white men. But they love Trump and Boris, though. It's truly sickening, but they look emboldened by Trump. He's allowed them to believe this is okay. He said he'd send in the army to get the job done. This was like a threat to the police to get tougher, so they did. There is so much blood on his hands. Imagine what inauguration is going to look like if Joe Biden wins. There's no way Trump will turn up and play nice. Don't expect Trump to go without protracted legal battle. I can't celebrate yet. I just sense impending disruption more than a little chaos. I really hope I'm wrong. I can't breathe out this yet. He's a psycho. Oh my God, Trump just
Sorry about that, yo. A lot of coffee.
Is there nobody around him with any power to stop his insanity? This isn't Beverly Turner. This is Ben. You know what's something I've been wanting more of lately? Privacy. Unfortunately, that's a very hard thing to get on the internet. There are very few services you can trust to help. One of them is today's sponsor.
We should be able to know so we get their results. They've been here a minute.
And you would have the right to request removal of that data if you have the time to locate and take down any that pop up. Locally can help. And with the specialized custom removal feature available with the unlimited plan and family unlimited plan, you can also point to any site where your personal information is visible and have one of their privacy agents take care of the rest for you. Now, since I worked with Incognito before, I'm now just fully integrated with their service, getting random email updates letting me know about like 12 new sites or personal information you just got to look from. It's actually quite complicated. This information that can often be used for scams, stalking, harassment, criminals using it to open credit accounts, file tax returns, and even commit crimes in your name. If you'd like to get yourself protected today, you can use my link in the description or go to incognito.com/JackSaint with the code JackSaint to get 60% off of Incognito today. Erase yourself from the internet with Incognito. Thank you to Incognito for sponsoring this video.
The escalator stopped. And it didn't stop like, it stopped.
Bev sat down with the president and grilled him on a wide range of topics, from the BBC to immigration. Nothing was off limits. Across this 42-minute-long interview conducted shortly after the release of the Epstein documents I referred to, TV News presenter Bev Turner grills Donald Trump on how dangerous London is.
Yeah, there is in London, and I was in Paris too, where the police don't even want to go anywhere near those areas. Right. We have Sharia law just being stabbed in the ass, or worse. But no, it's crazy.
It's true, it's awful. It is, it feels much safer here.
And how much safer Trump has made America. And how brave he is for denying climate change.
Yeah, they talk about the climate. The whole thing is a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
I think it takes real backbone as a country's leader to stand up in a room like he did in New York with the UN. For me, it was one of the greatest moments. I could watch that speech. I loved it. It was a joy to watch because he dropped so many truth bombs on that room. I know.
And why we need to stop using windmills because they're killing all the birds.
And you're putting up windmills all over and killing all the birds, by the way.
I know how nice his golf courses are.
Just won a record for having the best golf course in the world, I think.
He's rated one of the best golf courses in the world.
And how nice his ballroom is.
Talking about the ballroom, which I think is brilliant.
And what a good daddy.
The children really like you, which is obvious. And
oh no, you does not bring up the child sex trafficking. Now, obviously, it makes sense why TV News presenter wouldn't be pushing back against climate change denial, since TV News is owned by oil and gas companies. That's actually quite a major point. I couldn't really figure out a way to convey that. Oil and gas company.
I think the coal and gas industry have bought out a lot of politicians, and there's a lot of interest, there's a lot of money in these really powerful companies. There's a lot of interest in these powerful companies.
I mean, that's a big claim.
Because oil is so much bigger than any other subject in terms of economic wealth and in terms of lifestyle and living.
And underpinning the success of the country. John, you're outside enjoying the sunshine. It's not too hot, is it?
Heat waves are becoming more extreme. This is yet another one that's coming down the tracks towards us. And, I don't think we should be too light-hearted about the fact that many are going to die next week because of the heat.
So, John, I want us to be happy about the weather. I don't know whether something's happened to meteorologists to make you all a little bit fatalistic, and harder doesn't do. But haven't we always had hot weather, John? I mean, wasn't the summer of 76? That was as hot as this, wasn't it?
No, TV News, like Trump, personally benefit financially from these industries. They make money from repeating lies like the North Sea has 1,000 years of life left for oil production.
You've got 1,000 years of life there. That's one of the most vibrant, and it's also some of the best. It's really, and you're destroying your country with windmills all over the place.
When it's already dropped by like 80% in the past 30 years. Ultimately, once fossil fuel dependent countries no longer have access or money for the gas, when the massive ecological problems caused by man-made climate change become both much harder to avoid and far more severe, Trump and Bev will already have made their Dubai private investment money. And then they can go live on the moon.
Wonderful kids, wonderful grandchild. I had a good day.
Yeah. Well, lovely to sit down and talk with you.
Thank you.
Have a lovely weekend.
Well, you too, and good luck with oil.
And obviously it makes sense as a patriotic Brit to publicly nod along as the leader of a foreign power feeds into the bizarre societal hysteria that London is a scary, dangerous place.
Right, guys, this is it. This is Oxford Street. The infamous Oxford Street. The most infamous street in the UK. I feel like certain energy in the air. Like something's brewing here. That's what. A lot of nonsense. Is that so? What do you want to rephrase a little bit, madam? Why do you think so?
To actually compliment him on how much safer you feel in a city that is actively under the control of his military.
How would you define American patriotism?
anti-Semitism, and what can we learn?
And fully advising him to bully £1 billion out of the UK because 2 years ago a news show showed clips of the things he said. We have an obligation to bring a message to the BBC. I don't think I ever feel as patriotic as when I'm comparing myself to people who identify as patriots.
Even though there are so many topics we could talk about, we have to tackle the issue of the BBC.
The interview's main focus is on the BBC and their dishonest portrayal of Trump as some kind of violence-inciting psycho with blood on his hands, by isolating specific things that Trump had said in his hour-long speech directly before the January 6th Capitol riots, and then criticizing him.
They clipped together, hadn't they, 2 parts of the speech that were nearly an hour apart, to depict the idea that you had given this aggressive speech which led to these riots.
And one making you into a bad guy, and the other one was, my statement was a very calming statement. Dave is obviously shocked and disgusted by this.
Different. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that he then said the second part.
That is damning stuff.
All I could say is that I can't think of anything I agree with Donald Trump.
I wouldn't say it's Donald Trump that I agree with. That is the bias that we're trying to expose. Let me ask you on a personal level. Do you like President Trump?
On a personal level, I think he's very amusing. I don't think he should be anywhere close to Trump. Doesn't like Donald Trump? When I tell you that not only was the case seriously made by Trump, but this constituted libel cost him $1 billion.
But they haven't offered you a penny compensation. There was this figure of $1 billion that you may be pursuing.
I think I have an obligation to do it. But the entire global media establishment effectively rallied around this narrative to the point of leadership of the BBC being pressured to make groveling apologies to Trump and then resign in disgrace anyway, just to really hammer home how obviously wrong it is to suggest Trump incites violence, and then show separate segments from a speech that immediately preceded mass violence from his supporters. I guess they also didn't pick up on the peaceful parts of Trump's speech as lawyers told him to throw in. Incidentally, if anything in this video seems slanderous, this is all actually satire, and I think the opposite of any bad thing I said. When I tell you all of this, you may start to feel like you've lost your fucking mind. Did I mention while this was happening, Trump threatened to execute politicians?
Seditious behavior, punishable by death. Heavy words there.
It's a disgrace. There's never been anything like that. You can take third world countries. Just take a look. Take third world countries. Their elections are more honest than what we've been going through in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Yes, obviously, Trump has incited violence. He's the leader of the political opposition who fabricated an election fraud conspiracy, leading a national movement to overthrow.
Sorry, that wasn't funny. Just
and re-establish himself as president despite definitely losing. For some reason, people understood this 2 years ago when documentaries like this were being made. But I guess something changed. I think the standard expected thing for me to do would be to appreciate both sides of this issue. Old Trump is certainly a rascal in his language sometimes. But also the BBC was very dishonest. And that's
I was about to say something about him settlement.
Since we expect the BBC to be a responsible journalistic outlet, we expect the leader of the free world to be a massive fucking baby.
And it's one thing with Donald Trump, regardless if you like him or not, regardless of what he thinks of you, you have to place the man's characteristics. Apologising, even if it's with gritted teeth, is sometimes you have to do it, and we missed a big bet.
The BBC sort of worse when you think about it. Not only am I not willing to say that
we did pretty
wrong on this situation, I just think the whole thing is an obviously made-up controversy to distract from Trump apparently knowing about his friend's sex trafficking ring and spending the night with a trafficked teenage girl. I think you are a terrible reporter. You're all set, but somebody set you over at ABC in a second. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. I think the license should be taken away from ABC. And we have a great commissioner, chairman, who should look at that. I don't think this interview is really intended for people to keep track of anything either of these two people have said about anything. Throughout this segment, Trump acts completely oblivious to sections of the speech he is obviously fully aware of. And they said, "You're not going to do this." I said, "What is it?" And they show me the one, and then they show me the other. And it's not even close. It's different words. Who would do this? I've never heard of this one before. I couldn't believe it, actually. I've been doing this for a long time. I've never seen anything like that.
Going as far as to suggest they were actually doctored and not even things he said. Trump is not at all surprised people criticize parts of the speech he gave at a rally that then instantly morphed into a massive violent mob resulting in multiple deaths, thousands of injuries, and the ransacking of major government buildings. He just spent years in court arguing about it. No question. None. That President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day. He has already pardoned the people who took part in that mob because he clearly doesn't care about being associated with it. He is on record being pleased about it when it was happening and waited hours to take any action, which took the form of telling
I
rioters
still don't like doing that.
but they needed to go home.
They were there with love in their heart. That was an unbelievable and it was a beautiful day.
The idea that these specific parts of his rhetoric were worth extra scrutiny was so inoffensive that nobody even bothered to complain about this BBC coverage for over a year until, oh, how interesting, the Epstein files are getting released.
This is a little reminder of why GB News exists, of course. We are the home of free speech, the People's Channel. We are certainly not fake news. We take our job very seriously and the truth matters.
The crazy thing is, I don't really like BBC News that much. They are riddled with the brainworms that balanced reporting means constantly pandering to a rapidly right-shifting perspective, and their collaboration with the rest of mainstream UK media and turning Nigel Farage into the main character of British politics alone shows the inherent bias in their version of neutrality.
How many other times have they done it to your Prime Minister? Have they done it to Nigel? The answer is probably yes.
More than half the time, BBC coverage of claims or policies by Reform Party members don't even include significant scrutiny. And sometimes they're just literally repeating the claims with no analysis at all. And for some reason, they never seem to have this issue when attacking left-wing politicians. Over 75% of coverage of then Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn's policies being inaccurate, with BBC journalists literally lying about the questions they were asking him. And yeah, fine, I'll put up the hat picture. It's a good hat. Almost like being neutral instead of being principled. It just makes you a tool for whatever the current mainstream political narrative is.
We really need to make sure all the settlements in the town are built before we build out.
No, I don't think this groveling from the BBC shows how clearly wrong it was to paint Trump as a violence-inciting thug.
That one
Clearly,
I remember still wanting to get built.
somewhere deep down in that sunken place behind Bev's eyes, agrees with me on this point. And that Beverly Turner, the one who used to spend dozens of hours arguing with narrow-minded bigots and misogynists, who identified herself with a movement against the predation of women, would casually rattle off Donald Trump as a prime example of a chauvinistic sex pest, would never do this interview. Because to stand up and pronounce herself as an advocate for these causes, and then to get an exclusive interview with the most powerful man in the world, and never bring up the rape lawsuit he just lost, and never bring up the Epstein documents that were released, and spend the entire time fawning over him while complimenting his private army.
One of the things I've noticed about being here is this sense of patriotism which you revive. They love this country so much they're voluntary to prepare to die for America. That's what any leader of the country would want.
I just want to make America great again.
As your settlement grows, so do its needs. Offer the goods needed for a delivery, you will be amply rewarded.
On record saying how disappointed you were about women not standing up for women.
This debate has become women slugging it out in public with other women. Feminists are lost in their jobs. The bosses of Formula One lost in their jobs.
It's just so utterly unimaginable.
Hunters down legendary animals and deliver their legendary animals can be found throughout the world. The log will update when an animal is discovered or when it's been slain. Returning its trophy to Wallace will grant you many rewards, including a memento of the victorious hunt. Hunt down legendary animals and deliver their pelts to receive a reward and a hunting trophy in the long run. Alrighty.
On principle to serve Vice President James Vance. On this, Bev said, these staff are pathetic. I wonder what they actually thought they were protesting about. I imagine at first they were looking off to just point
No.
Vance bad, without having a clue about their policy.
Give me a second, y'all. Little one decided to be cute again.
These days,
So
being
light her
part
up.
of the mindless squawk, round
balancing out just gives
He's just
meaning
looking
to
for one.
otherwise meaningless lives. Grow up, you absolute tools. I think there's a term for people
And
who
honestly, try
willingly
not to
strip
treat it
themselves
as
of
hard
worth
on
or
even how
value so they can use
definitively
it as a
adore.
useful instrument for someone else. Or even just to choose to live in ignorance of what you know to be right and true because it makes life slightly more convenient. To live a life free of agency to serve the whims of your masters. So I'd say, between the possibly fictitious wait staff who stood up to a major political leader, and the woman so desperate to serve those leaders she made up a new identity for it, it's you, Bev, who is the absolute tool. Defend fearless journalism for only £108 a year. Really, it doesn't matter what Beverly Turner actually believes. I'd argue her whole position is reliant on her being completely flexible in what she believes, depending on what opinion she's been instructed on. But in this way, it's kind of the epitome of political correctness. 10 years ago, the correct thing to do was frame any attack on her as an attack on all women from the perspective of Me Too social progression. And a few weeks ago, the convenient thing to do was assure Trump's team that instead of talking about his now well-established ties to the decade's most infamous pedophile, instead you'd ask him how he stays so positive and how many awards his golf course has. And I think that's why I see both in interviews like this and in people seriously treating the BBC case as a major scandal in Trump's favor. Political correctness and understanding that the most beneficial thing at this current time is to pander to corrupt, rapist, aspiring kings like Trump and his associates. Regardless of what you think you have to say the right things and never step out of line, not because it's what you believe, but because you think it will benefit you. Kind of a global form of hostage negotiation. And I think that's why I'm interested in a conversation like this. Because interviews like this, like hollow, performative, dog shit, puff piece interviews like this, are kind of the potential future of everything. Even now, Trump's media acolytes are working to preemptively redefine pedophilia, not to include the accusations he's imminently facing.
Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like, he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into, like, 8-year-olds, but he liked the very...
I really should have gone for that health crab.
That could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby.
There is no time to be naive to this reality. Trump, and by extension his allies, and the fossil fuel industries which support and are supported by his politics, value nothing.
Who is the opportunity? Because you own Twitter. Yes, I'm saying, who is to say that one person's misinformation is another person's
You got a shiny
to ride this out and why feed it? Because it's only his enemies making hay out of it, and the mainstream media just does not have that same power that it used to have. Megan, you have all that power now to set the agenda.
They will find a way to sell you pedophilia. They will find a way to sell you rape.
The difference between me and other people is I'm honest. This is not my type.
We would know. He had a penchant for the super young girls at this point. Like, he ran the Miss Universe contest.
They will find a way to sell you the overthrow of democracy and the known murder of journalists by the state.
The U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are fearing global office.
Let's go right now. Again.
Fake news, ABC fake news, one of the worst. He's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about.
We'll come back to him later. Right now, I kind of want to raid on our own shores, get some supplies to continue building the village up.
Because the only remaining public voices will be the ones who've already sold any remnant of a soul they once had. And I know that sounds like quite a bleak conclusion, and it is. Maybe at a different time I'd have made a different video for that reason. But I guess in the version of reality where this is what journalism is becoming, it's now the job of YouTubers to break down the lies of political leaders because all the mainstream outlets are afraid of being cancelled by the president. Which is even more bleak because YouTubers
Loadouts allow you to create custom equipment and ability sets, changing quickly depending on your needs.
More and more
Upgrade your armory to unlock more slots and create more loadouts. We currently have 2.
And also, if you're in the UK, the Green Party's doing quite well lately, and I think it'd be really funny if they became the leaders of the country instead. This is my neutral report. Hi, thanks for watching. If you like the video,
Bunch of collectibles, random items. Not quite enough to do anything with at the moment, but a decent amount of fun things, I suppose. So, we also got the order. We defeated this one. Warden of War. We're still hunting this one. We'll read them all once we get them all slain through.
Welcome to Races of the Week. I'm Reese Waters. This is where we expose the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today, we're going back to Ohio. Now, let me holler at you, Ohio, because we've been here several times before. We had the march through Columbus. Hatred on display just hours ago in Columbus. A group of toting masked men marching through Short North, yelling racial slurs with a megaphone. The exit, all caught on camera by our 10 TV viewers. We had the march in Lincoln Heights, waving swastika flags, some armed with rifles. Eric Ruffin took his video of a group of apparent Nazis in Lincoln Heights, where he says they called him the N-word. Officially letting you know there is racism in America. This is absolutely ridiculous that I gotta deal with this. Which they pushed back quite a bit. They ran them a lot of there, actually. Kind of remind me of Tennessee. You had that Tennessee go on. I respect it. What is it you would like from these people coming in from out of state today? Well, what message would you have for these people? This town is not for real.
We are not that community, and we all be a part of a racial hate community.
There was, when the body cam footage was released of police aiding the Nazis in Lincoln Heights, and I still can't get over the service dog. I really can't. There really should be regulations against that.
New video just released by Evadale Police shows the moments an officer interacted with a neo-Nazi group after that demonstration over 75 near Lincoln Heights.
There's been a lot of discussion, obviously, about this incident since it happened 11 days ago on February 7th. So you're about to see the officer on the overpass first, ordering the white supremacist group to get into the U-Haul and leave the bridge when counter-protesters then arrive. So about 5 minutes later, you can see the same officer walk up to the U-Haul outside of a Laughlin local schools building shortly before kids were about to be released from class that day. Here's the exchange now between the Evadale officer and the neo-Nazi group in the U-Haul, and the one man not wearing a mask you're about to see asking if he can go back and pick up his service dog where the protest happened on the overpass on 75. We're trying to figure out a plan to get that. Yeah, I don't know if we got to get him a Uber or something. That's probably the best bet, I'm guessing. I don't think we're going to know about there's a dog. If the dog is in there at school, if the dog is in there at school with me driving it to you guys, I can go and get it. But there's a dog in there, I don't know. Yeah, we need to make a my service animal. That's why I really want to get him. Here, get your mask on my shirt. Just take that black that shirt off, and you can get my car. Oh, thank you. And then, I mean, clearly you have time and energy that should be utilized in other aspects of your life. I can't. You want us to help you with your hate. That is primarily what they had said to us. Now, also, there is the Stephanie Lovin situation. That was the woman who threw down on the receipt. I hope Trump deports you. And then probably over the GoFundMe. Yeah.
Ooh,
She went and did
look
that.
fun.
Now, Ohio, let me say this. I want better for
Oh
you.
yeah,
I want better for you.
that is
We
a
didn't grow up
pretty
together,
shoe.
but I'm married into the Ohio family. So we don't have to find a way to get along. You know what I mean? We got to figure it out. And I want to say, sometimes people make mistakes. I get it. Sometimes people make mistakes, like when I purchased that jersey. You know, I purchased that jersey and I didn't know what kind of salutes they were given. You know what I mean? After the fact, I didn't know that when I purchased the jersey. But sometimes those mistakes can be useful. They can come back around, and you can find a way to use them for your betterment. Because now I have the perfect jersey for content such as this. So Ohio, now what you got going on? Councilman. Now wait a minute. Well, I'm silent right here. Who named this video? Who named this video? Because this is from an actual news organization. And this is what were the other choices for the name of this video? Councilman opens up boxing gym outside Buffalo Wild Wings. Local man plays
Okay, it's sort of like the fishing mechanic in a comic.
Councilman secures sponsorship with mattress company. If that's how we started, I can't imagine where this is going to go. There's new information tonight about how a Menor councilman ended up bleeding on the ground after a fight outside of Buffalo Wild Wings last September. Was it over the sauces? Was it over the sauce? Because sometimes I've seen things get testy inside B-Dub when they don't want, you know what I mean? They don't want to give you, you know, when they sell you on that hot sauce, they don't want to give none of that ranch. You know what I mean? I've seen that.
For months, Newsfund asked for a detailed police narrative about the day Councilman Scott Martin was beat up. Today, Newsfund's Clay Lepard got those answers from police documents and Martin himself.
Ohio. Is this normal for your news anchors to say beat up? Like, it's sad. It's sad. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't watch enough news. When did news anchors start saying beat up? There might be a future for us, Ohio. I'll be honest. There might. Beat up.
Newly released detailed police paperwork paints a picture of what happened outside this Menor Buffalo Wild Wings on September 7th. Witnesses detail how the N-word was thrown around repeatedly after Menor Councilman Scott Martin and his wife Wendy got into a fight with then 26-year-old Tony Q. Jackson Davis over how fast Jackson Davis may have been driving in the parking lot.
What was the origin of the ends? Because that's gonna go a long way. That's gonna go a long way. Let's get that clear.
We were walking from the car. You came flying from the parking lot.
Does she sound like a credible witness? Honestly, does she sound like a credible witness? I don't think she can be trusted to tell you what she's wearing in that moment. And certainly not what she ate or drank.
The police report details how Wendy Martin told police that Councilman Martin called Davis the N-word.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Seems pretty open and shut to me. I mean, really. Your wife done said it. What you want from me? Yeah, and it wasn't even about wings. If it was wings, then, maybe I can understand. I would.
That word can be heard on police body camera video from a woman after first responders arrived.
Ma'am. Was that you? Was that you, ma'am? Because if it was your husband who got the beats, it's really not a whole lot of motivation that anybody else would have to go with that. I'm just saying.
Might do
And then
another
you're over there
quick, and then
and
see where to go from there.
You know what I mean? It kind of sounds like you planting the ends on him. That's, you know what I mean? If I was him, that would be my defense. Those ends were planted, your officer. took a mid-evening nap in the middle of the parking lot, and next thing I know, it's ends on me. But I do remember that my wife had some ends on her before I went to sleep.
Body camera video also shows how Councilman Martin ended up on the ground after being hit.
That's so little bit right
Rapper
there.
Jackson Davis can be heard confessing to throwing a punch.
Ooh, okay. All right. So there's a whole lot to unpack here. We also, in addition to the ends, we have spinning in an unmanned space, which might as well be ends. Like all of the droplets are also in. They will be received as such. Just so you know, because I know it's a lot of content out, a whole lot of Karen content out there with people spitting. Just so you know, that's going to be received as ends, and vice versa. You can do the ends. I want to see that you spit in my face. It's really, they kind of interchangeable. You know what I mean? They're kind of interchangeable for the kind of reaction that unlocks within me. Now, as far as the brother is concerned, man, how many first movies you gotta watch before you know? Like, why? You think you gonna settle the case in the parking lot? Why? Come on, man. Chill. How could you say something like that? It's like you don't even care about me. They don't care about you. Republicans would rather tear down the White House and build a ballroom celebrating Trump than anything positive to help your day-to-day life. And you know that dancing gonna be trash. Did you know that recently our government killed a bill that would require data brokers to get your consent before selling your information? That's right. Trump gets his name on the White House ballroom, and your name, identity, and private information is out there being compiled and sold to the highest bidder. Now, legally, data brokers do have to remove your private information if you tell them, but of course, they make it as hard as possible because they want you to feel hopeless and stuff.
I don't
And
got
this
enough.
is where today's sponsor, Aura, comes in. Aura does the hard work for you, constantly scanning the dark web and submitting opt-outs on your behalf. Give Aura a few weeks and you'll stop seeing your information on these sketchy sites when you search yourself. But Aura makes it so much easier because they don't just opt you out of data brokers. Their app includes other features like dark web monitoring, fraud alerts, a VPN, and more. It's truly a great deal if you want to be more private and protected online. You can go to my link, aura.com/ReeseWaters. Again, that's aura.com/ReeseWaters to try 14 days for free, which is enough time for Aura to start scrubbing your personal information off these broker sites automatically.
Let's go.
Oh, you're calling back? So you did care.
Well,
hello?
Let's hit the map and see what we can knock
Oh,
out.
what's going down? It's just a horrible situation. I wish it all could have been avoided. No, I didn't. Okay. So what we have here is the brother who supplied the blanket and pillow.
There we go. I say it might have just dropped.
The brother who gave you a binky and an alarm clock. Make sure you didn't miss your meeting in the morning. He said that you dropped in. Your wife said that you dropped in. She also dropped in. And when asked, did you drop in? You give me the longest pregnant pause.
Did you say the N-word that night?
No, I didn't. I like, because I knew I had dropped some before I went down there. But I think I was all out. I think I was all out by the time all that happened. I didn't have any ends on me, sir. No, I was all out. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. If you want to call me that, calling us that and everything else. I said, oh, listen, I'm not calling you that, but you're acting like one.
Awesome. Church, we could try them. Might be able to take them down.
He bad as a brother in the parking lot. You just gave it to me.
We'll give it a shot.
Now, here you go. So if your objection is, I didn't call him a dad, they were saying and, but I said, you're acting like one, then I'll call you.
Oh, and we got a group
Now,
of new
why
people.
would he
That
have
was the other thing.
of calling him that had you not called him that already? Like,
Hey.
even your story doesn't make any sense. Like, I had never addressed anybody off rip as, you want to call me in? You actually have. Two times I've done that. But it's not regular. You know what? I'm done. I'm not going to fall into one of these racist black on white, white on black crimes.
That is a beautiful way to say that.
Racist, white on black on white crimes. While you've been credibly accused of dropping M's and your wife admitted that you did, and she can be heard saying it too. You don't want to fall into any of these white on black and black on white crimes. You know, you would actually be well served in the administration. You know what I mean? That's the kind of logic. That's the kind of logic that the only racism is anti-white racism. You should apply. You should apply for a job in administration. Like, I think this is going to go well for you professionally.
Last month, News 5 reported on an unrelated lawsuit filed against Marn and other council members over allegations of retaliation and sexual harassment.
I'm going to tell you the truth about Scott Marn.
Marn's wife responded after the lawsuit in a city council meeting.
The false accusations, lies about my husband and me, harassment to us.
Time's up.
That's me. You talked way over, my friend.
Time's up.
And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Remember, the pendulum swings both ways.
Ooh, there's a whole lot to unpack there. Let's first say that apparently I was mistaken when I thought that somebody should have been brought up on charges of over-serving of her in the parking lot. She sounds like that regular. So I fall back. I fall back. I apologize. So let's keep in mind this is a gentleman who is already fighting allegations and cases of very serious nature. So we're kind of getting a picture of the kind of character that Councilman Scott Marn is, and congratulations, Metro Ohio, for elevating him to that position. But she would have us believe, in her full-throated defense of her husband, that he is not the kind of man who would do such a thing as is being alleged when it comes to the harassment. But she admitted to the ends, though. Yeah, she admitted to the ends, though. So I'm sorry, Scott. That, you know what I mean? That don't look good. You know what I mean? That don't look good. Because you can't even just come out and say that she can't be trusted and she's a liar. Because now you blow up this defense. That was, that's ugly. Yeah, that's ugly. That's as ugly as being a resident of Metro Ohio and seeing Scott Marn as one of my representatives. It's that ugly. That's as ugly as that municipal building right there. Come on, Ohio, do better.
News 5 reached out to Menor City about this incident outside Buffalo Wild Wing. A spokesperson previously told us because Councilman Marn was not acting in any official capacity at the time, the matter will be concluded through the judicial process.
It's just an unfortunate incident that, I just wish it would never happen. That's all I can say. It's bad. Especially bad for my family and friends, and the people of Menor. It's bad for your family, your friends, and the people of Menor. Yes. I would say yes. That is.
I did not intend to drop them, but okay.
Those are the first people that I would mention if you wanted to proclaim that this is not who you are. Like if you want to take steps away from the ends, maybe my family and friends wouldn't be first people that you mentioned. And since it was, in fact, the only people, along with the people of Mentor, I am left with no other conclusion than that is exactly who you are. And while we're speaking of people of Mentor, I'm just curious. Let me go to Mentor, Ohio. Mentor, Ohio is
So many things I need to
we got 88.8% white. 2.7, Asian 3.08, Black or African American 1.75. Wow, those are prep school numbers. Just walking around Metro Ohio. So maybe you were just shocked to see black people. You were like, what is this? Did I go to a Cavs game? Like, what's going on here? Is that, that would be a better defense than what you just said.
Last month, Tony Jackson Davis was sentenced to 4 to 6 years in prison after pleading guilty to assault.
I need so much more.
Well, that was fast, wasn't it?
All right, we got a lot of reading to do.
He's already in jail after being locked up. Now, let me ask you this.
But first,
if he had been spat on,
since everyone has been done well,
mutual combat. You can just spit on people, and they can't, you know what I mean? They can't set up a day bed in the middle of the parking lot. You know what I mean? I don't understand. For me, that should be mutual combat. You spit on somebody. Is that not assault? You spit on somebody. They should be able to go in there, try and get an air mattress and blow it up, and night. You know what I mean? That's how they should go.
Under fire for allegedly using a racial slur.
Come on, little fella.
Also being sued for sexual harassment by another city employee. Caitlin McCarthy was at the heated city council tonight. Many demanded he step down.
I see you, Pink. Okay. He was like, oh, we doing a better story tonight? We doing a better one? I'm gonna kill him. This my submission video right here. They ain't playing with me. Like, get my Easter paint. And get my Easter paint.
Mentor City Councilman Scott Barnes says he is not resigning and plans to run for re-election.
Those can't be mental residents. Not with the numbers I gave. Oh, that's all of them. That's all of them right there. That must be. And how about this? My man is in jail already. My man is already in jail. Okay? For bringing linens with him to the Buffalo Wild Wings. He already in jail. Now, not only is he's facing charges, but has not been prosecuted.
This wasn't a trial, though. This was an ambush.
Re-election. America.
Chancellor Rotunda of Mentor City Hall. Councilman Scott Barnes is in a hot seat, facing mounting pressure to resign. He's accused of calling a black man a racial slur outside a restaurant back in September. This is the police body camera footage from that night. According to police, Barnes' wife told officers Tony Jackson Davis was speeding through the parking lot and, quote, almost ran them over. Jackson Davis says during the altercation is when Marn called in the slur. The police report says Jackson Davis hit Marn to the ground, knocking him unconscious. Jackson Davis pleaded guilty to felonious assault and was sentenced to 4 to 6 years in prison. His mom, Arlene Davis, says she's frustrated. Marn says he won't step down.
Even though my brother had actions, they had actions too, and everybody should take repercussions.
The council did a first reading of a resolution condemning Marn for gross misconduct and requesting he submit his resignation. 19 News reached out to Marn for a statement, but he declined. However, he did defend himself and his actions.
I'm the best I possibly can for my constituents for 25 years. And on that note, when he talks about he's doing the best he can for his constituents, I would like to point to that 88.8%. He knows who his constituents are. He definitely knows that. No, not to decide that it was wrong. It was the wrong place, wrong time. Now, he said he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, typically, wrong place at the wrong time, right, would imply that you are an innocent bystander, right? When somebody gets caught with a stray, we go with wrong place at the wrong time. Not when you're in an actual confrontation with somebody, unless what you mean by wrong place at the wrong time is that you didn't want to interface with brothers at all, And so you were in the wrong place at the wrong time because it was black people there. And then if it's black people there, then that's just what happens. You know what I mean? Is that what you said? That sounds like that's what you say. You know what I mean? I lived my life trying to avoid any of those kinds of interactions. I tried to avoid black people whenever possible. It was the wrong place at the wrong time. It was black people there. And, you know, that's how that goes, you know.
As for the council's next steps, those remain up in the air. Tonight I spoke with the Lake County NAACP president on the phone. He confirms the councilman has agreed to take implicit bias training following these accusations.
Well, that is good that he is taking implicit bias training. I need some candidates, some councilman candidate training eventual.
Hunter's Journal 2. The pup hanging about and begging for scraps is a decent hunting dog. I have slain more wolves in my time than I care to count. But this one seems to have been away from her pack long enough that she has lost her wilder and crueler instinct. If she proves herself useful, I may give her a name.
Who brought the melatonin? The dude who's currently in jail, who brought the 5 milligram melatonin to the Buffalo Wild Wings, he spit as well. What would he have had to do to become sufficiently toxic to the people of Mentor, Ohio? I would love to know.
New at 5 calls for a Mentor councilman to resign over, quote, gross misconduct and a violation of his oath of office. Mentor city leaders will be considering a resolution Tuesday asking council member Scott Marn to resign. It follows a News 5 investigation last week, and Marn's conduct was questioned. Let's get straight to the newsroom. Our Clay LaPard is following the story for us tonight. Hi, Clay.
Damon, the councilman, issuing an apology this afternoon after we reported on a fight he was involved in outside of Buffalo Wild Wings last fall. A 26-year-old black man was arrested for assaulting Marn, but we uncovered police records suggesting Marn may have used a racial slur. Councilman Marn issuing a statement this afternoon reading in part, "It is important to draw our better angels to avoid using any language, specific or inferred, that does not reflect the dignity God has bestowed on all of us as human beings. As I find it in my heart to forgive the violence done to me the night of September 7th, it is my hope there is forgiveness in the hearts of anyone I may have offended."
No, it really doesn't.
For which I am sorry. Marn goes on to say he plans to...
That is not at all how it works. None of you are armed. None of you have any survival or medical skills. You're a team of, no offense, children, you're a team of idiots. No, the three of you together does not make a difference. Now, in a world of cell phones, maybe three of you, oh shit.
How long we gotta have a relationship before I can serve on the jury? Because I already did my duty in D.C., so I'm good there. How long? Put me on the jury.
Let's kill the other white wolf so we don't get them confused. Fuck you! Okay. I don't want an Old Yeller moment here. Okay, Old Yeller it is then. Oh shit. Fuck you! For once I'm not so upset that it's brutal. Leave my wolf alone. Get that right, my though. She's cool. Beat. I don't like that at all.
We took the ends out of context. You know what I mean? We want to take the ends out of context. What is the proper context for ends from you, sir? I would love to know.
I'll be real with you. I like Mouse. It's cute.
Like, hey, because I brought Tylenol PM. I brought Tylenol PM to...
Aww. Now I suddenly feel a little less worried about y'all exploring in the line.
I just want to make sure that he was refreshed. I want to make sure that he got his proper respiration. That's why I brought Tylenol PM. He was taken out of context, Your Honor.
The police report and body camera footage details how Wendy told police that Councilman Marn called Davis the N-word.
I can relate to that small child so much. Child, learn better or you will have a life of hardship.
Showing up alongside Marn on Monday is his wife, and in the audience, awaiting a decision on Marn's counselship, Davis's mom and girlfriend.
I want to see that man step down. I want him gone. I want to feel how my son feels.
We just want them to face the same. After several speak out against Marn, he decided not to resign. The resolution will go through another 2 readings. First, the president. Meanwhile, the Lake County NAACP.
The dog just fell off the bridge, and all 3 of these are gonna die in the wild, y'all. I'm not saying don't love wild animals. I do. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die trying to pet something that I shouldn't. That doesn't mean I want that for everyone else. We should admire animals from a distance, a safe distance, a respect distance.
Ohio. Bro, you know what I mean? Like, I'll be trying. Y'all gotta get this.
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, Mentor, Ohio. Congratulations, and Scott Moore, as well as your wife can join you. You'd be a joint Race of the Week nomination. Congratulations, you are Race of the Week, Mentor, Ohio. You can get one as well. Now, it wasn't all bad news when it comes to the criminal justice system. Now we have to go across state lines in order to get some good news, Ohio. But Kentucky tried to pick y'all up.
And Sophia Rosing, the former University of Kentucky student convicted in connection to the racial attack of a black student in 2022, will serve the remainder of her prison sentence. Last month, Rosing's defense requested that her 1-year sentence be suspended and that she be released on parole.
The entities of the world. I talked about this briefly yesterday. Before I get into the news, I'm going to briefly bring this back up. Andrew says, let me make this loud and clear. If you're a straight man with a girlfriend in 2024, you're gay. Lots of people, for good reason, baffled by this, but I watched these funds explain why they all say this now, and it's because they think modern dating practices are feminine, and think that women should submit to marriage almost immediately as a proxy argument for track wifery. I don't think that is like. I don't think that that's the case. I mean that's part of it, but I also think that the initial assessment of these guys are preying on the vulnerable youth, the vulnerable and insecure young men, in an effort to string them along and basically force them into alienation from every other person in their lives until the only reliable source of news and community comes from the men's rights spaces that they operate in. That is what their goal is. It is ironically enough, it is not dissimilar to the pulse that we were talking about beforehand. It's the same as identify predatory people, identify vulnerable members of the community, and they work tirelessly to separate them from their friends and family, and they constantly feed them a bunch of nonsense and tell them like the only way that you can actually win favors or the only way that you can achieve your goals is if you actually succeed within this community, and slowly but surely they isolate them further and further from normal people, and then the less normal these guys become, their sense of normalcy comes from operating within these communities, and the community has its own internalized metrics of success, and
why not? One last Ethan Klein video. It's been a long time. Aww.
Barely ever talks about Ethan, if at all. But Ethan can't shut the fuck up about Hassan. Taylor Lorenz, another completely one-sided beef that he loves to drone on about endlessly. But yeah, apparently, Ethan spent Thanksgiving molding. Yeah, it was a real clown show over at the Klein household. I would never feel bad for Ethan.
Oh wow, even Pope Leo says that they suck. I haven't seen the official story yet, but that's the footnote.
You should be spending time with them. You should be cooking with your family. You should be making memories. And instead, you're melting down about your ex-best friend that you used to co-host the show with, who has long moved on. And it really just gives guys who can't get over it behavior, who sprinkled in a little bit of racism. So Ethan is always kind of in a perpetual state of jealousy when it comes to Hassan. And Hassan recently went and did an awesome stream through China. That was a bunch of bolts and
doubt it. Maybe that's what we got.
Streamers have been doing recently, which is normalizing just going to China and being cool as an American with Chinese people, right? We have so much xenophobia baked into our country, our media system, a lot of fear of the Chinese
government, and there's been a big concerted effort for people to go over there and just be like, yeah, there's also just a ton of normal Chinese people, just like we're normal American people over here, and they have a bunch of cool shit like faster trains, taller skyscrapers, way more fucking people than we do, and just doing that kind of cool normal stuff. But leave it to Ethan to find some sort of reason to bitch about it. Yeah. He's been making a lot out of this China thing. I haven't seen this specific one. I watched part of this video yesterday, trying to attack Hassan for like defending the Chinese government or something, but I haven't seen this one. Sweet, yeah. He accuses Hassan's friends of being embedded with the Chinese Communist Party.
No, and also I want to show that Hassan doing the I have to show him six sheets the whole like Maoist.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's real.
It's so the Tiger Simao
he's doing a China tour and he's singing like this old propaganda pro Maoist song, and he's with a bunch of CP people. The Chinese government definitely honeypotted the fuck out of him. He's surrounded by like CCP agents who are all like young, beautiful women at all times. It's crazy business.
Like it's so funny. You don't think a beautiful, very famous man like Hassan Tiger might just be hanging out with other people who are streamers who happen to be very attractive. They have to be embedded honeypots from the Chinese Communist Party. Every accusation is a confession. Yeah, I mean, it's so projected. His wife was literally an Israeli honeypot who they set him up with during his whole birthright trip to Israel. Like, I'm not even kidding. That is literally the origin story of their relationship, which apparently is actually an incredibly common tactic that the Israeli government uses to lure American citizens to come live there after said birthright trip. You know, after they set you up with a nice Israeli chick, and it's a little bit harder to go home, right? You're like, I think I found a new home here. So that's exactly what happened to Ethan. Obviously, they didn't end up moving back to America, but still, that is, I'm not even joking. It's not a fucking conspiracy. It's one fucking happened.
And I can afford it.
So, total cringe. There's no proof that these people are like CCP agents or whatever. And obviously, I don't agree with a lot of what the Chinese government is doing.
We will.
Watching Hassan's coverage of China, but I imagine
let's see what we can
there are
sell.
issues with Chinese society that it's not a perfect utopia. I don't really think that's the point of his coverage of China. But again, I haven't been focusing on it super specifically. I haven't watched a lot of his travel coverage. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of countries that I think it's totally fine to vlog while you're traveling through that are like have a bad government. Like for example, I'm not a big fan of Modi. You know, the Indian government is pretty authoritarian. I think it would be fine if someone made a travel vlog going through India, you know, talking about the people and the food and the culture. Like, it's fine. Oh, yeah, you know, it would be crazy if somebody did it on a train ride someday. That would be super nuts. But yeah, I totally agree, right? No, obviously, this isn't like a broader political conversation outside of the fact that you can see infrastructurally, China is far more advanced and developed than the United States. I don't think you have to be a fucking Chinese propagandist to say that. I think anybody with eyes, right? And it's not just political Twitch streamers that are going over there and discovering it. I showed Speed went over there, and everybody was like, wow, this is crazy. This is a normal guy going over there and hanging out with Chinese people. And I think it's really necessary because of the way that Ethan portrays it right here. He acts like it's somehow suspect to just go over to this country, China, and engage with other people who make live streaming content and, you know, make Instagram or whatever the Chinese equivalent of Instagram, TikTok is their, you know, big thing over there also. And to hang out with these people and just be normal and be like, oh, I'm from America, you're from China, like, what do we have in common? That used to be a very reasonable thing to do, it was considered, right? But he has to come out here and act like there's some weird political motivation. It kind of reminds me of when, like, Billy Joel went to Russia in the 80s. And it was like, I'll play my fucking music here. I don't give a shit. Like, you guys are fans of mine, and I'll fucking perform for you, you know, to try and, like, normalize and create, like, building a bridge between American people and Russian people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that kind of a deal. You go into the grocery store and start showing off the low prices of the groceries. But, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and again, I haven't been following the Hassan China thing that much. I'm really actually pretty ignorant to it, so I'm not trying to like speak out of my ass or whatever. If this trip was like set up, like sponsored by the Chinese government, and if they like paid Hassan to go on it, yeah, I do think that would be like low-key problematic in a similar
similar way that we criticize comedians for being paid by Saudi Arabia to go like sanitize the reality of their society and stuff like that. But I don't think that's the case with Hassan. I don't think he was like paid. You know, yeah, it's not like they sponsored him or whatever. So I mean, maybe he made a few comments here and there that I wouldn't agree with. I'm not saying I agree with Hassan on literally everything. Maybe his take on the Chinese government is slightly more positive than mine, admittedly. But still, if you do this on his own accord, with his own money, and not like under direction from CCP or whatever, even as implied with no evidence, then yeah, I don't see the problem. Yeah, and I think it's also hilarious because Ethan is always coming out here and being like, you guys never want to talk about just the normal people in Tel Aviv. You guys never want to talk about how there's just plenty of like good, cool people that are hanging out in Tel Aviv, and nobody will ever go over there and just talk to these real regular Israelis. As that government is literally perpetuating a genocide, right? In full broad daylight, starving Palestinians. When you go over there and you're spending your tax dollars, you're literally, spending money perpetuating the, ethnic cleansing of our time. So I thought it was very odd that he has a complete double standard for China. Now you could, again, as Gavin mentioned, make the case that China's up to no good, make the case America's up to no good. But I think we've all globally decided, like, hey, what Israel is up to right now, like, we cannot financially support in any capacity at all. People in Palestine have said, hey, please do not come and spend your money here. This is a organized tactic, right? And there's that going on in China. This is just one battle after another, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not really sure what's going on the internet. Maybe there's like maybe the cold weather froze the internet cables or something. It did rain a lot yesterday and freeze, so I'm curious if that had something to do with it. But it also was fucking up the other day, so it is raining right now. Also, could have something to do with it. Yeah, I don't know, but either way, I guess we can try to watch the rest of this. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can. You're right here. Yeah. No. That's kind of like outside. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that is right. That's
Yeah, we can't say that.
See, this is glorious CCP. Glory to fucking Chinese Communist Party.
I live in New York. I was raised in the DMV in Maryland. I'm Vietnamese and white ethnically. Do you guys see that thing where Ethan Klein was saying that all the girls in the group for the China trip were honeypot Chinese guys, and we're there to like honeypot croissant or like the men, and that we're all Chinese spies. And I'm just like, bro, the most brain dead shit I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
And that's the lady that was there with them all on the bus. So yeah, that's actually the Chinese Ghislaine Maxwell. She's getting intel and dirt on Hassan, following her orders from the Chinese government to spy on and collect as much, compromat as possible. What even is the fucking conspiracy? I don't know. What are the fucking spies doing with Hassan? I just don't. It seems pretty dumb to me. What is weird? Yeah, I think it really boils down to he's really triggered and pissed off that people have been able to call his wife a honeypot, and so he's been desperate to be like, see, look, Hassan's a honeypot. Everybody's wife is a honeypot. When you go out with a woman, what else would she want from you besides your money and political affiliations? Come on, guys. What else? I mean, let's be honest here. It's all honeypots. It's just a weird hope and rejection. And if you can believe it, Gavin, this was only one of a myriad of meltdowns that Ethan Klein continued to have over the holiday weekend about Hassan Piker and others. Yeah, it also just seems like just vaguely racist as fuck, to be honest. Like, oh, here's a video of like Hassan like speaking in Chinese. Let's laugh at it, or like, who gives a fuck? Like, if I went to France and I was, feeling myself and on camera screaming, I might be like, oui, bonjour,
Different
monsieur, tandoori baguette, just having fun, like, kind of soaking in the vibe of the culture. What, like, who gives a fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? So it only looks funny or whatever because it's like Chinese, and it's just like, oh, who gives a fuck, bro? Like, again, imagine if it was in any other country, no one would really care.
exactly. It's racist as shit, and that was the main reason I pulled it, right? Was because, again, as Gavin said, if it were any other country, nobody would care, and it really does kind of go back to that like old kind of racism that we don't even see too much in this country, which is just like making fun of the Chinese language. Like we think back to something like 16 Candles and a character like Long Duck Dog, and it's like a bygone era of America where you could just be like out and out racist against Chinese people. And in fact, it wasn't until I read Eddie Wong's memoir, Fresh Off the Boat, that even I had like a firm grasp on just how fucking racist Americans were towards Chinese people. And yeah, Ethan just seems to have, apparently forgotten that it's 2025, not 1965, and nobody wants to hear him just do like, racist dog whistles like that. Yeah, that being said, this one is kind of funny. I see this up on screen. Ethan apparently posted this on his Instagram story. It symbolized Steven Crowder with Kaya, and that does kind of look like Steven Crowder. Like, obviously it's Hassan, but that is kind of funny. Because this one, at least this one is like funny. It doesn't seem like it's baldy. It's just like, okay, a joke. All right, I can laugh at that. It doesn't seem too bitter. But yeah, it is still weird for Ethan to just post this much about fucking Hassan on his Instagram stories. Like, I'm sure some people in our chat follow me on Instagram. Whenever I post it on my stories, it's like me at the movies, or like look at this delicious meal I'm about to eat, or like a nice shot I got of a building out in the downtown Kansas City, or like something like that. Like, you don't see me posting about like Jake Eager and Anna Kasparian and like Ethan Klein and like all the people we talk about on our show. Like, when I'm out in my life enjoying my fucking day, posting on my fucking Instagram story. It's not about individuals we have beef with or like former colleagues of ours. It's so weird. Even though this one is kind of funny, like I said. Yeah, he's so desperate to keep the caller game taken, at the weight of her phony outrage that they were trying to get going alive, because Ethan gets the most engagement when he is live talking shit on Hassan Piker. He even went live over the Thanksgiving period. I don't think it was on Thanksgiving proper, to talk shit about Hassan. We've got another one I'll zoom in here. It's hard to see it. Real journalism in action, folks. And it's just this weird shot at Taylor Lorenz, who was talking about how she worked in retail for 9 years. I didn't even stop working retail after I started in media because I was so broke. I was still working at a clothing store on the UES part-time. Ethan is a multimillionaire YouTuber who hasn't had to work a day in his life. And so for some reason, he just screenshots this and puts real journalism in action. This is after he posted a video saying that Taylor Lorenz hasn't had to work a day in her life. So just weird, petty bullshit. The woman's just clearing her name. Yeah. Like, she's responding to a false information that Ethan Klein spread, and she's like, actually, this is true. I can do that. It's not like she's not fucking Kamala Harris pretending to have worked at McDonald's. Like, yeah, I actually do believe that. Yeah, Taylor Lorenz probably had a retail job for 9 years. What's so hard to believe about that? Like, okay, why are you even like questioning that? Who fucking cares? Yeah, it'd be like if we were like, oh yeah, we both worked in the movie theater. You go, no, you didn't. You guys had never worked in a movie theater. Be like, why would I lie about that? That is such an unflattering thing to lie about. Like, why? You never delivered pizza for Sarpinos? That's a lie. It's like, why would I lie about that? Like, it would be a crazy thing to lie about. Like, working in retail, like that would be such odd stolen valor. But there's another doozy. He decided to post this, where he puts an image of Taylor Lorenz saying, "Our culture is not a costume," by the people of Taylor Lorenz go as a fucking like Best Buy employee for Halloween or something. What is even the point of this? I think it was as a reference to her saying that she was an actual working class person and Ethan wasn't, because she fired back and said, "Oh shit, I'm down." That's obviously, but the reality is that it just makes Ethan look like an out of touch rich.
That looks pretty cool,
right? Because a lot of people on Thanksgiving do have to go work at fucking Walmart, you twat. A lot of people do have to go work at FedEx. They have to go get ready for the Black Friday sales at Kohl's, at fucking Target, at wherever people go, at the mall, at the Grove in Los Angeles, wherever the fuck you have people shop for you, Ethan, at stores I haven't heard of, brands I can't pronounce probably. But yeah, just weird and out of touch boomer meme right here that I also grabbed, because I was like, what the fuck, dude? Spend time with your family on Thanksgiving. Like, can you imagine being a grown ass dude
not like, of your own offspring. You know what I mean? It would be here and be like, I'm gonna battle with, Mike from TA today. You know what I mean? It'd just be crazy.
Yeah. Definitely weird. And again, like, if there was some proof that Taylor Lorenz lied about this, I guess it would be funny, but he's just, like, scaring her. Like, there's no proof. He's just assuming she lied for some reason.
Yeah, which is very odd, but not out of character.
Having a normal job, like, working at a retail job or whatever, like, doesn't mean you're, like dirt poor. Like, tons of just normal, like, middle-class people have a job that, like, in retail and, like, something normal like that. It doesn't mean she was saying that she was a fucking homeless person for 9 years.
Yeah, it's just very odd. It's very odd. And also, again, I just take it over how, like, out of touch rich asshole vibes how intense they are emanating from Ethan in his Bel Air mansion as he chooses to spend his holiday like this. Then we get to this one. He calls out friend of the show, Francesca Fiorentini, which I was like, what the hell is going on? I didn't expect this. So, guys, I have to give a little bit of a secret away. I do follow Ethan Klein on Instagram, but it's only so that you don't have to, right? I keep an eye on, just when he's really losing it. And this is a random clip from the Bitchuation Room. Unfortunately, I can't play it for you guys because this Instagram story has expired. But in it, they're joking around, and this woman on the right, who I'm not super familiar with, says it's kind of like when Ethan Klein admitted on air that his wife is a terrorist, and he flipped that portion of it and put it up on his Instagram with this caption saying, anyone else remember that? Me neither. Fuck you, scumbag. Nothing is more virtuous than privileged and comfortable Americans criticizing people born into troubled circumstances and forced to make impossible choices to survive. The only dilemma this piece of shit has faced in her life is if she should settle for bad leave or wait for something better, which I thought was just completely uncalled for. And it's not even Francesca that says the thing he's mad about in this clip. It's her guest. And then, of course, the idea that somebody born into Tel Aviv of immense privilege, like his wife was born into a troubled
A scribbled plea. Parallel. Someone has stolen the offerings from Sedstone again. I finally spotted them. Green shadows flitting through the thick of the brush. I tried going after them, but their tracks fade fast, and I am no hunter. I can barely tell if it is a mossy bear or a starving, dirty Saxon. I leave this. Sorry, Saxons. I leave this to you. None that desecrate our God's shrine shall go unpunished.
Channels we don't associate with and people we don't know. I'm not going to start posting about it on my fucking Instagram story. Like, that's just a crazy thing to do.
100%. And then last but not least, we hear about Hassan Piker once again. And this is crazy, guys. I'm looking right now to see if it's still on his Instagram so that you guys can watch it. I think it's expired, unfortunately, very recently. But in this clip, Jake and Anna are doing what I would consider to be a very old school TYT style clip. But basically, there was a controversy where a bunch of frat bros were sharing a poor woman or poor student, nudes all around campus, and it was one of those early discussions where it's like, how do you prosecute this? People are sharing these, these graphic sexual images of a woman without her consent, yada yada yada, and then it comfortably cuts to Hassan, who Jake refers to as their frat correspondent, and he says, I would never do that. Nobody in my frat would ever do that. And then he kind of chuckles awkwardly, and Ethan decides to pull this completely out of nowhere and say, I have never shared nude photos of other
this
people.
This is going to either end up being good or a complete waste of time.
Once someone showed me his girlfriend naked, and I told him that was weird and not to do it again. Hassan and his uncle are perverts. Hassan has a
bragging note, breakfast, 2 beans apiece, supper, a prayer to St. Martin, giving thanks to our breakfast.
He does it on purpose. There's no evidence for that, and I imagine the best evidence Ethan can muster is this clip where Hassan vehemently denies that him or anyone in his fraternity at Rutgers would ever do something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even if he has, like, I'm sorry, I don't really give that much of a fuck. Like, is it a good thing to do? No. But do I judge, like, do I fucking give my just from, like,
I feel like I just want to bring them back into the settlement.
Like, sharing a dude of a girlfriend.
Don't do drugs,
like, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, I don't. I would say the same thing if the roles were reversed and if some, sorority chick shared a nude photo of Hassan with her sorority sister. Like, again, it's not a good thing to do. I'm not approving of it. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, this man should not be allowed in polite society. Like, again, who gives a fuck? It's a stupid thing to throw a bunch about. Yeah, and also to me just kind of falls under the I'm projecting category. This power minimal guy says I never share news, but this guy, it kind of does make it seem like you're trying to cover your own tracks, and you're like, this guy he really shares news, and again, it's like I'm sure that a beautiful man like Hassan Tiger, who has millions of dollars at his disposal, is not really having to hound his buddies to get access to their spank banks. Yeah. Also, I don't think anyone sends Ethan Klein nudes, nor probably ever has, and no one wants to see your fucking wife naked, bro. Sorry. Like, no wonder you.
I like Abel.
Sorry.
Wish I could give him tubes too.
I'm just saying, bro. So either way, again, not that it's a good thing at all, but I'm just like, yeah, I don't really care that much. I don't think it's like,
Sorry.
like who gives a fuck, Yeah. Anyway, that's all I had when it comes to that story. Somebody in chat was saying that the reason we're having internet problems is because of solar flares that are going on right now.
If anyone hurts those children, all murdered mercilessly.
And I fell for it, or if there's a real solar storm. Somebody was like, calm down, you guys, it's a solar storm, and that's why all internet is laggy. I do know that solar flares can impact electronics, I think, but I would be curious if that was the real reason. Solar flares, I mean, potentially they could totally wipe out the internet if there was a solar flare large enough or big enough or whatever. Like, it could literally just completely take out the whole internet, which could, basically plunge the world into chaos. I mean, think about if every single hospital went offline. Think about if, all of, Wall Street and all of the financial centers went offline. Like, yeah, a sun flare actually could totally fuck the world and all of society, at least momentarily. But I don't know if that's actually what's happening right now.
That was a hella good T-pose, friend. Whoa! Now what? Oh shit, you got hammers. I forgot you always have hammers. You sneaky hammer-wielding motherfuckers. Hammer time.
We gotta talk a little bit about AI. As we've been doing quite a bit recently, because
not what I meant to do, not what I need to do. I'm about to get hit.
Keep getting bigger and bigger, and that isn't going unnoticed, right? It's not going unnoticed by the general public, and the only group of people that seem to not notice how disliked AI is are supposed AI experts, that most of whom are employed by massive AI companies and have a financial incentive to be overly optimistic and promising regarding their company's technological capabilities. Well, here's some recent survey data, courtesy of, I believe, Pew Research. Here is the gap between what experts think and say about AI and what the average population thinks about AI. This is what, experts believe is very positive, the effects AI is going to have that are very positive. AI experts say it is going to have a very positive effect on how people do their jobs, but 73% of them say that. 23% of average adults say the same. Like, the gap here between how positive people are on AI is huge. Because your average adult in the United States is not thinking that AI is going to make their jobs easier or better. Now, less than a quarter of U.S. adults think that AI is going to make their job easier. Who are these AI experts exactly? I mean, they are people who are experts on the technology in the field, working for these companies, etc. Or analysts of AI, I suppose. The gap only closes when the experts think less of AI. Yeah. The news people get and elections. God, the lowest positive reception among the general U.S. adult population regarding AI is when it comes to personal relationships. Because people, turns out, want to have personal relationships with other people. Not like fucking bots that they hold there. I mean, wowie, look at this. About 3/4 of AI experts think AI will likely benefit them personally, much higher than the share of U.S. adults. 76% of AI experts believe it will benefit them personally, whereas 24 believe, average U.S. adults believe it will benefit them personally. But overwhelmingly, U.S. adults are inclined to believe that AI is going to harm them and their jobs. I hear from more people who think they're going to be replaced by AI to increase profits. I mean, the thing is, the mechanisms of finance that already work are encouraging companies to fire their workforces and to replace workers with AI, even if that AI doesn't work. Because in the short term, investors are dumb and are going to say, you've reduced overhead costs, you've reduced labor costs, and you have therefore bigger profits for this year or this quarter. Well, look at this massive payout we're all going to get. Excellent job. Because they aren't thinking about, the next year, the next 5 years. They're thinking about the short-term profits. Mine go up. But the issue is, AI can't replace those jobs. AI can't replace the vast majority of them. The technology just can't do it. And so, what's going to happen is you're going to see a lot of companies start to fail. Start to be unable to do their jobs. Our investor economy is genuinely evil. I mean, it's genuinely destructive. And, I think the effects are evil, but, the system is doing what it's set up to do. You know? It's not, the system is just, it's neither good nor evil. It is doing what it does. This is the inevitable outcome of what this system was built to do, which is to maximize
We're never going to beat this fella anyway. We're going to hold back and do this later when we stand a chance in
come at the cost of people. It always has. And, we're on the receiving end of the short end of that stick, and, obviously it has evil effects on us, but I think we need to get away from the idea that the people in corporate boardrooms are sitting around going, yes, yes, they're not sitting around cackling evilly with each other, because the system also abstracts the pain and suffering that it causes, right? And the system itself is just doing what it does. Without,
do not touch that altar. It is a place of pain.
Dedication to evil. It's just that what this system does is it converts the vast majority of us to enrich a tiny minority of us. And yeah, I want to try and get away from the idea of CEOs as cackling maniacal villains, largely because they're too stupid to do that. And also because one of the ways capitalists defend capitalism is by trying to say, well, look, no one's trying to make people poor. Capitalism is there to bully all the votes. Except that that's just not how the system works. And the system works by abstracting and abstracting and abstracting and abstracting until people become numbers. And like that can be done without individual people being equal within the system. Does that make sense? Like, and that's not to say like there aren't people in the system who are evil or do like doing evil, etc. Obviously, there are going to be people who are. But the issue is we're talking about a specific relationship to capital that is deleterious to all of us. The system doing what it does is evil. That's what it does. That's what it is. Individual actors and their intentions are irrelevant. I like to move a little bit away from that language, largely because I think it is easy for people who don't agree with us to get tripped up by it. Because I think you have to understand there are a lot of people in the United States who've been propagandized to for a very long time. And they associate capitalism with America and America with good and capitalism with good and stuff like that. So I think when we start saying like capitalism is evil, which I agree with on an abstracted point, I like to move away from that language because I don't find it very effective when talking with people who don't understand that the system is inherently like built to destroy us. And I think that
if we view this place as too difficult, that place is too difficult as it appears to be,
predisposes some people to thinking of it as, oh, if we just get Elon Musk out, if we just get rid of Elon Musk, then the system will work. If we just get rid of Donald Trump, then capitalism will work just great. But like it's not that there is one evil guy or even a group of evil people. It is that the system does this inherently. So I guess like that's just kind of my 2 cents. I guess like I'm trying to find rhetoric that is more effective for folks who haven't been as like morally fortunate as I have been to like be de-radicalized when it comes to like capitalism. Now I also want to talk about this because if you are taking a look at how AI is affecting our system beyond just the economics of it, well, we're hitting a point where it just can't work anymore. No more PJM data centers unless they can be reliably served according to a market monitor. The PJM Interconnections Market Monitor urged the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to rule that large data centers can only come online if the grid operator can still reliably meet reliability metrics. I.e., what you have to understand here is that AI companies are trying to build data centers in places where there is not power grid capacity to support them. They're trying to build these data centers that are so energy hungry in places where that energy is going to have to come from somewhere. And so in these areas, typically poor areas, typically areas that are taken advantage of by powerful corporations, the most well-funded venture capitalist companies on the planet right now, AI companies, are coming in to try and strong-arm the actual electricity away from these rural communities. And it's like we're getting to the point where the choice is either your town can have power or the local AI data center can have power, but we don't have the capacity to do both. And for these AI companies, they're going to be arguing that, oh, well, obviously the moral good is to give the power to the AI data centers because they're so much more profitable than these towns. Like we're getting to literal Captain Planet villain plot time. Exactly, Dubs. Like, and this is happening in a shocking number of places in this country. This is going to end poorly. Exactly, which night? There's no way
the hell down.
End poorly at all. Now,
alright.
God damn it. I also just wanted to talk about this regarding right? You have the proliferation of AI data centers, but you also have this huge push to try and normalize AI tagging.
Okay, I was about to say, that makes me sad if I made the kill, but even worse if you just basically went, yeah, I killed her so damn good.
Right now is in video games.
Nope, it was him.
One of the things that you can see slowly
Taking
spreading
this as a
across
pandemic camp.
Steam, for example, is
Love
a
his
number
pants,
of warnings
though.
that
Might
certain
make me
games
a pair of
include
those so I can figure
components
it out.
made with AI.
Looks like
Often,
it should
a
be
lot of
pretty
these are indie games or small game startups, but increasingly there are a number of big budget games that are utilizing AI. And one of the stories that is recent as of today is that Epic's CEO is trying to say that, well, there's no point in making AI disclosures anymore because everyone's using AI in all of their games. And the reason Epic's CEO, Tim Sweeney, is saying this, it's because Epic wants to cut down on development costs. All these big corporations are looking at AI, smacking their lips, and thinking, this is a way we can cut costs. Because guess what, guys? I don't know if you know this, a lot of video game companies get bought out by venture capital. The publishers are trying the relationship between the publishers and developers is always dedicated towards cutting costs to try and maximize their profits. You know? And
oh well. It was worth a try. It'd been neat to be able to fish from the boat.
People being informed about the products they buy. Yes, people deserve to be ignorant because everybody's doing exploitation is not a compelling argument. And this is one of the reasons why we need AI protections. Not protections for AI companies, but protections for us from AI companies.
I remember hearing about
companies
that.
That are trying to, crowbar AI into everything. It costs nothing to put Made with AI on your fucking game. Except to Vertus Maximus, it does cost something to put Made with AI on your game. Insofar as games that have that label on them sell less copies. Because it turns out people don't want to buy AI slop, which is how people perceive games that utilize AI at this point. It's
before we commit to dying, let's make sure we know what we're rating.
Sales, which is directly why Epic wants to not have those labels on there anymore.
Alright, we'll give it a shot. Why not?
It's bizarre. I mean, look at him go. Tim Sweeney over here. Agreed, the AI tag is relevant to art exhibits for authorship disclosure and to digital content licensing marketplaces where buyers need to understand the rights situation. It makes no sense for game stores where AI will be involved in nearly all future production. As somebody who's covered video games for a while now, I can guarantee you that there are going to be independent game developers that are not ever going to touch AI. Get that shit out of there. Indie is the way to go. It seems it always has been. And I'm a little worried, guys, because far be it from me to paint the leader of a major world religion in a positive light, but guys, I think the new pope might be cooking here. I think new pope might be cooking a little bit. Even God is worried about ChatGPT. Pope Leo XIV spoke out against incorrect AI usage in a video talk during the National Catholic Youth Conference, directly telling students, don't ask it to do your homework for you. It cannot offer real wisdom. It misses a very important human element. AI will not judge between what is truly right and wrong, and it won't stand in authentic wonder with the beauty of God's creation. And I do have to say, I do think that is a great quote. Like, the shade of you won't stand in authentic wonder before the beauty of God's creation is such like a passive-aggressive Christian insult that it speaks to my upbringing in the church. You know, it speaks to my upbringing, and I just love the shade.
guy, but there are some indie devs. Yes, I mentioned that indie devs use AI, Danny boy.
Not what I meant to do. God damn it.
What I said was there are going to be some
That was
indie
my
devs
fault.
that don't use AI.
I was trying to pick up the key.
It's okay, I understand. It's a little cranky.
My own fault, though.
AI cannot love a sunset, a mountain range, or Cynthia Erivo's battle cry during Defying Gravity and Ricken. Pope Leo's advice extended past book reports. Be prudent, be wise, be careful that your use of AI does not limit your true human growth. Use it in such a way that if it disappeared tomorrow, you would still know how to think, how to create, how to act on your own, how to form authentic friendships. AI cannot ever replace the unique gift that you are to the world. And damn. Pope
Manage your raiding crew in the barracks located on the waterfront of your settlement. Here you'll be able to recruit new jumbucking raiders for your ship. Press R3 to lock onto an enemy interaction. Move R left and right to select different targets. Equipment perks. Each piece of equipment has different perks. Something to that extent. Okay, we're going to do this again. This time, I'm not going to pick up the bucket.
God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon you and remain with you always. Amen. Yeah, could an AI do this? Throws a sick ray. Oh, God. I just, we live in unprecedented times. The world seems unhinged in all its corners. And, no matter how good a pope is, there's still a pope. And I'm still going to disagree with him on many, many things. But, I think we kind of got, we got, as far as popes go, a relatively cool pope. Anyway, AI bad. Maybe pope good. And, if you're using AI to do your book reports, that's haram in Catholicism. There we go. Nailed it. If you got anything out of this, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things to help the channel grow. The Civil War had many citizens attempting to communicate with the dead, likely the result of 750,000 people dying in the Civil War. Whoops! It was worth it, though. Capitalizing on the trend, a coffin maker in Chestertown started producing what we know now as Ouija boards in 1886. A few years later, his idea was stolen by a businessman who moved to Baltimore and pitched the idea to a local attorney whose sister-in-law was a medium. Are you following me? A lot of characters in this story about a dumb piece of wood. Those two would patent the boards, and in just a few short years, nearly 2,000 Ouija boards were sold weekly. Today, Ouija boards are manufactured by Hasbro, which is very confusing to me. They make Magic, they make D&D, they make Monopoly and Candyland, and they also make Ouija boards where you can talk to the dead. I don't know how they got into this game. But the old Baltimore building where they first produced the Ouija boards is now 7-Eleven. So it's fun. We're all having fun. You know who's really afforded Ouija boards? Me. And me being Catholics. Catholics do not like Ouija boards, and we're talking about Massachusetts now. 48% of the population of my home state is Catholic. So it makes sense that, even though in Massachusetts we have a separation of church and state, that it is actually illegal to commit blasphemy in Massachusetts. Just a bunch of pilgrims.
Just doing a little river stomp, so.
The 1641 version of the anti-blasphemy law was so intense that it was punishable by death. Things calmed down slightly after the Constitution was ratified and freedom of
Get out of here, get to safety. Get out of here, get to safety. Would not suggest getting into the fight.
The holy name of God shall be punished by imprisonment in jail for not more than 1 year, or by a fine of not more than $300, and may also be bound to good behavior.
You, buddy, you stick around. I got words for you.
Anywhere near Boston, you know that this would be almost impossible to hold up. The sheer number of blood that I hear on a daily basis, and Jesus Christ, it's just, those motherfuckers are constantly doing that. So good luck to the Boston PD. Up next is Michigan, the state that looks like a mitten, and when you ask someone in Michigan where they live, they point to like a part in their hand as if it's cute, and I find it obnoxious. Anyway, Michigan might find itself using the Lord's name in vain at the end of every fiscal year because the state loses an estimated $10 million annually due to neighboring states taking advantage of their recycling laws. Some think you do a good thing with Wisconsin's like, yeah, take our garbage to work. In 1976, voters passed the bottle bill, which placed a 10-cent deposit on all bottles of beer, soda, and water. Currently, 10 states have deposits on bottles, but most of those are 5-cent deposits, and that's probably so they don't get fleeced like Michigan does. But there is a silver lining here. Even though Michigan loses millions on fraudulent deposits, they make up for it in the nearly 15 million annual unclaimed deposits. And most of the money is deposited into Michigan's environmental fund. So we're all having fun here. Kind of confused on the whole situation. I don't really get how money works. Moving on to Minnesota. Hit you up, baby. But I don't know. Minnesota
just stuck down here.
Bottles, but in taverns across the state, residents crush bottles of beer while combining two
Well, they find a sick beat.
These raffles are all the rage in Minnesota, and they sound exactly what they sound. They are exactly what they sound like. Win these. Buy raffle tickets.
They have a fire alarm?
The lucky winner gets their number called and takes home a package of raw meat. There isn't a specific type of meat that you find here. It runs the gamut between pounds of bacon and raw chicken.
It'll go away once we get far enough away from it.
Millions of dollars for charity and youth sports organizations every year. Is it just me, or does the Midwest sound like a dripping drunk fever dream of just meat, sweat,
I'd say that one went pretty well.
People who don't know about the Midwest really should go visit. It is a godless land. Now, you know how most people treat their dogs like actual children? Well, studies back up this trend
I'll have my camera because we starting to lag a little. Hope that'll help a little, maybe.
Animals, pets, over real children, and I'm in that camp. It's pissed me off. But in the town of Temperance, Mississippi, it is illegal to walk your dog outside without it wearing a diaper. Imagine putting a diaper on your dog. It would look ridiculous and adorable. Then you have to take the poop diaper off your dog. So obviously this is a lot of stop dogs from sitting around the town, but it does add to the overall pet as a child bond. But you know, watching a dog walking around in a cute little diaper does sound fun, but once again, the way their body is shaped like that, poop is going to be rubbing into them. That's not how that works with diapers, I assume. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not cute. Maybe it's disgusting. But speaking of diapers, you'll need to wear one after eating your weight in cheese in the good old state of Missouri. The showy state is known for novelty-sized objects, like a 12-foot-long pecan, a 20-foot-tall chess piece, a 42-foot-tall rocking chair, and a 43-foot-tall rooster. But its biggest anomaly comes in the form of cheese cake. Under the city of Springfield, Missouri, lies a 3.2 million square foot refrigerated warehouse that was once a limestone quarry, which is used as a perishable supply chain storage for private companies. Rumors have persisted that in this weird little cave, not little, giant cave under the city, where the government stores a 1.4 billion pound cheese surplus. But the owner of the warehouse, which is actually a company called Springfield Underground, denies the claims. But we'll find out soon when I break in there with a gun in my hand. I will find cheese. You cannot stop me from getting to the cheese. Moving on from Missouri, I think we just talked about. I don't know. I took a day off between filming this because it's so goddamn long. Next up, we have Montana, home of Purple Mountains Majesty, whatever the that means. Sure, it's a little surprising that the cheese caves are in Wisconsin, but it's not as surprising as the fact that the oldest family-owned Chinese restaurant in America is in Montana. I just have to get there. Right? This is a weird place to touch down. Most people don't think of Montana too often, but part of the vast nothingness of the Big Sky country includes a chop suey and fortune cookies. Around 1910, a little restaurant called Pekin Noodle Parlor opened up in Butte, Montana. At the time, this wasn't surprising somehow. In the late 19th century, thousands of Chinese immigrants helped build Montana's railroad and worked as miners. Pekin Noodle Parlor served comfort cuisine to the immigration population, but it was more than just a spot to grab a plate of chow mein. The basement was also an opium den and a gambling hall. In 1980, the FBI found and removed 3 sealed barrels of opium beneath the restaurant that were imported from China before the Vietnam War. And while you could no longer gamble or smoke opium here, you could still get a nice plate of Chinese food. But imagine owning a Chinese restaurant, the FBI comes to like, you could have barrels of opium downstairs. You're like, I wouldn't be surprised, but you can take it. I just weird to serve Chinese food. Also, I know opium is like smokable heroin. It's opium, but like, it just seems, I don't know. Chris, put a picture of a drawing of an opium den from that time. It just seems like pleasure. You know? I don't know. I won't do it. It's fine. But while Montana was busy doing drugs and slurping delicious noodles, Nebraska was out and about making dumbass rules about donuts. And that's the best thing I can find about Nebraska. Really nothing going on there, so we're going to talk about their donut laws. In the late 1800s until 1997, it was illegal to sell donut holes in the town of Wayne, Nebraska. Now, the reason for this ban has been lost to history. No one really knows why you can't do that. That's just America, baby. Have some laws on the record that make no goddamn sense. A pilgrim talked about it, so we gotta get it done. The local chairman theorized the law might have come about from the idea that making donut holes was wasteful and led to undue profit at the expense of consumers. However, anyone who's ever had a double chocolate glazed munchkin knows that that's bullshit, and it's actually really good, and as a consumer, I want more of those. For whatever the official reason for the law, it news radio host who finally got the ban repealed when they did a live show from Way about the lack of donut holes. This stirred up publicity and got the ban in front of politicians, and they repealed the ban, and for one time in America where politicians actually did the right thing. And then the people of Way, Montana can now have a double chocolate frosty hole or whatever the f*** it is. So good. Now, of course, Nevada, next on the list, allows donut holes. They also allow you licking any kind of hole you want, baby. It's Nevada. Put your mouth on. However, they do draw the line at a very peculiar point. In Reno, the place where you can do really whatever the hell you want in a much more discreet way than Vegas, in Reno, it is illegal to hold a marathon dance competition for cash prizes. Whatever. Why? Apparently, this law came about during the Great Depression when marathon dance competitions became a popular fad. Well, honey, I can't afford a sack of corn this week, so you're going to have to go down to the dance competition and just lose your marbles out there. Really get jiggy with it. And if you don't, I'll smack you. I mean, that's what they did back then. I'm not right. The sad reality is that these competitions were exploiting just how hard up Americans had become. On dozens of occasions, people danced for hundreds of hours just to win a little bit of cash. In 1931, Dorothy Dunwell collapsed after dancing for 1,200 hours. She died several days later, with the cause being supposedly pneumonia, but if you dance for 1,200 hours, something bad's going to happen. The cool irony here was that Reno had already decided to ban marathon dance competitions, but the ordinance just hadn't taken effect. How I keep going, I'm sure you were moving crazy. But also, by the 1,000th hour, watching someone dance for that long, they must look insane. Just like dogs. So you know where marathon dances are definitely legal in America? New Hampshire. With the state motto, live free or die. I hate seeing that on a license plate because I know motherfuckers going to crash into me. Anyone who lives in New England knows New Hampshire drivers are absolutely the worst. And then gets the rap. That's because no one thinks about New Hampshire. New Hampshire drivers are
Would you shut up and leave it alone?
Goes on in these parts.
There's no need for it. You know better.
Terrestrial stuff. Did you never know about aliens in New Hampshire? Bet you didn't. Bet you didn't even think about New Hampshire until I brought it up. I bet you forgot about New Hampshire between me saying New Hampshire this time and the last time. In 1961, the first known case of alien abduction was reported in New Hampshire. Husband and wife Benny and Barney Hill claimed that they were abducted while driving through the White Mountains. Their recollection of the events was hazy at first, though they both experienced anxiety and nightmares around the event. They sought the help of a psychiatrist who hypnotized them, and slowly they pieced together the events of their abduction, which included gray aliens, medical examinations, and three-dimensional map of the alien trade routes. While their psychologist was skeptical, he was like, "Hey, Dan, you might both just be crazy. I think that's insane." The story caught the public's imagination. After a TV movie about the Hill's supposed abduction aired, there was a 2,500% increase in reports of alien abduction. So even the dude got
I'm doing a weird fishing thing in here.
Really drum up business for Area 51. Also, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this was an inflation company. I believe that's what it was. That's a big history. I live in 51 though. Anyway, the Hill's abduction and their races might always be a mystery, much like the location of Bolina Black Heron baseball rubbing bug. The New Jersey mud is rubbed on every single baseball used in the major leagues. We know that comes from a spot along the Delaware River, but that's all we know. In 2024, scientists ran a series of tests to try and figure out if the mud actually had unique properties, and they found that its proportions of clay and sand particles are tailor-made for stuffing up fresh baseballs. And the reason why mud has to be rubbed on every MLB baseball is because the Yankees suck, and they always will suck. Yankees. I'm not kidding though, a Yankee threw a wild pitch in 1920 that struck a batter in the head and killed him. Now Major League Baseball has attempted to replace the mud using synthetic materials, but even with the help of chemical conglomerate now, they haven't been able to make a product better than New Jersey mud. So thank you, New Jersey, for contributing mud, and that's pretty much it. What else? Mud bottles. That's it. That's all they got. Now we're going to take
you also have the burial lands of the Meadowlands.
Where it's illegal triple horse now. No longer
are you okay down there, little boy?
The law does sound totally random, but it's just usually posted on one of our context, so we can just it up in the desert. However, horse trading is actually a tradition in many Mexican-style rodeos. It involves roping the front or hind legs of a horse to accumulate points. Obviously, this isn't great for the horses because they have those really buff upper parts of their body, but their little legs are spindly and can snap like a twig. Tripping a horse is considered a misdemeanor in New Mexico unless the horse's name were killed, in which case it becomes fourth-degree felony. So God bless them. God, rodeos are done in the first place.
Felonies count up by severity, right? Not down. Or no, they count down by severity, right? Not up.
First degree felony.
So fourth degree is like the least bad felony you can commit. It's like spitting on a politician or something.
Recorded killers. Some of the most notorious killers include Joel Redfield, that killed as many 17 women between 1993, and David Berkowitz, better known as the Son of Sam.
First
Berkowitz went on a killing spree between 1976 and 1977, killing 6 and wounding
we
sent an incredibly disturbing letter
I
to NYC.
guess.
The full thing here because it's pretty disturbing, but this passage really stands out. I am the monster.
I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. That to me, if someone spits on you, that's kind of like that's a but huh. Well, I learned something new today. Kids, don't spit on folks. That's assault with a deadly weapon. I genuinely did not know that. I'm not knocking it. Like I said, spitting on someone's always been to me like the quickest way to immediately start a fight. But it's like now it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense because in the medical office field, we're taught to treat all bodily fluids as if they are contaminated. Therefore, it only makes sense. Therefore, you know. Oh, what the hell I'm doing?
Once again, unlike other puritanical state laws, this one was exercised.
I got lost on a weird little island. Didn't do much. Let's see. They can take out.
Move out or find another job, which is
might be able to take out us, of course.
Sued him and won. But despite the victory in court, the law still remains. So the Tar Heels are a bunch of weirdos. One, they call themselves the Tar Heels. And two, they don't like vagina. That scares me. But hey, let's take a gander at the other North state, North Dakota. North Dakota, North Virginia, or North Carolina.
It's Tug. He doesn't.
North Dakota really gets Indiana.
He's just a little bit.
One boring-ass state. It's one of the least populated states. It's incredibly flat, and there's not much to do in terms of entertainment. There are a lot of supposed weird laws in North Dakota. Every state has a bunch. Like it's illegal to take a nap while wearing shoes, dance with a hat on, or serve pretzels with beer at a tavern. It turns out all of those are myths. However, there's one very unique thing about North Dakota that Republicans would hate, and it's the fact that it's the only state where you do not have to register to vote. Just show up to the polls with a valid ID and you're free to it in North Dakota, which is crazy to me because the Republicans are so into voter fraud that you think they'd be on top of this in North Dakota, but whatever. If you're going to commit voter fraud, which you shouldn't, North Dakota's the place. Just letting you know. Next up is Ohio. And I have a lot of beef with Ohio. Way too many people live in Ohio. You have way too many major cities.
The alphabet?
He's going through all 50 states for internet video views. Plus, it'll make at least a few people in his audience go, hey, I live there.
Well, considering I lived in North Carolina and North Dakota.
Ooh, that's a raid target. Yeah, we're about to raid if we can do it. Let's see what the level requirements are. Oh, we don't get to see that. Oh, we've already raided this location, fellas. Right, let's rate it again.
How is it even possible to pick up Chile? It seems like it would be impossible, but Ohio was up to the task. But the weirdest thing about the Buckeye State has to be the Cuyahoga River. This hellish body of water found in Ohio is so polluted that in 1881, the mayor of Cleveland called it an open sewer flowing through the center of the city. Good God, how bad did you have to beat that up? That's a thing your mayor is saying. It's so polluted that it caught on fire not once, not twice, but thrice. The river was on fire. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Not thrice. 13 times the river caught on fire. What is it? Your river? Is it a river of gasoline? The last time it happened was in 1969, and it spawned an outcry from environmentalists. Even though it's been half a century since the last Ohio River fire, the story is seared into a collective consciousness. No wonder in brain rot slang, Ohio means great. At least that's what I've been told.
It's not normally they say time to die. Weird, like, you knew it was coming, huh?
All the bits in there. I'm going to read this off to you now, and keep in mind this isn't a menu, it's a meal. And they decided to make their steaks. It's their steak meal. Barbecued pork, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuits and gravy, fried okra, corn squash, black.
Okay, fuck you with your little bow. I get it now.
Hey, Oklahoma, you got to pick one food.
Still do it.
You can't be going all out like that. This meal was approved by the Oklahoma legislature in 1988, and every
Let me get out of the way of it. Jesus Christ, y'all are some pyros. He's standing right next to the fire. Hey, let's light this. Oh.
Next up is Oregon. The only thing I know about Oregon is Portland. I don't know what else happens in that weird ass state. The quirky nature of Portland was immortalized in the millennial hipster TV show Portlandia, but none of their comedic sketches compared to the real life insanity that occurred in Florence, Oregon in 1970. That November, a dead sperm whale had washed up on the shore of one of their beaches. The Oregon State Highway Division was responsible for removing the carcass, which was an might throw it in that thing's mouth and see what happens. I don't know. I'm not working on the holidays. I'm not doing it. 20 sticks of dynamite to blow this bitch up. This is one of those when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail scenarios, because I assumed the Oregon Highway Division was sitting on a ton of dynamite.
That went really well for me. Not so much for you.
And they were so big that it literally was destroying cars in the area. The legend of this day grew, and the video resurfaced online in 2006, quickly becoming viral. Now, locals in Florida celebrate Exploding Whale Day every November 12th at Exploding Whale Memorial Park. And that seems like a place that I should go to, because I love going to dumb places. But hey, at least Oregon got rid of their whale. That's more than Pennsylvania can say for the Centralia mine fire. First of all, Pennsylvania, home of Philadelphia, a garbage city. I don't know if I already mentioned that. No, I mentioned that in the Black Friday video. Philadelphia. But the Centralia mine fire is pretty much the whole state's problem. This underground fire broke out in 1962 when a controlled burn of a residential trash got out of hand in an abandoned underground coal mine. But I mean, I understand blowing up a whale carcass. No one's ever done that before, so I can understand how you'd be a little bit dumb about the situation. But maybe didn't anyone think that for a moment a fire in a coal mine would go poorly? Coming as a shock to no one, firefighters showed up to try and put out the blaze, but it reached more flammable material and quickly spread through the interconnected mining tunnels beneath Centralia. Eventually, the fire spread over 6 square miles and reached a depth of 300 feet. From 1962 to 1978, the government spent $3.3 million trying to control the fire with zero results. Citizens and businesses left the area as noxious gas filled the air and the ground collapsed into sinkholes. The fire is literally burning to this day, and experts suggest that it's going to take 250 years for all the coal to fully burn out. So there's a whole area
of took the leg in the end.
Underground. That sounds so
Benjamin, clear the door, please,
Next
son.
up is Rhode Island. Remember all that I said about New Hampshire? I was lying. I meant to say it about Rhode Island. They have the worst drivers. I just get those two states mixed up because they're both nothing states in my mind. But anyway, Rhode Island is sexual. They don't know how to drive and they're sexual. We're going to talk about it. I'm not just talking about normal sex either. I'm talking about the titillating taboo of sex. Immediately demonetized. Bummer. Chris, just go crazy with the bleeps here because I don't know what I can do. Did you have to bleep that? I don't know.
Fire with the head, fire with the hand.
Consensual is legal between those 16 years or older.
Could a father not marry his son?
Well, there are rules against incest. To be clear, sexual relationships cannot get married in Rhode Island. That would be too much. You don't get God involved. But somehow, lawmakers think marrying your brother or sister is crazier than the family reunion devolving into a picnic salad fest. Just go marry your cousin, but God, if you plow them out. Rhode Island, a garbage state full of garbage people. But you know who else likes it? Rhesus monkeys. But they won't have to move to Rhode Island to juice their siblings' nethers because they have their own island off the coast of South Carolina. Technically, it's called Morgan Island, but most locals would just call it Monkey Island because it's an island full of monkeys. No, it's home to thousands of monkeys and 0 humans. The monkey breeding colony was originally started in Puerto Rico, but the monkeys often escaped and caused outbreaks of herpes among the human population. Puerto Rico wanted to get rid of their STD-riddled banana boys, and that's when South Carolina stepped in for some reason. In 1974, 1,400 monkeys were relocated to Morgan Island, and today there are over 4,000 monkeys roaming freely and live in daylights out of one another. And look, I don't want to bring a sad conclusion to this fun little story, but we're not just letting these monkeys have a good life and have sex all day in a fun little island. They're owned by the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and they're used for public health research. So probably these monkeys are dying horrific deaths, so we know what's going to happen when we get the flu every year. They're monkeys. Monkeys make me angry. They're very mean, so I don't really feel that bad about monkeys. I'm really, really nice about most animals, but monkeys, they like their dicks.
That's chin.
Don't like being here. Little fact about it. But hey, let's do a hard pivot away from monkey prisoners being used as human sacrifices. So, South Dakota. I don't know. Mount Rushmore, ever heard of it? It might be known for Mount Rushmore, but they're also known for another little thing called Potato Days. Clark, South Dakota has a long history as a potato producer, and in 1992, they decided to throw a party called Potato Days to celebrate. But it wasn't until 1995 that Potato Days hosted
Oh, y'all thought I'd forget that building? Nah, every building in Portland we raised.
Girls to wrestle in jello or mud was all the rage. It was all horny. That is not what these people are doing. It's nothing sexual about this. It's 2 grown men wrestling in mashed potatoes. I actually don't know if this is sexual. I struggle to find any information about this, especially when it's directly after the Little Miss and Master Tater Talk competition, which are just weird potato-themed kids pageants. So, someone find out if this is sexual or not for me. I really appreciate it. Hello, it's a few days later now because my mic died in the middle of making this, and it's one of my longer videos, and it made me really mad. But we're going to move on right next. If it's the next state, it's Tennessee. We're talking about Tennessee now. In Knoxville, Tennessee, it is illegal to advertise fortune-telling businesses. You'd think Knoxville, Tennessee would have a couple more things to be worried about, but whatever. And anyone who breaks this rule is subject to a $144.50 fine. the South, you know, so like finding oil was a big deal at one point. And just imagine someone in the town center being like, I can find you oil using my third eye. And then an official had to come in and be like, guys, stop listening to Tom. He's obviously lying. I will make a law about this, but you guys look stupid. But the real fun is looking at the laundry list of practices that nautical lawmakers include in their language, which includes occult or psychic powers, faculty or forces, clairvoyance, psychology, which is that's an actual thing, psychometry, spirit, spiritualism, mediumship, satyrship, prophecy, astrology, palmistry, necromancy, graphology, or other crafts, science, just science. They just put the word science. Cards, talismans, charms, potions, magnetism, and magnetized articles or substances, oriental mysteries. Tennessee, that is not the preferred nomenclature, but I mean, overall, a quick Google search will tell you that getting a psychic in Tennessee is pretty goddamn easy, so obviously they don't take this law seriously. It doesn't seem like this law has stopped any grifter from preying on the dumb and vulnerable, and I have a big stake with psychics. It's all bullshit. My mother is really into psychics. Jill, you gotta stop. You gotta stop going to those people. They're lying to you. You're giving them money to make up stories to tell you where our dead dog is. Our dog went missing, and she's still asking them about it. Jill, please stop. We're worried about you. All right, number 43. Speaking of irresponsible people, you know how Texas's whole vibe is, I drive a big truck, eat slabs of beef, and we'll stomp a butthole in your ass if you talk about my mama? Well, it's all wrapped up in the whole ethos of don't mess with Texas, which is their weird state slogan. That slogan has come to represent this archetype of a super conservative and patriotic Texan who wants to burn fossil fuels and throw McDonald's wrappers out the window of a moving monster truck. But the sweet irony of it is that the don't mess with Texas slogan actually comes from a 1985 anti-littering campaign, which would be the exact opposite of where I thought that would come from. Who would have thought that Texas' slogan is super woke? You absolute dorks. Can I get a few hee-haws for DEI? In 2006, Don't Mess with Texas was voted America's favorite slogan, beating Just Do It and God Milk. And the campaign and slogan were so effective that it's actually credited with reducing litter in the Lone Star State by 72%. So I just want to know, in 2006, who was taking that survey? Because who across America would say that Don't Mess with Texas was the best slogan besides people who live in Texas? I live in Massachusetts, right there. And if someone said, what's the best slogan? I would say, I don't know, God Milk? Don't Mess with Texas. I don't give a fuck about them people. All right, number 44, next on the list, Utah. Are we going to talk about Mormons? Let's find out. Obviously, Utah is known for Mormons and their assorted wonders, and Jell-O. I did a whole video about Jell-O, and for some reason, Mormons and the state of Utah are intertwined with Jell-O in a way that you would never expect. But what might actually really surprise you is Utah's connection to Colonel Sanders, the guy from KFC, K standing for Kentucky. I'm sure we're all a little confused right now. Though Sanders was from Kentucky, Salt Lake City is the home of the world's first Kentucky Fried Chicken. In 1952, Sanders shared his recipe with a friend and a cafe owner in Utah as he was passing through town, and in a matter of weeks, customers were lining up for his sweet, sweet chicken recipe. This gave Colonel Sanders the idea to franchise his chicken restaurant, and now there's over 100 billion KFCs in America. I'm guesstimating. Harmon's Cafe, the location of the first Kentucky Fried Chicken, is now a KFC museum where you can get a bucket of chicken while staring at Colonel Sanders memorabilia. All a fantastic remembrance of a time in history where you could dress up like a slave owner and just walk around. That looks like the guy who owned all the slaves in Django Unchained. That is a crazy thing to be wrong. All right, number 45. We're getting close. Vermont. You guys remember Vermont? I didn't. In 1856, Vermont passed a law that women must get written permission from their husbands before they can get dentures. You got to talk to your husband before you get them pearly whites. The law was passed after a case of Gilman v. Andress, where a husband refused to pay a dentist for his wife's false teeth. So it's crazy that the sexist law came about because a woman went and got dentures, and a fellow was just like, I'm not paying that shit. I didn't tell you to do that. You take the teeth out of her head. I'm not paying. And everyone said it would be a lot easier to repress women than to punish this one man, and that's why Vermont has that dumbass law. And while it's an incredibly sexist law that is never enforced, they never overturn it. So just be careful the next time you're a lady getting dentures in Vermont, because you might be put in jail or something. I don't know what's going on up there. Number 46, Virginia. Did you forget about Virginia? It's easy to forget about all these states. They're mostly worthless. In 1969, an ad agency created the Virginia is for Lovers slogan to drum up tourism, and considering the state's thirsty history, it was pretty fitting. Also, Virginia is for Lovers is a slogan that was invented in 1969. Boomers are horniest. But it makes sense because
I think we've officially finished this Philadelphia device.
It happened at Virginia's Washington College, and even in the 19th century, college students loved running around doing light sex crimes. The student who dropped trow and showed everyone his pecker was named George William Crump. Crump. That man had no way for the last name Crump to have a penis that is big. Crump was suspended for a semester, but then a political figure came to his rescue. Very famous political figure. Can we guess who it was? The year is 1804. That's right, Confederate General Robert E. Lee showed up and said, let this young man show his penis. Robert E. Lee called the act a rite of passage, and over the next century, it became a common occurrence on college campuses and during sporting events. And as for Crump, he would become a successful politician as a congressman and an ambassador to Chile. He showed his penis to everybody. Number 47, Washington State, not Washington, D.C. We're not going to talk about Washington, D.C. today, because for some reason it's still not a state. I don't understand the politics of that. But regardless, in the 1940s, Washington State's Boeing plant was the 5th largest aircraft manufacturer in America. And after the Japanese bombed Pearl
Well, we got something out of that.
Japan,
Let's check back in at the village. We will probably
Decided to
sign
Boeing
off
by
for
making it
the
look like an
day.
entire city instead of a manufacturing
I
site. To help
very
make
much
this so
appreciate
possible,
y'all's
they hired
patience.
a little
I'm sorry
fella
for the
named
late
John
stream.
Stewart.
I'm glad the grid held out pretty good. And once I can guarantee the grid's like security and not be freezing, I'll do some more streams where I like crochet, move the big camera down to see the thread and all that. We got plenty of little projects around here to do.
The trees are made with chicken feathers for some reason.
And as soon as I figure out how to string videos to the thing better, we'll start doing like cringe videos, stuff like that, video compilation stuff. We'll figure it out.
And as soon as the Japanese surrendered, the fake city was dismantled, leaving only a few photo ops to ever prove its existence at all.
But all that'll come after we beat this game, because quite honestly, we have not beaten the game fully on this channel yet outside of Saints Row.
I'm running out of steam here, guys. Number 48, West Virginia. It's no secret that West Virginians love pizza.
I think we have some new fish for the little guy.
The town of Huntington famously has more pizzerias than gyms. This stat comes up a lot online. Even NBC and Runner's World have reported on it. But the more I read it, the more I'm like, no. I mean, there's like probably 10 pizzerias in my hometown, and only 2. You're always going to have more pizzerias than gyms. Am I wrong for thinking that? It's easier to do that. It's easier to run a restaurant than open a gym, right? I don't know. Either way, West Virginia is the most obese state, which I guess I can see the connection now. They also watch the most TV out of any given state. So not only do they eat a ton of bad food, they also like to sit on their big fat asses and watch the television. So not only good, but I wish I could say more, but I've driven through your state, and it is kind of sad. You guys need to pick it up. Pick it up a little bit. All right, number 49, Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. I love spotted cow beer. In the Badger State, which apparently is the nickname for Wisconsin, which I absolutely love, it's illegal for a restaurant to serve margarine or any other butter substitute. They were like, I can't believe it's not butter. More like, I can't believe you're trying to serve that to me. I will shoot you with a gun in your face. Now, there is a
Sounds like
so
the
go to a restaurant,
Dolphins also. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
They can be given that, but it can't be served outright without asking for it first. The law was created in 1895 as a way to protect dairy farmers and consumers. At the time, many companies were trying to pass off dairy substitutes as the real thing, so a law banning margarine from restaurants was seen as legislation against fraud. And thanks to these odd laws, Wisconsin is now an insane dairy mecca, which makes about $45.6 billion worth of dairy annually. Holy shit. I love their cheese curds. If you guys do cheese curds, go to Wisconsin. Holy shit, it changed my life. And you can't get cheese curds in Massachusetts because it's technically illegal to sell like that right now. That's what cheese curds are. So if you get like poutine, they'll just chop up some mozzarella, and it is not the same. Go to Wisconsin if you want cheese curds. If you are visiting this country, go to Wisconsin and get some cheese curds. All right, finally, number 50, Wyoming. And I've made a lot of jokes about forgetting states, but Wyoming is literally the most forgettable state in this great nation. Wyoming has the smallest population in America with less than 600,000 citizens. With a population this small and spread out, the state doesn't have that many multi-story buildings, which is why in all 97,000 square miles of land, there are only 2 escalators. And in somewhat anticlimactic fashion, they are both in banks. I can think of a million reasons to have an escalator. Cannot think of one to put inside of a bank. Why is your bank 2 floors? To put it in perspective, Wyoming has as many escalators as they do have national parks and U.S. senators. There actually used to be a 3rd escalator at the JCPenney's in Cheyenne, but the building was renovated and the escalator was removed. Wyoming has gone more than 40 years without an escalator, and they don't see anything on the horizon about escalators in their future. I said that so wrong, but I am so tired, guys. Jesus Christ. So in conclusion, if you ever thought this great country we're so grateful for was normal, I submit to you these 50 dumbass state facts. From never-ending coal mine fires to raffling off raw meat at neighborhood bars, we're the land of the free, home of the brave, and the absolutely insane. The internet is a wasteland of quirky facts about each state, and I try my best to find ones that a lot of people don't talk about, but I like to get the gossip from the horse's mouth. So if you guys, I'm sure some of you live in some dumb states, and you know some real gossipy drama nearby, so let me know if there's some facts that a lot of people don't know about your state, so I can put it in the comments and I can read them. Thank you guys so much for watching. This was a long one. If I get demonetized, I'm going to cry. Like, comment, and subscribe. Actually, do all those things.
I think that might be one of the kids' names.
Shout out to Extra Chocolates. Like I said, I think today's Black Friday, or tomorrow is, or whatever. So if you guys are interested, you get Big Tug subscription. Use code SELLOUT, you get $1. Get it for $1 for your first month. New people only, but still, it's really good. You get your name at the end of the video. Christina says, sorry, am I being rude? I'm just used to saying whatever is on my mind. We also get a look into the way that the factions kind of butt heads with each other when Triss says, Candor and Abnegation don't hate each other the way Erudite and Abnegation, but they avoid each other. Candor's real problem is with Amity. Those who seek peace above all else, they say, will always deceive the waterfall. You learn about two other characters named Mira maybe, and Edward. Edward is one of the quieter erudite guys, but he is the best fighter. He's been training since he was young, so it's kind of no problem for him to get through all of this. And I think Mira or Myra or whatever is his girlfriend. She's just there also. She's there for fun. Never let a boy make you join the freaking Dauntless faction, guys. When Mira and Edward kiss, Triss is very surprised.
Freaky big ass.
Kisses in her life. Abnegation is full of virgin losers. Christina says, your abnegation is showing. The rest of us are all right with a little affection in public. This is when the Dauntless decide to start learning hand-to-hand combat, because in the first stage of initiation, hand-to-hand combat is the thing that you have to do. And by that I mean they literally pair these kids up and make them just fist fight each other until one of them knocks the other one out. And when they're training, we start to get more of a look at the romance part of the plot, which is just Triss glazing Thor about how sexy he is. Thor is trying to give her advice on how to fight, and she says, suddenly he presses a hand to my stomach. His fingers are so long that, though the heel of his hand touches one side of my ribcage, his fingertips still touch the other side. My heart pounds so hard my chest hurts, and I stare at him wide-eyed. Anytime Thor does anything,
say no to a little bit more.
Stun locked. Okay, and I'm like, this sucks. He's so boring and serious. And he hasn't made a single joke. He hasn't made a single quip. All of the initiates talk about how they all want to get tattoos because that's something that Dauntless dudes. And Triss says to the other initiates, no, I will not cut my hair or dye it a strange color or pierce my face. How about your belly button, Christina says, or your nipple, Will says with a snort. The author does a really weird job of trying to replicate what a bunch of 16-year-olds look like when they talk to each other. There's a whole scene where they do like a transformation of Triss where Christina's like, I'm going to put makeup on you and stuff. And then she's like, oh, I never got to use makeup. I don't even look at my reflection. I don't even know what I look like. Another quote that I love when Christina is trying to make her all pretty is she looks at herself and says, I am not pretty. My eyes are too big and my nose is too long. I don't ever see anyone be like, I got big eyes. Your eyes are just way too big. She's cool and all, but her eyes are way too big. It's a 16-year-old girl. That's the thing. Is that a lot of the stuff she says can be cringe or questionable, and decisions she makes do not seem right. But I have to remember, I'm reading from the perspective of a 16-year-old girl. Of course, I could just blame it on the author for writing a character that maybe isn't fun to listen to. Triss looks at the artwork around all of the walls, and she's like, abnegation sees art as impractical, and its appreciation is time that can be spent serving others, which is another reason that abnegation is like full of psycho. She actually runs into Tori around this time and gave her the placement test and told her that she was divergent and told her to never talk about it to anyone, but that's all I'm going to tell you, and you just need to wonder about it for the rest of your life. Just don't bring it up. She tries to ask Tori about it, and she says, I'm not sure that would be wise. I helped you as much as I could. Now you will have to go it alone. I think the plot device of being like, you're this crazy thing, you're the chosen one, except don't ask questions, you can't know anything, and I'm not going to give you any idea of why it's bad, but you also can't talk to anybody about it or why it's bad, because you're not allowed. I won't tell you why you're not allowed, but you're not. She also says she never intended to get a tattoo or a piercing, but she said, if I do, it will place another wedge between me and my family that I can never remove. I'm like, dude, you already put the wedge between you and your family. You're not even in the faction anymore. Like, I don't know if you think that you still have a chance to go back and maybe undo it all, but I don't really think that's happening. She gets 3 birds tattooed on her collarbone. Chapter 9 marks the first time that these children start to fist fight each other to death. And they basically have to go into a gym, and on the chalkboard it tells them who they're going to be facing that day. And luckily for the first day, since there's an odd number of people, Triss will not be fighting anybody. You've got these 3 assholes that are sort of also little sub-villains in the book.
Ollie, who's like his little female minion, they say, and then you have Drew, who's like a redheaded, short, little loser, I guess. And they all came from Kandor, and they are all assholes, and are just like evil people, I guess. The first fight is between two of Trish's friends so far at the faction, Will and Al. Al is the big Kandor guy who cries in his sleep like a little baby, and Trish thinks that he's pussy. Will is their other friend. He's like a little pale, skinny guy. Trish says, as I stare at Al, I realize even his facial features are big. Big nose, big lips, big eyes. What? Why big eyes? Why does everyone need to have big eyes? And there's also like weird ways that the author chooses to describe things. Drew is built like a boulder, his shoulders are always hunched, his hair is orange red, the color of an old carrot. That's the best comparison that Trish could come up with to an orange red, something that's orange red. How would she even know what carrots look like? She's got to eat things out of a can. She doesn't know what a carrot looks like when it gets old. How would she know that? Christina came from the same faction. She says, Peter is pure evil. When we were kids, he would pick fights with people from other factions, and then, when an adult came to break it up, he'd cry and make up some story about how the other kids started it. And of course, they believed him because we were Kandor and we couldn't lie. So you can be in Kandor and then just be an asshole and get away with everything because they don't lie. Which I'll also say that as I read the book, I'm like deciding, where do I stand here? What faction would I be a part of? And currently, I'm very hard on Kandor because I feel like I'm a very honest person, and Amity because they play a lot of games to make seem nice. Abnegation is boring losers. Erudite is nerd ass losers. And Dauntless is just stupid ass losers. In the arena, Al punches Will hard in the jaw. I wince. Across the room, Eric smirks at Al and turns one of the rings in his eyebrow, which is something that he does a lot of the game, and spins the rings on his eyebrow.
Yeah, here. It was under President Obama that the mission in Afghanistan became all about assassinations, aka night raids. The CIA developed and deployed the zero-unit death squads in which Ramanullah Lochinwala reportedly served. Apparently, the horror of it shattered his mind. Just so you guys understand, like it's not. This isn't a new thing.
Last time, guys, I felt so dumb. I freaked out when I saw there was 2 keys. Okay, this one is not timed, so we're gonna take our time. All right. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, you fuck. We got Tom, pronouns he, him, calling in from Wallaby Arches. Are they like made of wallabies, or are we just talking about their feet? Are we talking about wallabies? Are we? Tom wants to say that
River defenses. If you raid the same river too often, it's inhabitants will set up a temporary river defense like chains and towers.
Well, I'm doing very well, and I'm expecting the first caller. How are you doing?
Yeah. Never had a bad day, man.
Oh, if we go on the agnosticism stuff, then I might have to read the book of Job, and you won't be any hopes. He had a really bad day. But,
yeah, hold it. One more reason not to believe in that mess.
The two of you were on a podcast, and it was listed as like 5 months ago, but it might have been longer, I'm not sure. You were talking to an ID proponents named Andrew from Virginia, I think it was. And toward the end, things got a little heated, and you both were talking about the evidence from petroleum, and that it is necessarily of biological origin. That's the component of it, but not necessarily the only component, or even necessarily the major component. But perhaps you can clear up some of the discrepancies that I did while watching some of this. You want to take a picture of that?
Go.
So just to be clear, you're saying the petroleum is either not necessarily made of organic material or is not made of organic material, period. I'm having a hard time understanding which one you're going for here.
Oh, there's definitely biological material in petroleum. The biological markers demonstrate that pretty conclusively. But the bulk of it may actually much deeper down due to the very high pressure stabilizing reduced hydrocarbons.
Pass out
The temperature and gets breakdown simple methane and graphite. And,
okay. Last question from me before we jump right in, and maybe Erica has one, but last question from me at least is, do you have any formal training in either chemistry or geology or anything related to petroleum?
As it happens, this is the topic of my dissertation, so no.
You said it was not. I'm sorry, I was a little hard to hear you. You said it was the topic of your dissertation?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you say dissertation, you mean you have a PhD in specifically addressing this topic?
Well,
Tom, you're breaking up weirdly. You sound like a robot right now. Can you please repeat what you just said?
I am trained as a chemical engineer, specifically experimental thermodynamics. I squeeze
experimental chemical engineering.
No, skills.
Yeah. I squeeze propane to ridiculous pressures and temperatures to see what came out. To demonstrate that it wouldn't necessarily be just methane and graphite as the end result. Along the way, we came up with things that looked an awful lot like a continuum of.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again because I don't think I got an answer. When you said dissertation, was that for a master's or for a PhD or for something different?
PhD.
Okay, so you have a PhD that is in what?
Chemical engineering.
Okay, so you have a PhD in
thermodynamics.
You have a PhD in chemical engineering with a focus on experimental thermodynamics. You have done a dissertation specifically on petroleum and its production, and you have scientific reason to believe that at least a great deal of petroleum is not of biological origin.
That's a good way to put it, although the petroleum aspect was kind of what drove the research, but I really was just looking at the chemical equilibrium and kinetics of the hydrocarbon mixtures at these advanced temperatures and pressures. But I'm willing to talk about some of the components of petroleum that I think are fairly conclusive or fairly convincing that it is not necessarily.
Because you have an education in this, I'm going to be careful to try to isolate the words biologic and organic because it would be very easy to get things confused in that context. So just to be clear, you are claiming, of course, obviously petroleum is organic, but it is not biologic.
Yes, because of the nature of the word organic, has been used to hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen, and nitrogen.
Right. So that's why I'm being very clear. It is still carbon based. So when we say, hey, this is full of hydrocarbons, I'm just trying to get ahead of the confusion for the audience. If we're talking about this is full of hydrocarbons, and I say, okay, so it's definitely an organic compound, I am not necessarily saying it is necessarily biologically derived. We're talking about organic, meaning it is carbon based. So, because that is literally, for everybody who doesn't know about it, doesn't have the background of this, that's what the fucking word organic means. We're talking about chemistry. Organic means carbon. Okay, so Erica, do you have any follow-up questions you want to start with, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
No follow-up questions, but I'm doing a sort of surface level dive into the literature on this in the background, and I already have some thoughts, but no questions to start off with.
Cool. I was about to start doing that after I got done with my questions too, so that's great.
Yeah, it's Actually, I want to ask you a question really fast, just to make sure that I'm following this rabbit trail down the right place, Tom. Because what I immediately did is, like, based off of just the topic of the call, because my understanding of petroleum, of oil, I guess, in general, is this idea that it's like, okay, according to the literature, it seems like the consensus is that most petroleum that we have is of biotic origin in the sense that it comes from, like, it's like a fossil fuel, right, if you will, from like zooplankton and things of that nature, algae, whatever, over very long periods of time. However, it doesn't. Yeah, petroleum. It seems to not be
controversial to say that there is such a thing as abiotic petroleum, like abiogenic petroleum, I guess is the correct term as I'm looking at it here. But that abiogenic sources of oil have never been found in commercially profitable amounts, at least according to the quippy summary of it, just from like getting my outline here on Wikipedia. According to the starter article on Wikipedia, this is an alternative method. I guess it's for the audience as much as it is for our conversation, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. The Wikipedia describes it as an alternative method for petroleum formation that was initially proposed in the 1850s by Russian scientists. But since then, and this is the line from Wikipedia here, and I'll give you the citation that they give, it's been contradicted by geological and geochemical evidence. They cite, what's the last name here, and then I'll read the line from the conclusions portion of the review. From Resource Geology, Volume 58, it's Glasby, just a solo author in 2006, Abiogenic Origin of Hydrocarbons, a historical review, and at the very end, in the summary section of this article, they describe the searching, the search for abiogenic sources of hydrocarbons as effectively failures. These failures of the Russian-Ukrainian theory in areas where it has claimed its greatest success, essentially being its role as a viable theory on which to base exploration programs, so the exploration of fossil fuels, I'm assuming there, for commercial hydrocarbon deposits to an end. As a matter of fact, this theory is now largely forgotten even by the former Soviet Union and virtually is unknown in the West. And so to me, it seems like this is an idea, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing you here, but this seems like an idea that does hold a viable scientific basis to it, but the idea that it is anything other than a rare means by which to get petroleum in the same way that you can get limestone, for example, by not strictly biogenic means. You can get abiogenic limestone in caves, like through travertine and things like that. It's just an unusual way to get petroleum, and thus I don't know why we would propose, as I'm sort of getting the vibe from you here, that this is like the dominant means by which we perhaps get it. Is that a fair basic outline of the situation so far?
I'm going to say yes, with some caveats. That since it is proposed to be coming from fairly deep down, we're talking massive depths, that we're never going to, I shouldn't say never, it's unlikely we will ever be able to drill to those depths recover. However,
Gotcha.
that it might
infiltrate Crusader,
which are generally sedimentary in nature as opposed to igneous. You're going to find it in many of the same places. There are, however, some abiogenic markers, particular diamond grades. I'll explain that if you like.
Yes, please do. Abiogenic markers. So that was going to be my next question, is how do you actually differentiate between biogenic and abiogenic petroleum? Like, from your perspective, somebody who's written a dissertation on the topic, explain it to a layman like me.
Okay, well, this dissertation came out before the nanodiamonds, there's something called nanodiamonds or diamondoids. Adamantium is the proper chemical term for it. Virtually ubiquitous in petroleum. It's been known since the early 90s. Now, carbon,
you said?
diamondoids, nanodiamonds, adamantium, that has much closer to do with the Marvel comics. Adamantium.
Got it.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Not adamantium, right. I need to take a step back and talk a little bit about the nature of carbon.
It looks like a shit ton of engineering structures all piled on top of each other. That's crazy.
Yes. But most importantly,
yeah.
they are purely carbon-to-carbon bonds, and they are sp3 coordination, if you understand what that means.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. I'm reaching back into my chem and my physics, but yes.
Okay. Well, each carbon is connected to a carbon, which is what diamonds are.
Right, and it gives it that nice lattice structure.
a few places.
It prefers to stay in two dimensions in order to branch out free. And this is, well, we think that its favorite, but it's others were very recent. One's aromatic structure in the stage of graphene. Aromatic ring. The reason being that the orbital of carbon is very small. This gives rise to substantial zero-point energy. Can you explain that one?
I would like to hear an explanation of that, yes.
Okay. Zero-point energy is classically described as why the electrons don't spiral down the nucleus at absolute zero. But zero-point energy arises anytime motion is restricted. One way to look at this is that if you restrict the motion of an electron, for example, then the uncertainty in its position is non-zero. Okay?
Something like that.
And therefore, the momentum and energy, or along with that, the energy, by destruction of the uncertainty principle, means that the energy cannot has to rise as you restrict function more and more. The point is that when you restrict motion, zero-point energy arrives, and that becomes prohibitive for things, for confining electrons to single bonds. The aromatic rings allow them to dip around the ground there and alleviate the energy. Now, this holds true at surface pressures quite well. However, specific gravity, yes, for the audience, graphite is about 2.4, that of diamond is 3. So if you squeeze the limits, not having this stuff, you can overcome that zero-point energy restriction and actually begin to form this sp3 formation. Diamond like to get to those sort of ridiculous pressures that you see for these adamantine, you have to go down to at least near mantle depth. So, near the humidity of these diamondoids in petroleum, just that almost all of it has seen very, very, very deep things, far deeper than any biological process. That would be one particular point that we follow up.
In the 1980s, the United States military went on a witch hunt.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
The Navy was hunting for Dorothy and her network of friends.
You know, I'm a friend of Dorothy.
Long before Friend of Dorothy meant sketchy supplements, it was a code for gay men.
Of course, people do go both ways.
And years before Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it was military policy to root them out.
I'll get you, my pretty, your little dog.
But why were these seamen gaga for Gale?
Just love the Wizard of Oz, don't you?
And why did a children's movie from before World War II become so closely associated with gay culture?
It's a cult movie to me,
And it's the same exact dynamic that's taking place here, which is either you leave the country, Maduro, either you leave the country and allow us to install this puppet, okay, or we bomb you. And in prior to this newer development, it was either you leave the country.
I want to go back and raise the target that we missed.
And allow the American government to install whatever puppet leadership that they
I
want
guess
to.
we will go
Or we're going to
this way.
continue destroying your economy. We're going to
Since I
continue.
have no other choice.
It's virtually impossible for you to feed the fucking nation. And
We'll get the next.
it's always America putting their hand on the scales in this regard. But ultimately, the best possible thing you can do is point to Iraq. Okay? That's it. Look at Iraq. Do you think Iraq is better off after American intervention? Or is it not? Where do you think Maduro would flee to?
Welcome to Sad Boys.
podcast about feelings and other things also. I'm Jarvis. Bang.
Or, I'm doing Anastasia. Explain what you were saying before the show started. You need to justify yourself.
No.
What was I
I
saying?
began with, you guys remember Donald Duck? And then we're like, okay, he's like a very famous character.
I think what I said, let's rewind. I think what I said is, you know what I love? Remember Donald Duck.
Okay. Oh, that's weird.
And then we said, yeah, and then he was like, cool, just wanted to make sure you remember it.
You like stuff? Explain what it is that you love so much about Donald Duck.
So, you know when he's, like, getting down into, this is like...
Now that sounds like you are peeping Tom on Donald Duck. You know when he's getting down into the tub?
So, Bugs Bunny does this too, lots of cartoons do this, but when they're getting to a hot tub, and it's like, they're trying, they're like dip a little butt in, or their tail.
It's like a stretch and squash animation or whatever it's called. I can't even remember.
The tail will dip in, but then it'll curl up.
Or then they'll nuzzle themselves in.
And then like a soul will come up and do a hole around it.
Well, that's true too. They'll do like a big hole in a cloud or
Just
something.
like some ideas of like maybe we can make this.
You know what? I would love to remake something.
Get back in action.
What is going on? I would love to remake something.
I would love to remake like an old cartoon. I was talking about this recently, how I was obsessed with Hanna-Barbera cartoons.
That's a very funny choice as a child.
I feel like I watched, so right before Cartoon Network became Cartoon Network, it was like Cartoon Network.
It was just like old
cartoons. And so like I saw a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoons during that time.
Like lots of Snagglepuss.
Nope.
Is that on the map thing again? I don't.
Yeah, so right back to the cartoons bathing.
Snagglepuss is the pink guy that goes, I'm Snagglepuss.
Oh, that makes sense.
Coded essentially.
Right.
He's like,
like
wear a
how,
scarf even.
Like how Pepe Le Pew is like is sexual representation like that pervert coding.
It is kind of cool to like imagine the chalkboard ripping out character ideas in the day one of production. Just like, all right, we got all the races. Let's rip out the things we know about them. Okay, they're lazy, they're crazy, they're annoying, they run too fast. And then, what else do we have? A pervert.
Pervert,
Yeah, those cartoons actually get really racist. Remember Hong Kong movie?
Yeah.
Not really.
It's like,
but you can extract
you
most
can
of it.
understand the racism just from the name.
When you're media literate, you know that you can see that.
I can put two and two together, I guess.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Speedy Gonzalez, yeah.
What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm very tired. Last night I tried to go to sleep, which is like a thing I do every night. And I took like a melatonin because I really wanted to get to sleep like early, right? And I just sat there for 3 hours in like a zombie state. It was probably even more than 3 hours, but I did get some work for the podcast done, which was listening to the new Taylor Swift album, which we're going to talk about today.
On the melatonin?
Yeah, so that really enhanced the experience.
You sure that's why you just couldn't sleep? Like, the lyrics were so profound.
They were so profound and honestly just like so much to chew on, you know? Like, I was like, wow, there's double, triple, quadruple entendres. How does she even do it?
Jarvis did say that he was like sort of fading off while listening, and then heard a lyric that made him smirk in his sleep.
It's like when I was listening to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels to sleep, and then Pegasus would be like, "Let me guess, Kaiba. Is it the Blue Eyes White Dragon card?" And he goes, "No." It was like that, except for Liz Taylor Swift saying that she has a bigger dick. She was saying my dick's bigger actually, which means that, I mean, look. She says, "I'll be your father figure." I believe it's supposed to be a song about like the music industry and how they treated her, which is valid to complain about. But
he's talking about like a mentor to a figure.
Yeah, because the idea is that it might be about
not where we needed to go, Eivor.
I'll be your father figure. I drink that brown liquor. I can make deals with the
devil because my dick's bigger, but I don't really understand that part.
To the devil.
I can make deals with the devil because my dick is bigger.
This time, not really started to sound like Lonely Island.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to talk about Taylor Swift album and the response to it. So I don't want to get ahead of myself. How are you?
Well, I'm sorry. Do you feel weird because you like me?
I got a flight coming up. I had some work that I wanted to do. I got a flight today after this, so I wanted to get ahead of some work. And I did do a lot of stuff, but then there's other stuff that I didn't do. And so then I was like, I was starting to feel really tired last night. And it sucks when you're like tired, but then can't sleep, and then you wake up tired because you couldn't sleep, and you're like, what was I supposed to do before this? I followed all the rules. This is not cool.
It does sometimes feel like I'm just like, I want to go into the doctor and be like, no, don't try and trick me. I know this elaborate prank you've been playing. The chewable B12 isn't working. Don't try and fucking trick me, you little devil.
Yeah.
Like, when you go to bed and avoid screams, I'm like, I did that.
You
little cheeky. My dick is bigger than you, devil.
Yeah, that's my trump card. If I'm saying my dick's bigger, that means I'm trying to end the conversation. Damn it. And I walk away a victor.
Our cycles are insane because yesterday we both woke up feeling horrible. I was so tired last night. Like, I'm gonna sleep so well tonight.
Right.
So excited.
Because my dick's bigger.
My dick's bigger. And I get the, like a little Donald Duck and cozy down into the covers.
You create a surplus amount of space for your huge hog to just kind of
flop around.
Gross. Good night.
And
you put on your sleep cap.
I didn't fall asleep until after 1 a.m. and woke up. I set an alarm, didn't set it. I set it for 73 o'clock. Didn't set it for the right time.
For a time. That's one of the biggest problems.
Did you say 73 o'clock?
Yeah. Then I was like, why didn't my alarm go off? And I go back and look, and it just says 7:30 a.m. every Saturday. Why did I do that?
Well, yeah, that's the clock is shortcut for every Saturday.
But it was just like, I was just sleepy, and I set it for the wrong time.
Open it to a notes app that says 7:30 a.m.
Yeah. It's like scratched onto a piece of paper. You wake up, you have a tattoo memento style on your forehead that says like,
I was supposed to set it on my phone.
I was supposed to, hey Siri, this one.
I'm such a fool.
I set my alarm for 6 a.m. o'clock, and
that's fine.
Then I woke up at, must have been 8, and I was like, what happened in those 2 hours? Did I just like subconsciously snooze? I may need to start hiring a man to stand outside my door and barge in and pull the covers off me and dump a bucket of water, like I'm simulating Cadet Kelly or something.
I was gonna say, is this related to the man who splashes water in your face and then disappears?
Yes, I need that guy.
But if you're gonna hire this man, have him also carry you to bed and tuck you in.
That's
right.
It came out. I gotta say, the procedures between ready for bed and being in bed, I know we've been talking a lot about this privately. I think we shouldn't have like a Steam OLED before we got like a special iPad that makes all diseases go away.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm glad there is a Steam Deck OLED. We should have had like a USB-C that makes it so that you can't get disease.
Yeah, plug in that
not the order yeah, should have done it. They should have done it.
Because then you can make the OLED quicker because you don't have nobody has it.
Right.
And then you can make like AAA batteries you can eat once and it feeds you forever.
Yeah, I think they may have tried that first.
Kickstarter.
Unfortunately, I don't think they did. Unfortunately, we just don't have the technology.
It's probably like thousands of dollars to make something like that.
I could argue more.
But
$10,000.
Yeah.
But you're saying that we need an iPad that just immediately gets you ready for
We need like a special toothpick where you pick one tooth and then it gives you an effective sleeping pill and cleans your teeth for you and puts it's because when you're at your most tired, you have to be your most regimented.
Okay, wait.
I know. I have to do a whole fucking skin routine.
See, that's why we need to hire a father figure.
See? That's what I'm saying.
He carries me to bed, he brushes my teeth.
I have to sleep. He's applying my retinol.
Instead of like gargling, he shakes me up. And then he puts me down and I sit, and then he puts me into the bed. And he tucks me in.
Chewing up the toothpaste like a baby.
He disappears. that song is singing about like the music industry being exploitative to like a young person, but the lyrics is just so jarring. And there's so many lyrics on that album, and we'll get to it.
I think let's just get to it because it's in the forefront of our minds because we were just talking so much about it.
Well, I was listening to the album, and I'm like, what does any of this mean? And so luckily on Spotify, there's a track by track version where she spends 30 seconds explaining.
I need to blow my own breeze.
The song Wood is a romance song that employs metaphors like knocking on wood and seeing a black cat and lucky things and unlucky things. And then she says, and that's it. Wink.
Oh.
It's about penis.
Oh, like a black cat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait.
Slang for penis.
No. You're mixing the wrong metaphors, sir. Okay, Taylor Swift is the biggest artist everyone knows who she is. She did a new album, and it's new album. It's different than old album. It has new song. It has old producer Max Martin back. It says no more Jack Antonoff, and no more Jack Antonoff, more jacking off.
Jacking off.
More like jacking off. Well, have you listened to the album? Because
what do you think she's doing when she was?
No, but it's just, and so the I'll just say this up front. Musically,
do you like music?
The dancing app from the past? No, musically, I like the album. I think it sounds good. However, asterisk on that. I'll get back to that. But then, like, there are just so many lyrically jarring moments that Taylor Swift has always been like a little.
We'll do one more raid.
Like tongue in cheek, right? But I feel like there's maybe a jumping of the shark that has occurred. And then also, it may be that she's like reached her like it's like everyone's a hater.
One more, and then
she like complains about internet trolls, and it's like so weird because it's such plain text. Like there's nothing like left to extract. It just feels, even if there is a deeper meaning, it presents so surface level.
I think it is almost like it's everyone's epilogue is as soon as they start talking about posting. Like if you are a celebrity that should have, like, you should have transcended, right? You should have a social media platform that uses live. So like it's crazy to still be using normie social media and feeling hurt by it when you own the moon.
Well, I actually, I am a person who is equally famous as Taylor Swift. And
swap out my longbow
because there are problems in my life that, maybe the average person can't relate to. But Taylor Swift has to know her audience, and it just comes off a little weird because you're like a billionaire and like the biggest music artist in the world.
Don't be about posting. Because it's the time of the creator just close the laptop. It's true. It's completely real. And it's not that you can't be hurt by things, but it's like putting out a record which is about stubbing your toe, but speaking about it with, like, sincerity. Be like, I just went through something. Somebody fucking DM'd me and said I was mad.
That, and then there's a lot of, like, millennial core, like, and as a millennial, I can say this, when I go on Facebook, which is where you find us, which is where you find that's where you find the millennials in your life, and I'll sometimes pop over there and see what the millennials are up to.
And I'm fellow friend.
Yeah, I got the last flight out, It's like,
come back to your hometown.
Yeah. But then I see the way they're talking to each other over there, and there's like a little bit of a time capsule with like dated words and terminologies. Like, there's a point where there's a lyric where she says, can you put lyrics to Eldest Daughter? Like, this song starts with, everybody's so punk on the internet, everyone's unbothered till they're not, every joke's just trolling it. Sad as it seems, apathy is hot. And it's like, that's like a thing we say on this show, verbatim. But it's like explaining the internet, but like, in a song, it just doesn't, it feels like it's breaking the fourth wall.
It's also a little,
it's just on the nose.
It's kind of alien coded with like, hey, has everybody noticed how the internet
about what the kids are doing online.
Dude, this is a
10+ years ago.
these are lyrics written by a kid that goes crazy on Law and Order. They're like, he was talking about trolling and memes. Every single hot take, it's called an I. It's like kind of an SVU.
The other thing is, there's a couple things. She says this song has a lot of lyrics that people take issue with. I have been afflicted by a terminal uniqueness. I'm so unique, I'm gonna fucking die.
How long does she have?
I've been dying just from trying to seem cool. It feels like a thing that I would have written as a poem in middle school.
Oh, this is my MSN Instant Messenger.
I said it's my evil way message.
Oh, this is I'm sure mine now would be my Discord subline or whatever the fuck is going on there.
I understand looking at these lyrics why people are saying this feels immature of her.
Yeah,
which is weird because she's 35.
The thing is, like, a lot of songs have lyrics that are really cheesy, but oftentimes they're like hidden and baked into the musicality or whatever. But Taylor Swift being like kind of hailed as this like songwriter of our time, like great songwriter of our time, her lyrics are going to be more on the forefront, and also the music is so, there's indie musicians where you can't fucking hear the words they're saying.
It's a lyric song.
It's a lyric song, and that's many of her songs. And so when she says, "But I'm not a bad bitch, and this isn't savage, but I'm never gonna let you down. I'm never gonna leave you out." Alright, but anyway,
the full commitment is what I'm thinking of. I should say, obviously, we're getting a lot more scruples, it's getting a lot more, like, observation than it would for most artists. Like, most lyrics are pathetic, like, it's all
No,
shit.
it's just
behind all stuff, because nobody listens to it.
It's like, but it needs to have riz.
And this is, like, a little embarrassing for anyone to be upset about posting. And it's not because it can't be upsetting or important. It's just naturally embarrassing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if you're going to talk about how everyone's being online, have something new to say, put more nuance into it. Like, I just don't, it's a conversation we've been having since the internet was created. And
it kind of feels like I'm listening to Kamala Harris's audiobook. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm 13 and this is deep.
Well, it's like every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. So we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. We looked fucking fire, dude. I don't know. It's like
the judge is gay. So I said go away. Or whatever she wrote.
It's just interesting.
Because, cringe is born of empathy, right? Like it starts at oh no, I remember being that. I wonder how, like, generationally, who's getting more cringe versus, like, secondhand embarrassment versus who's making fun of more directly. Because we look at it, we go, oh, this sexy random raw love your dinosaur. Cringe 2009, right? I feel like I'm going like, oh, I remember putting that as my MSN message. That's so embarrassing.
I think that the opposite might happen, where very young people will discover this later on. I'm talking about people in elementary school now. They'll discover this later on and be like, no, this is good. When I was in high school, the music I thought was really, really bad, like Third Eye Blind.
738 or whatever clock.
73 o'clock.
Now my niece is like equates it with Nirvana, and I'm like, wait, no, that's not the same.
Because again, I actually like the musicality through most of this album. I thought it was pretty easy to listen to. Again, asterisk I do want to talk about.
Like maybe this is more of a time capsule lyrics
that's the thing, where it's like when it feels like some of the language, like skibbity, I'll use as an example, feels like it has an expiration date. It doesn't feel like it's like baked its way into.
Yeah, let's say
it's currently dated parlance, and it's going to take a lot for it to promote outside of like a moment in time.
Yeah, that's fermenting right now.
Do we at some point think that that's cool? Like that was cool
think about like the '90s. It's like rad. Like I don't know. Like it's like I'll say rad, or I'll use some of those old '90s terms now. But I think it's just like it's in this. Once there's been enough time, I feel like there's a earnest reevaluation of some of the language. But it's almost like it's from the last year. It's from 5 years ago, where it's like it's relevant enough to feel dated, and for us to like have a point in time that it harkens back to. I am becoming. Yeah, it's like it reads very. Even using the word meme, I know it's still around. I want to point out, obviously, Taylor Swift has been and will continue to be the subject of so much like artificial culture war bullshit. Hate for the sake of hate. She's like a proxy war for people to dog whistle about. That is the foundational problem. It is the fact that people hate women and the better their position in life, the more they hate them. This is not about that. Or the way this is savage. This is like not savage. This is how again like fan lyrics about that. It's in the middle of like it's like you know when someone is so cringe that they're free. Yes, and then someone is like so trying to be cool, and that's kind of what that song was about a little bit. There's a gap between those things, and this is in the uncanny valley in between I'm so cringe and I'm actually cool with it, and actually I don't care about anything. It's tickling the like, oh.
There's just a bullet point, a couple things that we'll probably get to later on. One is the actual Swift reaction is like all like nothing means anything anymore. She's lost her morality. They're freaking out. It's like this is all we like. Taylor Swift, the billionaire, has been and will continue to criticize, and as she should be. But it is funny to me how fandom around her infantilizes her and also hails her as this like genius writer poet. Yeah, where
the most successful, incredibly successful woman, like most successful female artist in history, most successful artist in history, I believe, not including
depending on how you're looking at it, like Michael Jackson. But depending on
taking that into account, and also she's baby.
And that's why she doesn't even take that private jet.
It just kind of lightly implies that like no woman can be an adult.
So there's also another lyric that is just like in this that is like the type of thing that I have said as a joke in a video, which is girl bossing too close to the sun. It's a lyric that made it into this album, and so that's why it's like I'm saying that as a dumb goof. Like, I'm being stupid and dumb, and obviously that a woman's allowed to joke, a woman's allowed to be stupid and dumb as well, but I don't know, it just comes off strange from a billionaire. It's like when Gavin Newsom, again, these are all bad. I think it's like when Gavin Newsom is talking about another country's treatment of homeless people or something like that. Yeah. It's like, bro, you are not in the position to talk about this right now.
I'm looking at it.
Calling it kettle girl boss or whatever.
Why? We should take Taylor Swift, but you keep calling her Travis Kelce's wife.
We took 5 locations for our 2 Vikings this time.
To call her Travis Kelce's wife's husband.
Friend's girlfriend.
Because that way, this is more about, like, because I don't think that my opinion matters. I don't think
not bad at all. Not bad.
Opinions matter about this because it doesn't affect. I think what's interesting is the discourse that erupts around this.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's always a case of what does mattering mean, right? Because no one's making the argument that she's going to, like, jail. So the value of the criticism begins and ends with the sentence, right? I'm saying, hey, that's kind of embarrassing, and it reminds me, it's a kind of embarrassment, isn't it crazy, that 5,000 producers let this lyric get through.
Yeah. Well, she's the sole writing credit, which is kind of harkens back to the musical thing I wanted to talk about. Let's watch some reactions. I feel like that'll
talk. Oh, my little baby Martina.
Well, let's see what has on wood right now.
Because I want to talk about wood. So wood is a thing from a tree. And that's it. Yeah.
Wood is probably one of the most talked about songs.
It's the most talked about song. And what I feel like people are talking about too much is Travis Kelce's penis. And what they're not talking about enough is how the song sounds like fucking Jackson 5 and Maroon 5 at the same time.
All the fives are represented.
But it's one of the, how your microwave, you just like defrost pizza, all of those. There's 80s pop.
There's the song Father Figure, which interpolates the George Michael song Father Figure. But then this person and I had the same idea, but I had it independently, okay? Where it's like
now we're just waiting for this thing to finish.
Of the song Wood, I like the song Wood musically, and I was like, why do I like it? And it's because it starts more or less very similar to I Want You Back by Jackson 5, where it's got this high, synthy guitar riff that's like.
Hey, I'm sorry, I thought I could hold out. I'm under the years through its thing. I'll be right back. Martina.
Woo! Wood reminds me of the like just listen to it. It's like literally it sounds like Maroon 5. And then there's
You could say that Maroon 5 was also paying homage to that like 70s kind of
they absolutely that album was
sense.
That album was I think their guitarist James Valentine like joining the band and like them discovering black music from the 70s.
Yeah. I mean, there's like thousands and thousands and thousands of these songs. These are just the very famous ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is.
So it makes sense that these fit together into one song for her.
And there's a really interesting conversation happening about like interpolation because it seems that there's a lot of interpolation happening on the album, but I'm not smart enough about music theory to make heads or tails. I just go, oh, that reminds my brain just snaps into, oh, this sounds like this thing, and I'm not even saying that in an accusatory way. I'm just saying, oh, that's probably why I like the music because it sounds like a thing I already like.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not. It's always just what's the most famous one because people always talk to like, well, it's like a really common chord structure, or everything's written 4/4, so rhythmically it feels the same. Or she's using a lot of the same ad-lib patterns. That's not something she's only doing. It's just that Taylor Swift's very famous, and we've heard the album. And so this Jackson 5 is very famous.
Yeah,
it's the thing that is embarrassing.
And it's also
concept.
Yeah, it's another thing that like musically a thing that writers have to deal with all the time because they don't. I mean, we've seen how many of these lawsuits about like the estate of big artists from the past is like suing Ed Sheeran or something like that, thinking out loud and like
chill on the keyboard there, Martina.
It wasn't out.
You gonna play the game for me while I'm away? Yeah. Entertain the good people.
So it's like this thing happens all the time.
Hit the various ow. Do not do that.
But
hit the various stream elements and whatnot. How do you get it out of the big screen? Okay, get down. Thank you.
And then also Travis Kelce himself was like,
stop it.
Well, there was an article that was like, let's hear what Travis Kelce has to say. And it's like, I don't want to.
But for the podcast, I will. But we'll pull that. That was on People this morning. I saw that. But let's go to these TikToks that you guys are so graciously prepared.
So I kind of want to listen to this lady that I sent you, the Kev on Stage. So,
stop it.
Yeah, shout out Kev on Stage. If you don't follow him on Instagram,
very funny man.
Off-putting.
But he reposted.
How did you do this, Martina? And more importantly, why?
This girl broke down why she thinks Taylor Swift's album is not interesting dissertation. One of the top comments is Kev playing substitute teacher today, rolled in the TV and played with took him out for this stuff. It's very funny. Hungover.
Just your album, it's many things. Unfortunately, good is not one of them. I knew the album was going to be good.
Martina! Would you kindly pick a spot that's not so mobile if you get on the laptop?
Obvious. The problem is
go that way.
A white girl before you start.
I'm not allowed to say whether or not Taylor Swift is aging out of being a white girl, and I can't speak for that.
What the hell did she do?
It does. I did feel how did I frame it before? It doesn't meet the moment. Like, it feels like a little dated in the way it's
And it's like, this happens with artists all the time, where it's like, as they
I don't get it. I don't
have their finger on the
do
pulse
this
of like her
instead.
culture.
When Haley was a teenager, she wanted
Yes,
to be a pop star,
and
so
I'm
her
just
parents
gonna
decided to
pull
take her
down
to
and
class.
reset
This
everything.
is like the 2000s.
Oh,
Pop
good,
music was
nobody
highly
can hear
sexual.
me.
It was cool music, and the Americans like doing that.
That's all.
Saw a place for a little white girl. Country music, on the other hand, loved a little white girl. And she was blonde, Billy her up. So her family moved from Pennsylvania to Tennessee to launch her country career. That's why for the first several years of her career, she faked a southern accent. She was
Why didn't I bring my book? I left it at home. I should have, of all the days, of all the days.
It's okay, we have the full reading of the book.
Yeah.
And I was familiar with this so far.
Sorry about that, y'all. You leave the cat alone with the stream for just 1 minute, and this is what happens.
I learned that.
Okay, that's back to where it needs to be.
Track 5 is a vulnerability track.
Went to the
I
pop
don't know
industry
what else
to
she
change
did,
the
so
2000s, early 2010s. That's when she started to transition to making pop
I'm gonna
music.
assume that
And
was all.
about white girls.
Again, this is, you can say this about Drake or any artist or Maroon 5 or
Find
any
out
artist
soon,
that like
I reckon.
pushes down and then becomes like a very wide.
No, I don't care for the fact that I have a border. Let's get OS2, looks like.
Which is not
Oh
always,
crap, that's why I don't like having a border.
Again, I wanted to use her points as maybe a jumping off
Hello,
point
Weezer Wall Leader, how you doing?
but I think that
We probably got the sun out here as my hand is starting to cramp, and I need to figure out everything Martina messed up while I was away. Oh, my image is also still away. Alright, y'all. We just saved, so we will go ahead and catch y'all on the next one. I appreciate you watching. Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed the stream. Good Lord, have we been going for 5 hours. Alrighty, y'all. Well, we'll be back tomorrow for another live stream, and we'll probably do some shorts in between the two. I appreciate y'all, as always. And let's resize this screen.
and then he started associating with these
And
like what was popular. He's always been like this culture that's
why
to like whatever meets the current moment. And there's so many stories of smaller artists
if I
coming
do this,
under him
it
and
cuts
working
off.
for like
If I do this,
hit
it leaves it
factory
with
or whatever, and then like not having a career of their own, which has allowed him to stay relevant through so many times. But he's also released music in other languages.
Figure that out later.
Different genres to widen the umbrella of audience that he can reach because he's scaled out of.
I'll figure that out later. For now, we will see y'all later. We appreciate y'all. I might just go ahead and reset the thing and then cut it out, put it back in. But alright, y'all. We'll see you next time. Another live stream to do tomorrow. Bye for now, y'all. And I appreciate your patience.